Yep. All right. We got we're gonna touch on like the Twitter stuff that I've wanted to cover on Wednesday, and then we got more we got the rest of the Emergencies Act stuff from the hogs that testified, and a lot of CUPE stuff that we're gonna be covering as well. The
New stuff all around.
Well, their strike was yesterday. I wanted to
Yeah.
cover I wanted to cover it yesterday, but I didn't really get a chance to. And then we have the libs with their uh, having their economic statement for fall.
Ah, yes.
And then we can move on to some fun stuff. So I guess we'll just hop right into it then.
She's
Elon
tweeted
Musk.
for years, but now, like
Elon.
millions of others, Gillian Sunderland suddenly faces a dilemma. Wait to see Elon Musk's version of Twitter or quit right now.
I'm really worried about getting a barrage of harassment. He goes on kind of the US definition of free speech, with in Canada, a lot of free speech there would be labeled hate speech here.
A new U.S. securities filing makes it clear.
I mean, the funny shit about this is that you know, like no one's a free speech absolutist, right?
Nope.
And anyone who says that they are fucking lying. Um, and the funny thing with like American free speech is that like it's not essentially if you're not like ultra conservative or like well no even like libs get it too in America, but like if you're like ultra conservative you can essentially just say whatever the fuck you want in America.
Ah, yes, because that makes sense. Being ultra conservative gives you talking power.
Despite that's also despite the fact that they get fucking rolled by even libs, which is funny.
Musk has become the sole director of Twitter, putting a self described free speech absolutist in total control.
Will we see
Which
more of that?
is
It's a frightening.
I mean like the the funny thing is that like Twitter has seen a like a 500% uh increase of the usage of like the N word. So there's that.
Yeah, that's not good.
Bro, like we've talked about before, like it's already it's a very interesting conversation to have, right?
Hmm.
Because I mean like there are aspects to like black culture that have or that have usage of it.
Yep.
So it's very up in the air, right?
Yeah.
It's a very interesting conversation to have for sure. But like most of the time, it comes down from like a bunch of fucking white people being like, "Bro, I just want to use it. Just let me say it, please."
Prospect for users like Dr. Nahid Dasani, who tweeted crucial information during the pandemic and received vile tweets in return.
I do worry that health workers in this country who are really just trying to serve the communities they care for, put out science, information, and evidence, will become bigger targets.
He's got a blue check mark next to his name that's designed to prevent prominent users like celebrities, politicians, and journalists from being impersonated. Now, Musk says he's going to revamp the verification process, and that could mean a monthly fee for that blue check mark.
Madam Speaker, how's your husband doing?
And consider Musk's tweet briefly spreading a conspiracy theory about the attack on Nancy Pelosi's husband. The police response:
It really is sad that these theories are being floated out there and they're damaging.
Emma Bell works to advance healthcare for non binary and trans people and wonders if Twitter is still a right fit.
So it's really hard to
Uh,
decide what action that we need to take now in order to preserve
I
our.
mean, like, let's be honest though. Anyone who uses Twitter already has brain damage and is mentally ill. Like, I mean, that's one of the main that's one of the main reasons why I use it.
Because you have brain damage?
And mentally
Because
ill.
you wanted to get brain damage.
And mentally ill.
Yes.
Of our own sanity.
Back at her apartment, Gillian Sunderland signed up for a newer platform, Mastodon.
I'm trying to look for a Twitter alternative, but it's been quite hard and difficult and kind of scary also.
Some users will find it hard to leave Twitter, just as Musk faces challenges to lead it. Thomas Dagle, CBC News, Toronto.
Yeah, I mean, the main thing with that though is like it doesn't really matter too much. I'm still gonna be on Twitter though.
Me too.
Billionaire Elon Musk has officially taken control of Twitter.
And like initially like when he fired like the CEO and a board of executives and shit, I'm like, who the fuck cares, honestly?
There are people.
Yeah, but that doesn't fucking matter, bro.
I know. I'm just saying. It doesn't make him special. He has money. Who cares?
Yeah.
Musk faced a Friday deadline to close his $44 billion acquisition of the social media giant. His first move was to fire Twitter's top leadership, including the company's CEO and chief financial officer.
Oh no.
The deal brings an end to a months-long saga between Twitter and the world's richest man. Musk recently changed his Twitter profile to read Chief Twit.
More like Chief Twat. Got him.
Got him.
Breton was doing, quite rightly so, was simply reminding what is the framework that that any company operating in Europe has to comply with. There are certain activities which are not compliant with the rules, regulations, and laws in the member states.
Sorry, dog. I don't think Elon gives a shit about that.
Of course he doesn't. He just wants more money.
Smooth-brained idiot.
He sent a car to space for shit's sakes.
Things related to haste.
Oh man, who gives a shit? Probably.
They're really breaking new ground with that. I'm gonna drive in space. Yeah, where are you gonna go?
It's for the memes. Fucking hate Elon. His memes are fucking cringy as shit. And like just bad. And he gets rolled by like fucking pink-haired fucking libs.
Speech, to criminal activities, to terrorism, etc., etc.
So the easy part was buying Twitter. The hard part's going to be.
I mean, the one thing that I do find a little bit interesting though is Elon isn't necessarily trying to sour things with China, because like
surprisingly enough,
he's not a total buffoon, because he recognizes that there's a huge market in China, right?
Yeah.
So if he plays at least like even like a little bit friendly with China, he could probably sell his products there. But
yep.
Be fixing it now. How does he change the platform? Freedom of speech. Does he let Trump back on? What the headcount cuts look like? These are some of the questions that Musk ultimately will answer.
I mean, I'm just kind of glad that fucking Trump is coming back to Twitter, because like for everything, like for the amount of awful that he was a really good fucking poster. Let's be real.
He was a gold mine for memes.
You can't deny that. Fucking great.
What part of gold mine did you fail to understand?
And like I remember the two best days on Twitter. Really, like I'm really fond of them as well. The first one being, you know, the Fire Festival. You know what that is, right?
No.
Eventually,
I've never heard of the Fire Festival.
Essentially what it is like these scammers got these fucking rich idiots, like these rich kid idiots, to, you know, pay like a shit ton of money for tickets and everything. And
Right.
when they got there, it was like refugee tents and like fucking, and then like the food that they got was like uh, a piece of like Kraft singles on white bread.
Yeah,
It was so funny.
that's amazing.
Well, and the thing that made it funny is that all these rich idiots were fucking crying because, you know, they were experiencing what, you know, an average day for like a fucking refugee. It was super funny. And the other day, that like everyone on Twitter just like was happy about was the day that Trump got COVID.
Yep.
Like I saw I saw the initial like I saw the tweet and everything, and people were just like spamming like fucking satanic shit in the comments. It was so funny. Like you had shit in like Latin and then like a really cursed image attached with it.
Interesting.
It was great. I think I have some screenshots, so I'll have to show you sometime.
Yeah, that could be a sight to behold.
Oh, it was fucking awesome.
Over the coming weeks. Yeah, so Twitter goes private and the process starts today.
Twitter was already private though.
Ultimately tries to
It
transform this
was.
company, but Twitter's days as a public company essentially ends today. For Twitter investors, it's the best thing that ever happened. I mean, they're getting double what they would if their stock
That's
was
what you
not
think.
involved with Musk. They'll obviously get the cash now for that stock, and then that really becomes the question going forward in terms of what the next step is. I think the problem for Musk is monetization. I mean, Twitter, as pervasive as it is, it's basically been a treadmill stock.
I mean, we've already heard him say that, you know, fucking gonna charge shit for, or charge you for like Twitter Blue and all that shit, which we'll get into because really funny. I think Stephen King had a really funny response to it.
A troubled asset. He has a lot of wood to chop. I think there's going to be probably a paid subscription piece. He's going to have to
Of course.
increase engagement. Clearly, headcount cuts will be on the horizon. And then the journey to creating a WeChat like app that we see in China, that's really, I think, the ultimate strategic goal for.
I mean, the good thing is that he's bringing back like Vine, essentially.
Yes.
It's some form of it, yes.
Weird, but all right.
I mean, that's actually kind of a smart move on his part, though.
Well, people loved Vine, so it makes sense.
Bro, have you not seen how fucking crazy TikTok has been popping off?
No, I never really cared about TikTok.
Bro, TikTok popping off. And like Vine was the initial app in order to like start all that shit. You know, first it was Vine and then Musically, and then Musically evolved into TikTok and stuff like that. So, yeah.
Much when it comes to Twitter.
I'd say that a lot of people are looking at it and think it's a freedom. It's going to give freedom of speech. I think that doesn't account for the fact that Twitter is international, and also doesn't account for the fact that second something's privatized by one of our richest people in our country, it really takes like you don't realize what ramifications can come from that, and then also what of your personal information can go to that corporation and then be sold for profit. So
I respect the guy, admire the guy. I think he's the Thomas Edison.
I fucking hate Elon stans, man. They're the fucking worst. Elon stans are so fucking annoying.
They're just bootlickers.
They think that he's like an IRL Tony Stark, but the thing is that Tony Stark is actually smart. Elon is not.
And Tony Stark isn't sending cars to space.
Well, the thing with Elon and like how a lot of his businesses operate in general is that first of all they're heavily subsidized. Like by the American government, like say SpaceX, Tesla, you know, stuff like that, as well as it's completely tied to like the way that he presents himself. Because like whenever
He's
he
trying to look cool and fancy and he's a big shot. I mean, reality,
well,
he's just a
when he
child that has no idea what he's doing.
well when he had like negative press going around him, like the entirety or like Tesla and SpaceX stocks actually dropped by a significant amount.
I wonder why.
This is a moron. That's why. Maybe he's just should stop calling people pedophiles.
Yeah, that's a thought.
Of our generation, and I think that he's for an exchange of ideas. I know he goes back and forth and he makes it a little comical. I don't think he takes it too serious sometimes.
Wrong. He is not for an exchange of ideas because he whenever in the Tesla factory people give him an exchange of ideas, yeah, he fires them.
So either his way or screw yourself.
And like the whole like him bringing a sink into like the Twitter headquarters, oh, that's so quirky and random. No, that's fucking stupid.
Hey guys, just brought my sink with me.
Like I don't understand how people just like fucking look up to this moron.
I have no idea either.
Like in my opinion, he doesn't even present himself that great.
What is he even trying to present? His money?
He's trying to be like he's essentially like how do you do, fellow kids? He's like that meme.
Oh.
And the funny thing is that like a bunch of idiots like lick it up.
That's not very intelligent of them.
Well, Elon stans are pretty dumb though, let's be real.
Times, but like with the depopulation thing, he brings
What?
out awareness to things that a normal person.
Depopulation? Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot he's like essentially a fucking Republican. Or he is a Republican, I should say.
Murder everybody.
Well, depopulation is a fucking Nazi thing, if I remember correctly.
Just ignores and never thinks of. Personally, I think it's good.
I mean, I'm not really a fan.
As well as, Elon also promotes like conspiracy theories too, so there's that aspect of him.
Like ghosts and shit?
No, like actual fucking conspiracy theories that hogs believe in.
Illuminati.
Well, no, hogs go even further than the Illuminati. Let's be real. Like
pigeons are just government drones.
Well, the Illuminati is like baseline hog shit. You have to believe that the Illuminati exists to like essentially be like a fucking weirdo. But like yeah, I mean, like, why be mad at the government for having a secret society when you can just be and being mad at that when you can just be mad at the actual fucking government. I don't know, bro.
A fan of it.
People strange.
I spend more time on Twitter than probably I should, and so I would prefer if he didn't have his way with it. Yeah, I do have concerns about that, and I think maybe we should perhaps all learn a lesson from this, that if a big part of sort of the public forum for debate is controlled by potentially so few people or so few big companies, then we're putting a lot of our democracy and our future in their hands.
Also ich bin nicht auf Twitter und ich glaube, Elon Musk ist ein Grund mehr, da nicht hinzugehen für mich. Naja, es gab ja vorher schon Medienmogule, also Murdoch hat ja auch viele Medien. Berlusconi hat sich auch Kanäle gekauft. Das ist jetzt, glaube ich, kein neues Phänomen. Das ist auch, glaube ich, eine Lernkurve, die diese ganzen sozialen Medien jetzt durchmachen müssen. Und wir auch. Und ja, die Frage ist natürlich auch, wie viel Wert man dem beimisst als Gesellschaft. Also wie viel, ob man da nicht doch weiter in die öffentlichen Medien investiert.
Oh, look, here he is. Here's the fucking sink.
Oh,
Oh,
great.
he's so quirky.
Hey guys, let that sink in. Ha! I know.
Alright. So yeah, Elon, you know, is a fucking moron. The current Twitter's current lord and peasant system, who has or doesn't have a blue check mark is bullshit. How are the people? Blue for $8 a month. That's so fucking funny. Like if you buy that, you're just a fucking idiot. And like the funny thing about this like peasant shit is that you're still charging them fucking money for it. Like it's fucking good. Leaving Twitter.
I'm leaving Twitter is the new I'm moving to Canada.
Pretty much. Let's be real.
I'm leaving Twitter. I'm moving to Canada.
Yeah.
Why? You know it snows there, right? Oh shit.
You also get priority replies, mentions and searches, which are essential to defeat spam dash scam, which is completely ironic because like the way that like verification already worked was kind of dog shit to begin with.
Yeah, you had to post a certain amount, have a certain amount of followers.
No,
and all that.
no, you don't.
No.
You essentially have to be like a public figure, or
Also, I like how right here he's saying half as many ads, not even no ads, just half as many.
I didn't even see that.
Fuck you! You don't even get no ads; you get half as many.
I mean, like the only thing that like Twitter Blue has over everything is the ability to post long videos and audio. Oh, like that's like the only thing. But like the funny thing is that this will 100% cause more fucking scams and shit, because like $8 a month, like do you honestly think that's gonna like stop people from like using bots and shit? No.
Of course it won't.
Like it's not going to.
Is Elon Musk paying himself for the check mark?
I would doubt it, honestly. Or pay himself for the check mark? I don't know, maybe. But like the funny thing is like what's stopping someone from like literally being verified, as well as, you know, fucking having their shit as like I don't know, Elon Musk, right?
Yeah.
That it doesn't prevent anything.
Nope. It's like, hey, it's me, Elon Musk, for like the third time.
Moron. AOC actually had a really good fucking retort to it.
Lamau at the billionaire earnestly trying to sell people on the idea that free speech is actually $8 a month subscription plan.
I thought Elon lied to it. Because I remember that she fucking rolled him. Yeah, and he's posting dumb shit like this. Like, bro, it's so fucking dumb. Did he remove his reply?
But is she so scared? No, I can't have people seeing me reply to shit.
Well, she fucking rolled him. It was really funny.
Elon Musk probably silenced her.
No, I think he removed this tweet. Yeah, he removed his tweet because she fucking rolled him.
Can't even handle the heat himself. What a loser.
Yeah. Well, this is the Stephen King shit that I was talking about. $20 a month to keep, because it was initially going to be $20 a month.
Mm-hmm.
Keep my blue check mark. Fuck that. They should pay me. If that gets instituted, I'm gone like Elon.
I'm gone like Enron.
And then Elon responded.
We need to pay bills somehow. Twitter cannot rely entirely on advertisers. How about aid?
And then Stephen King applied to that somewhere else. No. I can't spell.
Weird nerd.
But he completely fucking missed the point. And then this tweet I found just really funny. I'm not convinced Elon Musk is wrecking this website inevitably. I think there's a real possibility this indoctrinated broke him so fundamentally that he decided to destroy it on purpose so no one else could do it to him again. Elon Musk gets into embarrassing fight with video game site, loses.
Which video game site?
I fucking know. Well,
if
if
you
it
make something that looked like a meme and someone, not me, crops off your name so it goes. Also, this is only a 6 out of 10 meme, so maybe step down from that high horse. The selfless art of anonymous meme creators is something to be admired.
oh, okay, well, let me know how you think about this one. Elon Musk admits he wants to travel to Mars because no one hates him.
He has a very skewed perception of his popular world image because there's a lot of people that hate him.
And then there was also this fucking banger. Less funny
Less
that
funny than an SNL on a bad day. This could make a drunk person sober. Try harder.
well, you're the expert on SNL's bad days. I fucking love it, man. It's so great. I didn't read for the follow, Mr. Handsome. All right, let's move on.
This was a move that was
Yay.
widely expected, as Twitter, the company
I need
known
to
for its
update.
blue check marks, on Friday opted to instead hand out pink slips.
It's kind of hard to figure out what's going to happen next.
1 week.
Oh. PlanetSide 2 FPS is world record.
After closing his $44 billion deal, Elon Musk began reshaping the company, beginning with.
I'm not going to cover huge news right now. I will when we get onto the inquiries and the CUPE strikes
later.
But this still is fairly big news, though.
Yeah.
All things considered.
Being purchased by Musk.
Layoffs, which he argues are needed to put Twitter on a healthy plan as advertisers walk away.
Twitter's problem for the last 4 or 5 years has been its lack of ability to monetize.
Before layoffs were announced, offices from the US through Canada and London temporarily closed. Though almost immediately, a flood of tweets were posted from fired personnel, including Simon Balmain, an employee.
Yeah, and fucking he laid off like 7,500 workers, which is crazy.
In the UK office.
Pretty much everything about this whole acquisition has been unprecedented, so expecting anything to go in any particular way.
The layoffs also sparked a lawsuit arguing violation of employment laws, which require significant notice. So how could Twitter's layoffs impact something like the upcoming US midterm elections? Well, experts say voters could be misled if there are fewer people doing content moderation, meaning misinformation and conspiracy theories could go unchecked.
I mean, that doesn't really matter though, because Elon already fucking spreads conspiracy theories, so like, who gives a shit about that?
Well, I think one of the issues is now you're going to have a situation where there's fewer controls in place.
That could make it easier for candidates to post lies or question the validity of results on election day, creating the quote hellscape Musk tried to avoid.
We are in the busiest
Which is like
free speech season.
Which is like the funniest shit.
I want to avoid making hellscape. Proceeds to literally make the hellscape.
Yeah.
What have I done?
Yep.
You become the very thing you swore to destroy.
Yep.
Really that much more imperative that Musk keep some of those bulwarks there through his employees to ensure that the integrity of the site stays high.
That ship may have already sailed, with Twitter reportedly set to begin selling verification badges to anyone as soon as next week, with no actual verification that users are who they claim to be. Reggie
I mean, like, he did make a statement saying that, you know, if you're like a political, someone like someone that holds political power or like a journalist or something, you'll still have like that subdivision underneath your name. Like,
right.
Senator of fucking, I don't know, Vermont or some shit.
Kinney Global News, Washington.
Big E Cheese of Toronto.
Yep.
With the blinds drawn in London and the office closed in San Francisco, Twitter staff faced a dark day. At the Canadian headquarters, one man could be seen watching the front door as new owner Elon Musk slashes as much as half of Twitter's global workforce. Staff
Which is
shared
nuts.
pictures showing they had abruptly...
Like, I don't know if he's like, you know, after reading that fucking banger of fucking tweets, like, he has to be like doing it so that, you know, to make sure that, you know, no one fucking likes him, so he can just move to Mars because no one hates him there. He just wants a reason to go to Mars now.
Mom, the world hates me. I'm moving to Mars.
He lost access to company email. Their work computers suddenly locked.
I found that my work laptop was remotely wiped.
One former employee tweeted, "The dehumanizing layoff email has been received. I'm absolutely gutted." Another adding, "My entire team just got locked out."
Not surprising.
Told us earlier this week they employed more than 250 people across 4 provinces. Now at their Toronto headquarters here, the lights are still on, but it's not clear how many people are still working there. Within days, Musk has not only moved to reshape the product, but the company's culture itself.
What Twitter prides itself.
Yeah, just you know, essentially making it a better place for fucking Nazis to gather.
Yay, new stomping grounds for people that hate everyone for some freaking reason.
I mean, the main thing is that if you're gonna say like openly say like slurs and shit, like the N-word and stuff, you're gonna get banned. That's probably not gonna change, right?
Right.
Because it's advertisers don't want to advertise on sites that you know, have that shit going on. That's why, like, you know, all these fucking other failed social sites like Truth Social, fucking Gab, Parlor, that's like why they got like no fucking like advertisers, because you had a bunch of fucking bigots on it just spewing out like whatever
there's no like moderation there.
Because like the thing is that advertisers want to advertise to the most amount of people, and first of all, like, you know, if you're gonna have like a small ass fucking site, they're not gonna, chances are they're not gonna advertise on your site. As well as, like, you know, if the masses say like, hey, fucking racism is bad and shit, and you know, you get banned for it, that, you know, that's just how fucking companies work. They want to make the most amount of money as they can.
Of course. Companies are made to make money.
It's the same shit with like throwing up I don't know, a fucking pride flag during Pride Month. Like it doesn't matter. It's just all fucking aesthetics. Cause like if it was profitable for companies to like be like openly racist and stuff, they would 100% do that.
Of course.
Is a real human-centric, people-first mentality.
That's what Twitter Canada's then boss told us in 2020. Now, Musk appears to be
Laid
guiding
off.
the social media giant's
Yep.
content moderation
Oh, he's a great
team,
man. You're
and
fired.
research is already
Yep.
pointing to a spike in racist slurs on the platform.
Yeah, a spike of 500%.
It's
the
insane.
User will be clearly impacted from this. I think that there's going to be a lot less moderation. There's going to be a little bit more hate speech.
Big brands
Like, yeah, sure. Like people who are using like slurs and shit will be banned, but you know, fucking leftists also get banned a shit ton as well.
Yep.
They probably get banned the most because, like, in Elon Musk's head, you know, saying shit like, I want to kill like every fucking black person that I come across and like lynch them, and you know, saying that, hey, I think that, you know, we should have a better fucking form of social well-being and higher standards of living. Like, apparently to Musk, those two are the exact same thing.
Apparently.
I mean, don't get me wrong, there's a bunch of fucking psychotic leftists as well.
Oh yeah, of course. Like there's always going to be those bad apples, but
Well, their intentions are good, but they're just fucking psychotic. I'm mostly referring.
Misunderstood.
I'm mostly like referring to tankies and like 16-year-old anarchists.
16-year-olds. What are they doing? Being all 16 and stuff.
But
running around the fields.
Fucking waiting for mommy to pick them up from soccer practice.
Like General Motors, Audi, and General Mills have all paused their ads on Twitter.
This doesn't seem right.
And at an investor conference, Musk deflected blame.
Activist groups have been successful in causing a massive drop in Twitter advertising revenue.
And like that's another thing you have to take into consideration is someone that is, you know, like a leader and an activist for, I don't know, say like BLM, you know, are they like gonna get banned off of Twitter because
are they gonna get shut down?
Because they're like, I don't know, preparing a strike on the preparing a strike at like the fucking Tesla factory or some shit, because you know they don't have safety lines in the fucking factories,
which is crazy.
You know why they don't have safety lines?
I don't.
Just take a guess.
Because they don't care about the human.
Well, to a certain extent you are right about that. No, that's not it. Did I tell you?
Of course.
It's because Elon doesn't like the color yellow.
Oh right, that's not. Oh, yellow looks gross.
Isn't it the dumbest reason?
What does he like whenever he buys like an Xbox or something? Does he paint the Y button a different color?
Maybe, I don't know. Maybe just pops off like a fucking switch button for it. But that's unironically the reason why they don't have safety lines.
That's ridiculous.
Such a stupid reason, eh?
I don't like yellow. No safety.
He may be cutting costs, but the toll on Twitter isn't yet clear. Thomas Dagg, CBC News, Toronto.
All right. So yeah, let's move on to the layoffs that Twitter has done. So yeah, where have I seen this rhetoric before? Twitter has had a massive drop in revenue due to the activist groups pressuring advertisers, even though nothing has changed with content moderation, and we did everything we could to appease the activists. Extremely messed up. They're trying to destroy freedom of speech in America. It's kind of similar. America has had a massive dump in the economy due to the radical left pressuring local leaders for higher pay, even though nothing has changed under your favorite president, doing everything he can to make these radicals happy. Sounds
Legally messed up. They're trying to destroy America.
sounds
Oh yeah,
so,
legally.
sounds very familiar, similar, eh?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the main thing with this though is that like the advertisers always come back. Like we've seen this. Like if anyone's paid like any fucking attention during the adpocalypse during YouTube, like we've seen it before.
Yep.
It changed. Like all that it did was just make advertisers come back for a lower price. That's all that they did.
It's like, okay, we're gonna start advertising on this platform again, but we're paying them less money.
Yeah. Well, no, the advertisers are paying YouTube in this instance less money.
That's what I was meaning.
Elon Musk fired the entire team that identifies that the Twitter algorithm amplifies right-wing voices over others, which is true. This happens not just on Twitter, this also happens on Facebook and YouTube as well. Even TikTok to a certain extent.
People will try to silence others.
Well, the reason why I bring Facebook and YouTube up is because you can be watching like, I don't know, fucking Oprah Winfrey, and then, you know, 5 videos later you come across like fucking Steven Crowder or Ben Shapiro or fucking what's the incel king's name again? Jordan Peterson. You can come across like one of their fucking videos, and then like another 5 videos later you're at like some fucking Nazi.
You're right.
Like it doesn't matter because these sites are driven by the amount of time that you're able to be on the site, because that means you can see more ads, and you see more ads, and then you know they make more money. But it is a little bit sad to see that it's going to be a lot more apparent on Twitter. I kind of expected it to happen eventually, though.
Yeah, there was no doubt. It was just a matter of time.
Not the first time we've been seeing staff, particularly black employees, punished for flagging how their company's products enable and amplify racism. As usual, the right wing isn't fighting for fairness. They're fighting to rig the rules to their own favor. That's just what Twitter used to give them, and still does, by amplifying content more than others. Which is true. There was also this one. It appears Elon Musk has fired the director of software engineering at Twitter, who, with the team of researchers, found tweets posted by accounts from the political right receive more algorithmic amplification than those on the political left.
A little sus, if you ask me.
Well, no, that's just how that works. Tweets about the political content from elected officials, regardless of party or whether the party is in power, do see algorithmic implications when compared to the political content on the first chronological timeline. The group effect did not translate to individual effects. In other words, simply party amplification or affiliation or ideology is not a factor of systems consider when recommending content. Two individuals in the same political party would not necessarily see the same amplification.
In 6 out of 7 countries, all but Germany, tweets posted by accounts from the political right receive more algorithmic amplification than the political left when studied as a group. Right-leaning news outlets, as defined by the independent organizations listed above, see greater algorithmic amplification on Twitter compared to left-leaning news outlets. However, as highlighted in the paper, the third-party ratings rank their own independent classifications, and such the results of analysis may vary depending on which source is used. You can read the entire findings on the paper blank.
So yeah, that's I mean this is true. Like I said, it happens a lot on fucking YouTube and Facebook, which is how like your dumbass parents get radicalized and become like fucking racist, homophobic, transphobic, whatever.
Yep.
And like unironically believe that, you know, fucking Hitler was a good guy or some shit like that. So yeah. Twitter has had a massive drop in revenue due to activist groups, like we had mentioned earlier. Elon, great chat yesterday, as you heard overwhelmingly from senator or senior advisors on the call. The issue concerning all of us is content moderation and its impact on brand new safety / suitability. You say you've committed to moderation, but you just laid off 75% of the moderation team.
Elon Musk blocked you. Straight up
this,
get blocked.
This is what I was laughing about earlier before stream. So, so for all the replies I received, that content moderation equals denial of freedom of speech, it doesn't. Which, what do you have to say about the fact that the chief twit, you know what? I'll just call him the chief twat. Chief twat just blocked me for excusing mine yesterday. Elon Musk's, yeah, he blocked him, which is really fucking funny.
Not excusing.
Yeah, it's fucking funny. Is there any other banger replies to this?
Not sure.
Sean did. New CEO was posting conspiracy theories nonsense from a fake news website later. That may have been contributed also. Sean's a leftist, if you don't know.
Cool.
Conspiracy theories from the website from less incredible. But yeah, I mean he is right though. Oh, Ostnox replied, the first company that isn't propped up by federal contact lenses, huh? Oh, did somebody get addicted to... Oh, that's fucking funny, Ostnox. Good one.
That's awesome.
I don't think we're gonna see any fucking bangers after that. Yeah. Twitter was just sued by a proposed class action lawsuit for conducting a mass layoff without the required 60-day notice. It looks like the employees are getting their notice and At least some will be paid until January 4th, says the attorney who sued Twitter under Warren Act. I am pleased that Elon Musk learned something from the lawsuit we brought against him at Tesla. Did he, though? Elon Musk now is making an effort to comply with the law on advance notice of layoffs. The attorney who sued Twitter last night now says, but she says she'll be looking into concerns about how Twitter chose which workers to terminate and retaliation. Warren violations can come with $500 daily fines. Employers may decide it's worth firing workers and paying them the severance tab if they're concerned about possible slacking, sabotage, or theft of trade secrets by soon to be former employees. So it's kind of fucked up, eh?
Yeah.
So yeah, Hank Green and Elon Musk were having fucking back and forth. So yeah, he initially said, no, conspiracy theories, and then therefore Twitter should die. He replied to Hank, and Hank's like, of course not. It's just
too simple to attribute this to activists when advertisers who have lots of incentives and to be cautious are given reasons to be cautious. You wield a lot of power, and in my opinion, it would be very good for Twitter for you to do it more thoughtfully.
And then
Hank, try a Google search. Wow, real mature there, Elon.
Great fucking comeback, loser.
Do a Google search, nerd. It's like, thanks, Elon. Very cool.
I find it kind of funny how even fucking Hank Green ratioed fucking Elon.
It's not hard to ratio Elon.
Bro, yes it is. Like, what are you talking about? Like, look at the initial tweet, and look at how much Hank Green got.
Right.
Alright, let's move on to the Emergencies Act inquiry updates.
We're going to go now to Ottawa. The Emergencies Act inquiry is hearing from Freedom Convoy Tamara Leach this morning. Let's listen.
Even for you, the horns became a bit too much. You couldn't even carry on a conversation on the sidewalk when all those trucks were blaring.
At times, yes.
Yeah. And
at times, sure.
I think I'd seen a video once where you're talking about when all the semi trucks, when they blow their horns, it's just crazy. That was the experience, was it not?
Well, I think that's taken out of context. Are you referring to the video that I made?
Yes.
Yeah, and I believe I said it was music to my ears. That was within a couple of days of getting there.
But, bro, like, you literally did do that, though. Like, that wasn't...
How was it taken out of context?
Like, I mean, to be fair, they're hogs, so they'll say anything.
And there was a lot of excitement, and it was a very jovial atmosphere.
But, Ms. Leach, I know you strike me as a very reasonable person. You would agree with me that,
Bro.
Yeah, sure. You strike me as reasonable.
No, come on, bro.
No,
bro.
No way.
Having a big rig, a semi-truck idling right in front of your house 24 hours a day, emitting diesel fumes, honking horns, prolonged periods during all day, sometimes at night. That's not reasonable to a person that lives there. Would you agree?
As I said yesterday, when I was in my hotel room, I didn't really notice it, the horns honking.
She was probably like fucking, what, a good while away, right?
Yeah, and probably soundproofed as well.
Well, I don't really think that matters too much.
Who knows?
Like, no shot she would just be there the entire time for 3 weeks.
And I was right downtown.
But you wouldn't want a big rig to pull up, for example, in front of your parents' home and park and idle for 24 hours a day for several weeks honking their horn. You wouldn't want that, would you, Miss Leach?
Well, Mr. Champ, my ex-husband was a tool push on a drilling rig, and I've spent many days on the site of a drilling rig, and there's a lot of diesel fumes and there's a lot of noise.
Yeah, it's not pleasant.
Yes, because I had to suffer means everyone else should too.
Yeah, but that wasn't even the question that he asked, though.
I know. She just completely avoided it.
She was talking about your parents. Hogs are stupid, man. They're the dumbest people imaginable.
Is it?
It is what it is.
It is what it is?
Then you get to go home and you get to get away from that noise and those diesel fumes, right?
Not when you're living on site, no.
No shot she said that. No shot. What? No fucking person lives on site.
No one would want to live on a rig.
Well, no one also lives on site either, to be fair.
Exactly.
I want to ask you some questions about the injunction. We, on February 4th to the 5th, you heard about that there was a motion from the residents of Ottawa to get an injunction to stop the horn honking, correct?
Yes.
And we heard from Mr. Wilson a bit about that there was a meeting of the board or the leadership group about what to do, and there was a decision to oppose the injunction, correct?
I've never opposed the injunction.
Well, you swore an affidavit to oppose the injunction, Ms. Leach. Let's be clear on that, right?
Well, once it was imposed, of course, we weren't going to go against the injunction.
Well, no, there was a court hearing on Monday, February the 7th, where Mr. Wilson represented you and Mr. Barber and Mr. Dichter, who were named individuals on it, to oppose the injunction.
Dick.
You weren't aware that that's what the position you were taking?
I don't recall that, but if you say so, then.
And you swore an affidavit in support of that position, which I should say, swore an affidavit that the injunction should not be granted.
If you say so, I've sworn a lot of affidavits, so if you say so.
Is it fair to say there was a lot going on?
There was a lot going on.
It was hard to follow all the different things that were happening.
Yes.
And you may not have known exactly what the team was doing on some of those issues.
I guess that's fair to say.
Okay. Now, Mr. Wilson told us yesterday that on the board there were some who there was a bit of division on the board. Some felt that
All right, right now we are listening to Tamara Leach. She is one of the convoy leaders, one of the main leaders testifying at the Emergencies Act inquiry in Ottawa this hour. We're going to return to the inquiry in just a moment.
Goodness.
Yeah, fucking. Like, if I had, like, a fuck ton of time, I would probably fucking tune into, like, the 2 hour. Fucking 9 hours, bro?
9 hour stream?
Jesus. Like, I probably would do, like, live coverage of that, but, like, it doesn't really matter because all the fucking highlights are posted anyways.
Yep.
Good evening. We begin with new testimony from another key organizer of the Freedom Convoy. Tamara Leach testifying at the inquiry into the federal government's use of the Emergencies Act tonight, describing why she decided to act after vaccine mandates were introduced.
I heard from families that were living in their vehicles because they'd lost their jobs. I heard.
What?
What?
That literally didn't happen. If you were unvaccinated, you were not. Honestly, you were not even fucking that punished that severely.
Nope. You were just kind of given a small smack on the wrist, and then that was it.
Like, come on, bro. Don't.
The families, they were living in their cars.
Yeah, you want to know which fucking families are living in their cars? Fucking millennial families. That's who's living in their fucking cars.
Because people that can't afford the housing because it's so damn expensive.
You know, the fucking, like, I don't know, gay fucking child that, you know, some race or some fucking homophobic boomer had. Like, no, no one was living in their fucking cars for that. Unless you were already living in your fucking cars. and struggling.
Yep.
Like, it's fucking silly. No, if you were, there were very little repercussions for anyone that is anti-vax in this fucking country.
Very little repercussions.
Heard from people that had lost their jobs and lost everything. I have the tears of thousands of Canadians on my shoulder.
Oh yeah? Well, what about the tears of millions of Canadians who lost fucking family members due to the fucking thousands that you know, decided to think that Bill Gates was microchipping them? What about them? So,
He doesn't care. It's not relevant.
Who every day told me that we were bringing them hope.
Leach added that the goal was never to upset Ottawa residents. She is facing criminal charges for her role in the Freedom Convoy. Day 16
Good.
also revealing infighting between convoy members and a new look at the
Wait, there was infighting amongst the convoy members? That's fucking awesome.
It's beautiful.
that came in fast and furious. With more, here's CTV's Natalie Van Roy.
An inquiry into the federal government's use of the Emergencies Act is shedding more light on the darkest moments of the so-called Freedom Convoy. Behind the scenes, infighting between organizers.
She told him to leave.
Convoy member Benjamin Dichter testifying that Tamara Leach asked organizer Pat King to not show up at all.
And he was very upset.
But like, as we already know, fucking Pat King showed up anyways, so it didn't matter.
Like, why wasn't he gonna show up?
Like, it wouldn't make any fucking sense for him to show up.
Exactly.
He said, fine, if I'm not welcome here, I'll go home. And I said, great, nothing personal, but we can't have that sort of rhetoric here. She said to me, he said he was going to leave, and then he showed up at the next trucker stop. I'm like, well, you got to deal with this.
Dichter says he wasn't on the same page as Leach about striking a deal with the city to move vehicles out of residential areas, because he said they were partially coordinated by Ontario Premier Doug Ford's former chief of staff.
Uh-oh.
Despite division between convoy members, the movement gained traction worldwide. A report tracking the money donated revealed nearly $25 million came in last winter. On GoFundMe, 89%.
Yeah, it was, a vast majority of that money came from America.
Yep.
Just remember that. Remember when these fucking idiots say that, you know, there was no fucking, funds, international funds being funneled towards the convoy? Know that they're lying to you.
They never tell you the truth.
Like, it's just more annoying than anything.
Of donors were from Canada. The various Freedom Convoy campaigns on Give, Send, Go raised more than $13 million with the United States or elsewhere. A report by the commission shows $1 million was spent by the convoy's organizers. $18 million was refunded to donors, and
my main question is, where the fuck do all these hogs get all this money from? That's what I want to know.
Stupid people. You need to understand that.
Like, how the fuck do hogs have so much goddamn money? Like, I just don't understand it.
The rest was either confiscated or put into a fund pending civil court cases. Convoy member James Boder taking the stand
like
Thursday afternoon. He prepared
Yeah.
a manifesto to overthrow the government.
We could have facilitated establishing the Canadian citizen.
Yeah, and keep in mind that, you know, in these manifestos, and like whether they were like blogs or like fucking written, you know, you had people literally saying that they wanted to kill the fucking prime minister.
Let me take him down, boys.
Committee, so that we could.
Well, we did, when I did coverage, or the updated coverage on it on Wednesday, we saw that it was like mostly Pat King and shit. So
Then sit down in partnership with the Senate and the Governor General and address the unlawful mandates that are happening across this country and come to some resolution.
That memo is important because it essentially suggests the government of Canada should be replaced with the protesters in control. Boat are testifying that they withdrew the document after being attacked.
Bro, I love hogs when they do this shit though. Because I've even seen like other conservatives make fun of these morons that go out and do this shit for like things like their spelling. Like,
yo, their spelling be so bad.
And that's coming from other fucking hogs. Like, it's the funniest shit.
Attacked and defamed over it. Natalie Van Roy, CTV News.
We've also.
I didn't know that some hogs were grammar police.
Well, the ones that aren't as extreme as those fucking idiots and don't have as much money.
How has the arrest affected your life?
Think carefully. Come on.
Huh?
You can bro,
Windows 95 startup sound.
Bro, I think you can see the smoke coming out of her head. She's thinking way too hard.
I've lost my job. I've lost my freedom of speech.
Contrary to popular belief, in Canada, we don't actually have freedom of speech.
Exactly.
Like, if you look in the Charter and the Bill of Rights, it doesn't actually necessarily say anything about freedom of speech.
Hooray! We can't say whatever we want.
You have limitations on speech, like, you know. And like, what the fuck is she have, or what the fuck of like freedoms of speech is like she touting? Like, I want to say like the N-word at fucking, I don't know, Boston Pizza. Like, what?
I've lost my freedom to communicate with my friends.
Oh no, heaven forbid she's banned off of Facebook now.
Damn.
Oh man, that sucks.
However, will
Which
I
was
commit
quite
such
traumatizing
horrible
because
acts across the internet now?
Yeah. Is it just me, or does or does Leech look like the kind of person that would go up to the fucking the manager in like Walmart?
Yeah, she's definitely a Karen.
100% a Karen.
Where's your
we
manager?
just experienced something huge. And we didn't get any time to even sit down as a group and just talk about it and talk about our experience.
What?
We didn't have that opportunity. That was taken away from me.
But you're literally talking about it now.
Apparently, this will be taken away from her too, somehow.
What the fuck is she talking about?
Whatever drugs she's on, I want some.
Oh, hogs are delightfully stupid.
I have to be very careful about every move that I make.
As you should be. Because, like, even for me, like, you know, when I'm fucking broadcasting live almost daily, it's been a little bit less lately. Like, even I think about, like, what I'm going to be saying first, because I know for a fact, you know, that shit can bite you in the ass when it comes back.
Yeah. I choose my words carefully. All the time.
As you know, I was arrested on an alleged breach charge for attending a dinner in Toronto. I had the police show up at the place that I'm staying last weekend because somebody saw me outside smoking a cigarette.
Oh no.
I have a daughter that I don't want her to be seen with me.
Honestly, Big W for the daughter.
I was gonna say, who does want to be seen with her?
Big W for the daughter. Like let's be real.
The daughter's doing herself a service.
Like
Here, don't be affiliated with your mom.
she's
Straight up.
like her daughter probably is like I would imagine either lib or like or left, one of the two.
Well, whatever she is, she's smart.
I mean, who knows if her dad is also a psychopath too? But we don't know, or I don't know, I should say.
The father's been left a mystery.
Because I'm worried. I'm so sorry.
Take your time.
This is funny.
I have yet to see the particulars of the mischief that I am alleged to have committed.
Dog, what are you talking about? You were involved in the convoy. Of course. Of course that you were fucking up to mischief and shit. The Commons. This brave woman served jail time. I hope to raise my kids to be someone like you. That's fucking awesome.
Oh, she served jail time.
She's so brave, brother.
Gotta respect it, yeah.
I just...
The funny thing is we're just shitting on her because of how idiotic she is.
Well, yeah.
It's definitely affected my life. It's something that I've never been arrested before. The legal process, I find extremely frustrating. My trial's not till next year. I have to live under these conditions for a year.
Oh no, poor you. It's not like, you know, other fucking people have to deal with this.
Or, you know, worse situations and scenarios.
Oh, she got a fucking slap on the wrist.
Yeah, and I got mine crushed by a floor press.
Because I can almost guarantee you, if she was either black or indigenous, automatic jail.
Yep.
100%.
That script would have been flipped so fast.
Like, it's the reality here in Canada, because we just don't give a shit.
We don't.
But I will...
Bro, look at these crocodile tears.
I'll make it work. I'll manage.
So leathery.
And I did everything I felt that I could do in my power through the lives that I was doing. And I believe it worked, as I was advocating again for peaceful protest, respect the police, please respect other people. That was a big part of the reason I...
Bro, the police were on your side. Like, what?
I don't know.
Like, of course you're gonna fucking respect the police. Like, you're a fucking middle-class, white woman. Like, of course you don't fucking fear the police or have, like, any negative connotations with them, comparatively to the indigenous communities.
You know, literally everyone that's not in her archetype.
Well, if she was a man, it would be a little bit less.
Right.
But she does have the aspect of being a woman. But in this instance, I don't really think that matters too much.
That's the biggest joke of all.
I did that live the last night. I saw a lot of those flags, and while I support anyone's freedom of speech, it's not something that resonated with me.
Okay, so are you okay with, you know, people saying that they love God in Arabic then? Or indigenous people, you know, having the right to fucking protest over, you know, fucking toxic pipelines being built through the limited land that the government gave them? Are you in support of that then? No, probably not. Let's not joke. Let's not kid ourselves.
Let's not mince words.
I saw and heard of people that were upset with some mainstream media, and I just wanted to. I did my video because, regardless of how angry we are with the lack or the leadership that we've seen, the divisive rhetoric, the division between the vaccinated and the unvaccinated.
I mean, all that division literally came from fucking conservatives and fascists, though.
Yep.
Like, that's where all that division came from. And, like, yeah, there is things to be mad at the government about. 100%.
There are. Yeah.
Like, even, like, before, like, post-COVID shit, like, the sky-high inflation and shit, like, there was still plenty to be mad at the fucking government for. 100%. But, like, the anti-vax shit, like, that's just a joke.
Vaccinated that I've seen come from elected officials, civil servants, towards their own people.
What?
And I saw those flags one day, and I kept thinking, I got to get to the stage and make a speech. Like I felt that I needed to get there, and I needed to just say, you know, Mr. Trudeau has 3 children, and I have 3 children. And my kids have to wake up and see this stuff on social media too. Actually, when I was arrested, my 19-year-old daughter woke up to read an article that I hung myself in jail.
Wait, really?
What?
That's fucking funny. Like, if that happens, like, automatic, like, suspicion of, like, RCMP involvement.
Yep.
100%. Like, what?
I've been watching you for a few weeks. Nice to meet you.
So just a couple of things. I want to get some things clarified here. You haven't been very clear with dates about when things happen, so I want to get that hammered down. Is that okay?
Sure.
All right. I understand on February 4th, 2022, or maybe it was the 3rd, you were in a car accident out in Kingston. You ended up in a ditch. Is that right?
I ended up in a ditch in a tree on February 3rd, and 45 minutes later, I was in Tim Hortons doing an interview on Steven Crowder.
Okay.
And automatic L. Automatic L. Bro, Steven Coward can't even fucking face Sam Cedar. Like, is that really gonna be your hero?
That little smirk that he gave at the end. Ugh.
My man is more afraid of, like, when I'm referring to Crowder. He's more fucking afraid of Sam Cedar than, I don't know, fucking some like blue-haired liberal on campus. Probably like a fucking. He probably likes fucking the Incel King too.
So you were in Kingston, and then I take it you got in back.
No. Millhouse is not the fucking Incel King. Jordan Peterson is the Incel King.
Kemptville, sorry. In Kemptville, and then you got back to Ottawa the evening of February 4th. Is that fair?
No, February 3rd.
February 3rd.
I was picked up by a friend who came to rescue me after the interview to get back into Ottawa.
Right. And then was it the 3rd or the 4th where you broke your leg?
The 4th.
The 4th. So February 4th. And After you broke your leg, I take it you were in the hospital for a brief period of time, or were you?
I got out of the hospital the next morning at 7 o'clock in the morning. I don't remember much of that day because of Dilaudid and all the medication, but midway through the day, I started at least to become aware and got back to slowly working through media and stuff like that.
Okay, so February 5th, you get out of the hospital.
No. I was out of the hospital on February 5th. Yeah, the morning of February 5th.
So morning February 5th. So
Doesn't
you
even
get out of the
know.
hospital, and your leg's broken. I understand it was a pretty bad break, eh?
Still hurts so much.
Still hurts, right. And so you said just now you were on a bunch of medication. Is that correct?
Yep, for 24 hours.
Yeah, and what was that?
Dilaudid.
Okay. And I take it then after that, you would have still been on some form of pain medication, would you not?
Oh, just Advil.
Okay. And so after that time, so after February 4th, you're pretty restricted mobile-wise. You stayed in essentially in your hotel room for most of the time, right?
Yep.
Okay. So you weren't out on the street talking to anybody or anything like that?
I tried to go out every Sunday, and I did, to when Pastor Hildebrand did his service. There was the Lubavitch Jewish community that wanted to see me for whatever reason. So I would go every Sunday. The pastors would give their service. And started the first weekend, me, Tamara, and Chris were on stage. And my idea was we have to be here every Sunday to thank everybody for coming out and supporting us and all that. So I did that.
But other than that, you were pretty much confined to your room, right?
I was confined to the hotel. I did manage to go to one meeting at the Ark when my leg was broken. That was the meeting with all the road captains. There was like 40 of them in there. One of the people working with me said it would be a good sentiment, even though you can't. So I did, yeah.
Right.
For sure.
And you weren't a road captain, right?
No.
Right. Okay. And so it's fair to say that from February 4th onward, you weren't really on the street talking physically in their presence to any of the truckers, right?
No, but I had the person who was assisting me on messaging. She was going to the Ark Hotel and the Swiss Hotel meetings every morning, keeping me up to date. I was in communication with Tamara and the group over Signal, so there was no lack of communication there. And then I had two friends that had come up, friends. One's a reporter and another friend who came up to Toronto, he came up to Ottawa. We're staying, sleeping over in the adjacent suite. And they were going out to the groups, talking to people, bringing people back to the hotel. That's how I managed.
So this individual you were saying was keeping you up to date other than Tamara. You said you had somebody in communications working with you. Who was that?
His name is Salman Sima. He is an activist from Iran.
Okay, thank you.
Bro, if I have ever heard a fake name, that is like one of the fakest names I've ever heard.
Yeah, it sounds way too similar first and last.
Like I will give him a little bit credit though, because he's a lot better at hiding his fucking lies than like Pat King or Lich or any of the other fucking idiots we had on the stage so far.
True.
Like I will give him that.
And you'd said in your evidence in chief that Miss Litch was constantly coming to your room every day, and that was happening all the time?
There were a few days that she...
So they fucking...
Yep.
Like, no shot that they weren't.
disappeared. I remember one day I couldn't get a hold of her all day, and you had to see the stress that she was under. I really sympathized with her.
Right.
So she went to Quebec, for example, a day, and she got back to me at 6, 7 o'clock. That happened a few times, but whenever she was in the hotel, we would see each other fairly frequently.
And I take it that
I'm convinced now.
Of seeing her, it declined after February 7th. Would you agree?
No, I wouldn't agree.
Okay.
I saw her at my promo video is her giving me a hug the day that she was arrested.
I'm not saying that you didn't see her. I'm saying the frequency that you would see her from February 7th on declined. Would you agree?
The fuck?
I don't remember it that way, but it could be because so much was going on.
Did you know that basically everyone other than yourself and Chris Barber had checked out of the Sheraton on February 7th, 2023, and were staying at the Swiss.
I know there was a lot of jockeying around with hotel rooms because we were getting death threats. We went to the Arc to the Sheraton, and I know she left. Did she leave the Sheraton to Swiss? It might be, but everybody was around. And I know Dagny was there with them every morning and telling me what's going on.
But you can agree then that Miss Litch wasn't staying in the same hotel as you from February 7th onward. Can you agree with that?
That could be. That could be.
All right.
It's also, remember, she had a hotel room. We had so many different hotel rooms. You know, I was in 4 or 5 hotel rooms that were Tamara's. I don't know if everybody knew which hotel room belonged to who. It was just a block of hotel rooms. It didn't really matter, you know, whose room was whose.
Right, but all of these folks, they had to basically come and see you because you were confined to your room.
I would go to the other rooms when they're around. So there was also a boardroom on the 16th floor, if I remember, that I went up to for a couple of meetings. So communication was there. Like, it wasn't, you know.
So I want to take you to February 11th, 2022.
Okay.
You knew about that meeting that was taking place between the members of the board and Dean French and the mayor, or through the mayor.
What's up?
Oh, it was that.
Mayor, you knew about
Something
that on that
up.
day.
I didn't know about that.
I was just checking shit on Twitter.
Ah, I see.
And I guess a video was playing.
Didn't.
No.
You're saying you didn't know about it.
Though I heard Dean French's name in one of there was a news article. I didn't know the capacity at the time. Now I do. I didn't know the details of it. Again, everything was opaque. It was, Keith, we're going to go do a deal with the city.
So there was a board meeting that you couldn't attend.
You were probably doing fucking deals with the fucking police, let's be honest.
Yeah, just paying them off to not do anything.
Oh, the fucking police were, like, they supported the convoy. What the fuck are you talking about?
That's what I was talking about.
That's why when they were sent in, they didn't fucking arrest anyone.
That's what I meant.
Shut up, I'm an idiot, okay?
Of course you're an idiot. You're on Twitch.
It's like one of the requirements, okay?
Attend around that time. You attended by phone conference because you were in your room. Do you remember that?
No, I don't.
You don't. Well, they had a meeting. You were in attendance, according to our records, and this was all discussed.
Was on phone or Zoom or
you
Signal?
called in. Everyone else was there physically. It was at the Swiss.
I don't remember.
And you called in.
I don't remember.
You don't remember?
No.
Okay. Well, that's going to be testified to, so I have to be fair to you.
No, fair enough.
Right. And so all of this was discussed before the deal that was discussed with the mayor. Everybody knew about it, and you're saying you didn't?
No.
All right.
So the deal, as I explained before, when Keith said we're going to reach out to the city, I questioned that strategy, and the board was willing to reach out to the city. I said, I don't agree, and I got no specifics in terms of what they were going to do, because a deal is what? Leaving? How is that a deal?
So
I don't
let
understand.
me
It didn't make
get
any
back to
sense.
this. So the board, the majority of the board didn't agree with you. Fair?
Okay. Yeah.
Right? And you were eventually removed from this board. Is this correct?
He's like, well, not entirely. Like, what?
This was after.
Yes.
Yeah, well after.
Right.
Do you want to know why?
Well, I'm going to get into that. Okay. And some of the animosity that arose was that the board had voted to do all these things, enter into these agreements. Then you broke into or went into Miss Litch's tweet account or whatever they're called.
Broke into?
Well, you
wow.
went into it and pretending to
Bro, this guy is
Tweeter.
Tweet
It sounds like a self-report.
No, he just said tweet account.
Sure.
Come on, bro. That, like, at least know what the fuck you're gonna be talking about.
At least speak correctly.
Boomers, man.
be her
the entire time,
right,
as she asked me to.
But you posted something that you knew was a lie.
No.
You knew that they had done this deal You knew.
There's no deal.
Mr.
No.
Commissioner, I'm going to object. I think the questions are getting a little argumentative and accusing the witness of lying. I don't think that.
But he is, though. There are aspects that he is lying about.
Yeah.
What are they gonna exile him like they did with the fucking NDP MPPs in Ontario when they were accusing Doug Ford of lying about the fucking CUPE shit?
They might.
That's the role.
Yeah, I hear your objection, but I think this is cross-examination, and I'll give some latitude.
So you're saying before you went in to her account, representing to the public at large.
I didn't go into her account. I was using her account from the very beginning, and the account is linked to her cell phone number.
Right.
If they didn't want me to be using it, which was never told to me, guess what? You could just tell me you don't want to use it, which was never communicated.
No one on the board and no one else told you to do that. You did that on your own initiative.
No, Tamara told everybody in the board all comms go through Benjamin.
Yeah, I'm not asking about that. I'm asking about the
No,
tweet.
but this is an important.
I
fact.
understand. I would like you to answer.
She was telling me everything goes through him.
Right. That's nice. And so that gave you the prerogative to go on to her Twitter and make something up and say that
didn't make something up.
I think this is just getting into argument, and I think he's answered the question.
I'll move on. So after this deal goes through and some of the trucks did get moved, you're aware of that?
Then why did Keith tell me the deal's not going well? Sorry.
Right. He asked you about
Okay.
trucks were moved. So let's try and
focus.
You answer the question, and we'll get through this.
And so you did get that email with the comms essentially sheet that was supposed to go out to all the truckers about the deal. You did get that, and we've seen it up there, and you replied, "Looks good."
It's just it's a comms piece, right? It's not a deal. It's communications piece.
Right. So what was your expectation? Did you believe that the city of Ottawa was going to enter into a contract?
Well, when I followed up after that, I was told there's no deal. That was the whole point. I was getting bombarded online. People were getting upset. Truckers were getting upset. I had to communicate something. That's why I reached out to them in those text messages. That's why I asked Keith, is there a deal? No. And he said, specifically in the text message, we haven't drafted anything. And Tamara as well told me, there's nothing yet. I'll let you know if there's something. And there never was.
Okay. And so again, you're communicating, the truckers are reaching out to you. And who were these truckers reaching out to you that were concerned?
No, people online. I've been bombarded with thousands of messages.
But nobody from
thousands.
From the board that you
Hundreds
were on.
of thousands.
Well, the board wasn't getting angry. It's the people on the street.
Bro, he probably only got bombarded with like 30 tops.
I know.
Like no shot. It was it was thousands.
That I didn't want them to get angry, and God forbid get violent. So I needed to communicate at this point. There's no deal. There's nothing.
And so let's talk about this. So you had said in your evidence that after the police started taking enforcement action,
yes,
that a bunch of people came to talk to you because Tamara had been arrested, Chris Barber had been arrested, and they asked, "What should we do?" And you said, "Leave. You need to leave."
No. So what I said specifically and directly, I said, I'll support you whatever you want to do. If you want to ask my opinion, I think maybe it's time to leave. Just to give them a little bit, because I thought they would attack me for it, to be entirely honest. And Bridget was the first one to pipe up and say, yeah, I think we should leave. Joe, I think, was the next one. They all said, yeah, it's getting violent. And I said, okay, if that's what you want to do, I'll do my best to communicate that, call your lead, and we all started working.
And and so the deal that was being negotiated, that I understand you say you didn't know about it, but the deal there was to get the same sort of thing done, but to move the trucks without any violence, right?
No, the deal was to consolidate trucks onto Wellington, is what I've been hearing all this week.
But get them out of the residential areas.
No, we were leaving Ottawa entirely.
Okay.
That's what I communicated.
All right.
Not consolidate them onto Wellington Street to make it easier to kettle the trucks.
So you were not happy with Mr. Wilson and Ms. Chipiuk and the folks doing the negotiation to try and end things peacefully but you're okay with telling everybody to leave once violence has started. That's what you would rather have done.
I mean, he would have been perfectly okay with fucking violence, like, popping off. Like, I don't really think he would have gave a shit.
Violence is profitable.
That's not what I was getting at.
No, I was uncomfortable with Keith Wilson and Eva because that's not the client solicitor relationship, them telling us what to do and going and doing off their own deals and coming and dictating to the truckers what we have to do.
But you're on a board. Do you understand how that works?
Of course, I was one of the few on the board that
right.
that knew that.
I understand that, but
does he though?
Gave him instructions. It's not just what you want.
Because
I honestly don't think this moron knows how a board works.
I barely know how a board works. All I know is that you just move it and you cut it with a saw.
Not that bored.
Well, I'm just as bored watching this.
I will admit
Sorry.
I will admit it. I will admit it is a little bit boring, but it is important for the inquiry.
No, I know. I wasn't trying to make, I was just making jokes using the word bored.
Yeah, it was fucking awful.
What the
Of course
board
they
was
were,
doing
and
to
me.
what the JCCF was doing
Classic
to them
floof.
was scaring them. They offered them free legal advice, and if you don't listen to us, then we're going to pull your free legal advice. Everybody was scared. We had the class action suit. We didn't know what we were going to see potentially, and then we had all of this pressure coming from the JCCF regularly trying to dictate how the messaging should, well, not the messaging, but how the convoy should operate, how the board should work, whatever. Right. It was really difficult. It really caused a lot of problems.
And I also understand, again, that you were making the decisions about what media outlets that you would communicate through. Is that correct?
Which Keith supported. And he mentioned yesterday that, anyways, yeah.
I understand. So, but you specifically mentioned here today, Russian Today.
Yes.
Right. And I understand that my clients had no input into you communicating with Russian Today. You just did that.
Yes, like all the other interviews.
Right. And you're familiar that Russian Today is essentially a Russian propaganda outfit. You're aware of that.
Yeah, they thought it was hysterical as well because the CBC.
So you went to a Russian propaganda outfit in order to portray what you believed was the message that you wanted to portray?
Mr. Commissioner, is he asking the question or answering the question on behalf of the witness?
He's asking the question. The witness will get a chance to answer.
Yeah. Okay. So you went to Russian Today on your own accord, which you know is a Russian propaganda outfit, and thought that that would be a good communication strategy?
It's funny how back then they supported me because there was a reason I did that. The reason I did that is because the CBC started disseminating some more narrative that maybe the convoy is a Russian operation. And
wait, what? I honestly don't remember hearing about this. And like with how much coverage I did with with these clowns already, like I would have heard about that.
That's news to me.
Like, we already know it was like fucking white supremacists and neo-Nazis.
Yep.
And I wanted to bait the CBC into building that narrative. That's how alternative media works. And they didn't take the bait, but it was great.
But you weren't instructed to do that. That was just on your own initiative.
No, I was instructed with my team to do all the communications. That's
Doubtful.
what I was told to do.
But never specifically contacting a Russian propaganda outfit.
That's a wonderful narrative, but they loved it when I did it.
That's very doubtful.
Yep. No, they loved it. Oh,
In
sure,
February,
of course they did.
Tamara Leach was a face of the convoy protests. She says now she was concerned only with ending public health mandates.
Yeah, okay, sure. Sure.
The tears of thousands of Canadians on my shoulder, who every day told me that we were bringing them hope.
But she acknowledged that others involved had varying agendas and felt hounded by some groups who wanted access to millions of dollars in donations.
I felt that some people didn't see me. They just saw $10 million over my head.
Bro, I think she's trying to pretend that she's like fucking John Cena or some shit.
You can't see her.
Where'd she go?
Where is she?
She also says she struggled to control the protest's message and image, confronting fellow organizer Pat King, whose inflammatory rhetoric was already raising concerns.
He said to me, I can't go into Ottawa, I'm getting death threats. And I said, good, Pat, you shouldn't come into Ottawa.
King came to Ottawa anyway. Leach also had little to say about the message of organizer James Botter.
Like, is it just me, or do these fucking morons cry about like death threats more than fucking liberals do?
Yeah, no, they do.
Like liberals are annoying when they do it too, but like at least like their heart's like kind of in the right place. And like, you know, I can be a little bit more sympathetic to them.
Who pushed what he called a memorandum of understanding that recognized the Senate and Governor General as the Canadian government, asking them to force Ottawa, provinces, territories, and cities to stop all unconstitutional human rights, discriminatory, and segregated actions. A message Botter continued to push.
The Senate can enforce the laws.
Okay, thank
when
you.
Our government has chosen to completely.
Yeah, but the thing is that even when like the Senate does fucking enforce the laws and shit, you idiots still cry about it.
Yep.
So I don't know what the fuck you're saying.
Ignore all the moral aspects that come from the laws that so many people represent and defend.
The various agendas.
I mean, the law, like, it can definitely be up to interpretation, but like, the moral aspect of the law, it's like, yeah, there are some moral aspects of it, like, you know, fucking child porn being illegal. That I'm sure everyone agrees that, you know, that's a good thing.
Yes, of course.
And divisions among protesters are likely to come up when Government of Canada lawyers cross-examine Leach. On Friday, we also expect to hear from Jeremy Mackenzie, the leader of the online far-right movement Diagolon, who had supported the convoy and is detained over assault and firearms charges unrelated to the protest. Rafi Bujikanian, CBC News, Ottawa. The hearing into the government's use of the Emergencies Act touched on the earlier protest at an Alberta border crossing, where 13 people were arrested, some facing charges related to weapons and conspiracy to murder RCMP.
Yeah, like how, you know, the fucking psycho in Alberta was threatening to kill RCMP officers. And what the fuck was that town's name again?
I have no idea.
I don't remember off the top of my head.
I don't know Canada.
It was some stupid name. That's all I remember.
The officers. One of the accused was wearing this.
You see.
Okay, yeah. I'm against, you know, fucking the way that we do like fucking justice in this country, but like automatic fucking jail.
Yep.
Like he was clearly there to do violence.
That is a red flag. How do you not look at all the stuff that this one person's been buying and, like, you know, start to think that something's up?
But like there were other people in Ottawa that had this shit as well.
That's crazy.
Okay, for a breakdown of this testimony.
Well, I'm an idiot. Oh.
We're joined by Stephanie.
Well, we already know it's most likely going to happen, though.
She's an associate professor at Carleton University's Norman Paterson School of International Affairs. Professor Carvin specializes in national security issues. Leah West is an assistant professor at the Norman Paterson School of International Affairs, and Professor West specializes in national security.
I'll reopen it.
You see.
Good
Good morning, Momin Qureshi here on the south lawn of Queen's Park, where there was thousands of education
What?
support workers and their support workers.
Oh, there it is. I was kind of confused where that audio was coming from.
Yeah, that was a little confusing.
Patches with the diagonal symbol, correct?
Yes, it does appear that that is the case.
Diagolon, an online far-right movement started by Jeremy Mackenzie, testifying virtually as he is detained over assault and weapons charges unrelated to either convoy protest. He admitted he knows Chris Lysak, the man the Mounties say was arrested wearing the vest, but denied Diagolon is the national security threat both the RCMP and CSIS have warned about.
Much of this this narrative is coming from certain actors and members of the media. The people that I believe are deciding what is and what is not as a hate symbol are incredibly disingenuous and
But like hate symbols, like they're always updated though, so and like we do have a fucking clear law against like hate symbols.
Beware, soon enough the cheeseburger will be a hate symbol.
Mr. Beast Burger.
Gross.
Apparently it's supposed to be pretty good.
Well, I can die happy, man, knowing that I will never try a beast burger.
It would have been kind of a gotcha trophy.
Tamara Leach, an organizer of the Ottawa protest, was back on the stand, defending her version of events as police were set to clear out the convoy.
I'm going to tell you something, and maybe you'll remember this, Ms. Leach.
Yeah, it was really convenient how fucking how Leach, you know, forgot so much shit that she did.
Yeah, convenient.
It's very convenient, right?
Ottawa
Yeah, super
police lawyer
convenient.
trying to jog her memory,
Also, Mr. Beast, if you want to send me a beast burger to prove me wrong, I'm more than happy to accept.
Her and other convoy leaders.
Stop fucking trying to get free food in my broadcast.
I'm not.
Yeah, okay, sure.
Listen, I'm known for being a glutton.
Time to go.
Yeah, me too. What's your point?
To me that you were given the message, right?
I was never told I needed to leave.
So the PLTs, that's fabricated.
Right? I remember when they came in and we had the discussion, and I, as it says, became very upset. I believe I said something to the effect of, "I cannot believe that you're about to do this to your own people."
It seems to me you're
What?
What? Your own people.
Memory is selective. When I take you to something that implicates you.
Rafi, when the hearing resumes next week, they will once again be looking beyond Ottawa, yes?
Erica, the inquiry is set to hear from witnesses involved at convoy protests at that border crossing in Alberta, as well as the one in Windsor, Ontario. And there is a chance we could see Ontario Premier Doug Ford take the stand, along with his former Solicitor General, Sylvia Jones. They've both been arguing that their parliamentary privilege excuses them from testifying. A judge is set to rule on that, possibly as early as Tuesday.
All right, thanks, Rafi. We'll be watching for that. Rafi Bujikanian.
I guess we'll have to wait and see next week what happens with that then.
The suspense is killing me. No, it's not.
Law. So thanks for coming back. It was great to chat with you last week as well. Stephanie Carvana, I want to start with you. We got a pretty clear portrait of infighting and disorganization and a lack of unity inside the convoy. I mean, what's your takeaway from that evidence?
So, there definitely was a lot of infighting. What was interesting, actually, is that...
Bro, it's like they're fucking talking about leftists.
Crazy.
Well, there's so much fucking infighting on the left.
Who would have guessed?
Well, that's why, like, the CIA doesn't have to infiltrate fucking leftist circles, because leftists will fucking oust themselves. We're fucking dumb.
Everybody is stupid. You cannot tell me otherwise.
Bro, at least hogs have, like, better organizational skills. Like, we are so fucking dumb when it comes to, like, organizational skills and, like, infighting and shit.
Damn.
Like, dead serious, like, even like with some of like my fucking Maoist friends or like anarcho-communist friends or fucking anarchist friends, like we still fucking fight about dumb shit all the goddamn time.
Everyone fights about dumb shit.
Given the opportunity to kind of, perhaps separate yourself from some of the comments that Pat King has made, some of the more infamous comments, a lot of the convoy organizers just didn't. Right? They didn't take the opportunity to really distance themselves from, some of the more critical remarks. I mean, Jeremy McKenzie was just testifying this afternoon, but again, he was described as a funny fellow with a comedy podcast. So that was kind of interesting.
Uh-oh. I don't like the sounds of that. Yeah, comedy podcast. He's probably uses the same fucking jokes as they did during like fucking Gamergate.
Gross.
Like
also he's a fellow.
I think it's time to get a new fucking joke. Like once you've been using this same joke for like a decade and a half, I think it's time to get a new joke. Like the attack helicopter stuff is just really fucking boring at this point.
Yeah, we're done with it.
Time to move on.
New.
It's time to move on.
There clearly was that tension, but given the opportunity, they seem to be kind of trying to stand a little bit strong together.
Right. So Leila, Wes, when we look at this, it seems pretty clear from the evidence we've seen from police and from the convoy's own evidence themselves that very little functional control over what was happening on the street. So when you look at that, I mean, how does that factor into Judge Rouleau's thinking as he assesses the whole situation that happened?
Well, I think it was really important from the perspective, and you saw the OPS lawyers and the OPP lawyers and even the government of Canada trying to get at this, was could you be negotiated with? Could we get to a place where we could get everybody at the table and actually have that have an impact on the streets? And I think from what we saw, the answer to that is no.
Well, even if they like tried, we already saw like they did try though.
They did.
And like nothing came of it.
That there wasn't enough sufficient control, there wasn't enough unity of purpose. They weren't an item on a lot of different things. So enforcement was going to be the way by which this ended, not some sort of sit-down kumbaya meeting.
Right. Stephanie Carvin, do you agree with that? There was no way a negotiation was going to get this done because even when they tried to move some trucks around, they were sabotaging each other and taking over their Twitter feeds, and, it was problematic.
Yeah, at best. But I think on top of that, one of the things we really learned this week was just, these guys really were in their own reality bubble. I mean,
have you never met a hog, though? Like, hogs always are in their own fucking bubble.
They're in their bubble so much that you can see it.
Like, they think that the liberals are fucking communist.
Apparently.
Which is like the funniest shit. Yeah, totally.
I'm in my own little bubble as well.
Yeah.
Sadly, you exist within it.
Yeah, that's totally why I fucking vote for the liberals, because communist.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally. I totally vote for the liberals.
When asked multiple times, didn't you see all the police announcements? Didn't you see the posters we put up in the elevators? Didn't you hear that the Ottawa residents were unhappy? They all said no. They said, I saw Woodstock. I saw people who loved us. They had said multiple times that they thought they had the right to be there, whether because of their lawyer's advice or because it was their democratic right. They just didn't see anything wrong with that. And they, I don't know how you...
I mean, I think if your lawyer is giving you that advice, I think it's time to get a new lawyer.
Yep.
Like he knows that for a fact, he can make a fuck ton of money off of these idiots. So he's like, yeah, go stand in the streets. Go stand in the streets and do this stupid shit. Totally won't bite you in the ass.
Burst that bubble.
Or if they saw it, they didn't believe it. They thought it was fake or a trick, right?
Right, exactly. So this is just it. So it's like if they saw it, if it confirmed what they already believed, then they believe it. But if they, if they saw it, they didn't go with what they said, they would think it was fake or ignore it. And
bro, they're literally just doing the Trump rhetoric. That's all that they fucking do.
Yep.
Like, it's like it's like every other fucking conspiracy theory that they have. Except, you know, some conspiracy theories actually let you have a little bit of fun.
A little bit, yeah.
Like, you know, fucking flat Earth, for example. At least, you know, if you get a chance to meet like a fucking like engineer that does like spacecraft and shit, at least you get to have a little bit of fun and like and yell at them, being like, "I know you're lying to me, brother."
The Earth is flat. It's just a disc. See.
I would 100.
I mean, I'm more of a fan of the cat Earth theory.
I mean, if I ever met like some sort of space engineer, I would 100% like go fucking flat earther on them and just scream at them, because I think it'd be really funny.
You would go ballistic.
Like, you can't deny it. That would be really funny.
Yeah, just dicking with them is always a good time.
Yeah, exactly.
And how do you negotiate with that?
Right.
How do you negotiate with someone who just lives in an entirely different reality bubble?
Right, so Leo, as you said, enforcement was the only way to end this, but what we also learned this week is they were being tipped off on enforcement measures, that there was, you know, the Ottawa police, the OPP, whoever, the RCMP, even CSIS, it was suggested by Keith Wilson, was sharing information with the convoy organizers.
Yeah, and we knew about this in February, and the fact that, you know, both the fucking police were lying about it, and the fucking convoy organizers were lying about it, like, isn't that just a little bit sus?
Yep.
Like, if
in fact, I would say it is a little big sus.
Like,
big sus.
Like, if they find that, you know, the whole fucking Emergencies Act stuff wasn't like necessary and shit, and decide to side with these fucking clowns, I'm gonna lose my mind.
It would be
What's so
insane.
significant to that?
Like, it's totally not like, you know, the fucking Trudeau government like tried other shit or anything.
No, it's totally not like they did that, even though they totally did.
That revelation.
I don't think that is overly surprising to anybody who followed it. There was expectations that at least OPS was sharing information. I think we do need to be cautious when we're taking it from the organizers. What do they mean by leak? Like was someone saying, "I heard this," or someone coming to them with information, or was someone giving them a heads up, like, "We're going to come in and enforce today," right? Like, is that's not necessarily a leak. That could be forewarning. So I think we do have to take this idea of leaks with a grain of salt, but I do think that there's definitely enough smoke for there to be fire with respect to leaks from law enforcement.
Well, and Stephanie Carvin, there was the real-time stuff. Jeremy McKenzie, who you referenced, he testified today, the head of Diagolon, as it's called. He was getting screen grabs of internal RCMP text count chains. I don't know if you remember this, talking about what was happening at the Chateau Laurier, where they were staging. But I just wonder, again, because we want to keep this...
Just another fucking reason why we should, like, completely abolish the current system of law enforcement that we have. Like,
because of all that shit.
Well, I mean, on top of like all the other ridiculous shit that they do as well.
Yeah. They're very radical.
No, they're really not. The most radical that they get is like fucking paying attention to someone's skin color so they know who to beat the shit out of.
Yeah. That's sad.
Like the most radical thing that they do. And like, it's not like it fucking matters if, you know, there are good cops or anything, because either the good cops either get fucking killed or they get fired.
Focus on what Judge
If they're
Rouleau
good,
has to
they're
look
not
at and
good for
consider.
very long.
Yeah, because they either get killed or fired. Like, I do think that, you know, when it does come down to, like, people, you know, joining the force and everything, I think that they tend to think that they're going to be doing, like, a good thing and, like, everything like that. But, you know, just with how fucking white supremacist our police force, or police force is, it radicalizes them, and, you know, they turn into, like, fucking dumb Thumbelinas and fucking get divorced by their wife, become divorced dads.
Hooray! Thumbs.
When you've got this lack of control and then this leaking like a straw diaper going on from the police forces,
What?
How does a judge assess that dynamic?
That's going to be a really interesting picture, and I think it's going to speak to, was the police capable of actually achieving the goal without, more powers or things like this? I think that's going to be ultimately how.
I mean, even if they had more powers, it wouldn't have mattered. Like, the fucking police were on their fucking side.
Yep.
Because
that were supposed to be doing something against it, were doing something for it.
Because, like, we see what the fucking police force already does to indigenous people in this country when they're fucking protesting the fucking pipeline that's killing them through toxins in their water supply.
Yep.
It's not that the police don't have enough fucking resources. They 100% have enough resources. Granted, not like fucking America level, but still a moderately
hefty amount, yeah.
But like, it doesn't fucking matter if they had more or not. If anything, I think things could have got even more violent than you know
already happened.
What we had. Like, I mean, yeah, sure, you had the fucking clowns that were, jumping on fucking inflatable bouncy castles and shit, but like, who gives a shit about that?
In that equation. But I mean, beyond that, I think that it also just, plays into, if this week's narrative was about kind of disorganization among the convoy organizers, last week was disorganization among the police.
Yes, two disorganized organizations banging into each other.
And it turns out great. No, it really doesn't. So I think that that's going to be a part almost of last week's narrative.
Right. So I want to touch on the money, because we got a decent explanation of some of the financing and the fundraising. It was crypto, cash, crowdfunding. GoFundMe had about 14,000 donors from the United States. But then when it switched to Give, Send, Go, basically it was 50-50, U.S. American donors. We heard the government talk a lot, Leah West, about foreign interference. Does this rise to the level of foreign influence and foreign interference in something like this? I know it's not a state actor, but there were a lot of Americans invested in this.
Well, wasn't like the main fucking person like in charge, like the figurehead of the fucking convoy, weren't they American? I thought they were.
I don't know.
But there was also like a fuck ton of support, like American support for it. Like they even tried to have their own little fucking pansy version of theirs in America.
They did. Why would America want to do that? I mean, they're stupid, so, I mean, I guess I'm answering my own question with that, so.
Well, bro,
never mind.
You can get like 30% of Americans to like believe or do like anything.
That's a concerning amount of people. I should not have that power.
There was a lot of Americans, and there was obviously American media and American politicians who were interested in advancing the narrative of the convoy.
Yeah, like Cucker, for example. He famously had on, I think it was Pat King on his broadcast.
Ah. Beautiful.
And like politicians, I don't really fucking know, because I don't really give a shit too much about like like non-mainstream American politics.
Minor shit.
But like it doesn't matter really. Like, yeah, of course, like the fucking hogs in America would be supporting Convoy, because hogs always support hogs.
Because it served their interests.
That's just hog nature.
We typically don't think of foreign interference, especially when we're talking about that threats to the security of Canada definition that would give rise to a public order emergency. Individual actors donating to a cause in a country that you agree with is not typically considered foreign interference. We have lots of Canadians who donate to democratic causes in other countries where their governments wouldn't necessarily be in favor of that. That doesn't necessarily give rise to what we would consider a national security threat.
Does that dynamic, Stephanie Carvin?
Unless they're leftist.
Exactly.
If they're leftist, then it's an automatic fucking national security threat.
Change at all when it is an illegal occupation, as the police and the courts are determining, of a nation's capital? Because that's not just a pro-democracy protest. They were locking down the Capitol.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say. I mean, I have to agree with Leah. I mean, part of the definition of foreign interference, it has to be clandestine in nature, and these kinds of things. And so, I mean, they're pretty openly supporting this. This wasn't a clandestine thing. I think to a certain extent, the bigger questions I have that I don't know if we'll ever get answers to was not so much the fundraisers as the email donations, the cash donations. Those we don't have as much eyesight on. And this is something a good friend of ours, Jess Davis, who works on threat financing, has pointed out numerous times, that this is actually where we don't have good oversight and where there may have been more of a problem, but I don't think we know. And it seems hard to believe that it was, as Leah says, it's foreign, but doesn't necessarily mean it's the national security threat, foreign interference. Right.
So we've got about a minute left. So Professor West, we'll keep doing sort of a running jury assessment of this. I mean, based on what we've learned this week, stacked on top of what we learned last week, where are we on whether the Emergencies Act was appropriate? Has the case been made yet with the evidence, or is there still a lot more to be done?
I still think we need to hear the intelligence that speaks to the national security threat.
Right.
And we haven't heard that. What we did hear a lot about today, or over the course of the week, was I think that it would be arguable to suggest that the movement to overthrow the government was a violent, organized movement, as we heard some talk when the Emergency Act was invoked. That kind of sentiment was being led by some of the supporters of the Emergency Act. I don't think that we could say that, but in terms of...
But there were literally fucking, like, people who were planning to do violence within the fucking convoy.
Yep.
As well as making fucking threats, being like, I'm gonna fucking kill Justin Trudeau.
I wonder where that woman's been. Like, where has she been?
Like,
has she even heard the news?
We've had knowledge about, there being potential violence even before the fucking inquiry.
And that was not even a surprise either.
Like
the moment that started, you knew that violence was bound to happen.
And, like, the funny thing is that, like, if it was, like, one instance of fucking violence from, like, I don't know, a fucking anarchist, like, they would be all over that and being like, no, the fucking thing was justified.
Yep.
Or, like, even like, making the fucking threats.
Yeah, they'll be like, oh no, it's totally justified because Herberter.
Like, it's so fucking stupid. Fucking hate how we're going down I hate how we're becoming a fucking fascist shithole.
Of the violence, we learned that the convoy organizers didn't have control over the violence, and we knew from the very beginning, from the ITAC threat assessment, that people trying to co-opt the movement and could potentially act in a violent manner was a threat, and I'd like to see the intelligence on that moving forward before I can make a decision.
Okay, Stephanie Carvin, your quick take on where we are.
Yeah, I mean, I generally support that. I think we still, it's never good to come on TV and be like, but I mean, the fact is there's
I do it all the time.
There's still a lot that we're going to learn, I think. I mean, we're only in like week 2 or 3, so I mean, the roller coaster is not even over, so we'll find out.
Yeah, and this week
we still have to hear from Doug Ford. We still have to hear from Justin Trudeau. We have to hear from other facets of the use of the Emergencies Act, as well as I think we have a couple more hogs to get through as well, so...
Yay!
So I guess we'll have to wait and see what happens with that.
Was a bit of a roller coaster. Professor Leah West, Professor Stephanie Carvin, thank you so much for coming in. We always appreciate the insight.
All right. Emergencies Act inquiry. Leader of extremist group Dialong. Agalon. Bro, like I said, English is not my fucking strong suit. Testifies Wait, what? I thought this. Shit. Oh, here it is. Diagolon founder Jeremy McKenzie is testifying in a public inquiry into the federal government's use of the Emergencies Act today after petitioning the commission to share his testimony privately. McKenzie, who is speaking from a correctional facility in Saskatchewan, where he is being held on unrelated charges, is testifying about his role in the Freedom Convoy protests last winter. The inquiry has been tasked with investigating the events that led to the federal government's invocation of the Emergencies Act in February as protesters blockaded downtown Ottawa and several Canadian border crossings. Diagolon is a controversial online community that the Canadian Anti-Hate Network describes as far-right supremacist as a far-right supremacist movement and anti-government movement. No surprise there, honestly. McKenzie's lawyer asked the commission to allow him to testify in private or under a publication ban. That application was defeated after it was contested by a consortium of media outlets, including the Canada Press. Oh, that's right.
Mackenzie was charged with assault, pointing a firearm, mischief, and using a restricted weapon in a careless manner after police received a report about an alleged assault near Viscount, Saskatchewan in November 2021. He was also charged in Nova Scotia with 13 firearms offenses in January and with harassment and intimidation in March of an anti-mask protest outside the home of Nova Scotia's Chief Medical Officer of Health. Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre has also asked the RCMP to investigate McKenzie after he talked about sexually assaulting Poilievre's wife, Anita, during a live stream in September.
Yeah, just keep...
Nadia, however you pronounce her name.
Anita.
Okay.
Just keep in mind that Poilievre was completely in support of McKenzie before the fucking threats to his wife. But what else can you expect?
Not much. Especially from Millhouse.
So yeah. I'll have to wait for that to come out. Ontario is now passing a bill imposing the contract on education workers that would make striking be illegal, which is against the charter.
Yes.
All along, we made a promise to do whatever it takes to keep kids in class, and we will keep that promise. Let's remember why we are here. After demanding a nearly 50% increase in compensation, CUPE threatened to strike. Since then, we've been at the table, literally right up to the last minute today. We've made good faith efforts to reach a fair deal. But all along...
No, you didn't. No, you didn't, you piece of shit liar. That's the whole reason on why they fucking striked on Friday.
They did not come to an agreement or fair.
CUPE refused to take strikes and disruption off the table. For the sake of Ontario's 2 million students, to keep classrooms open, CUPE has left us with no choice.
Oh yeah, did you watch my prior coverage to this?
No, I didn't.
Oh.
I know I said I was going to, but something come up earlier.
Should I just give you the quick rundown to catch you up to speed? So, this piece of shit and Doug Ford were planning on using the notwithstanding clause so that, you know, they couldn't fucking go on strike and shit. And that didn't really make too many fucking, that didn't make CUPE too happy, as well as, like, other forms of government and opposition as well. Well, I mean, they kicked, like, when they were fucking talking in the legislature, I think it was either 12 or 14 NDP MPPs were kicked out of the Ontario legislature because they were fucking calling Doug Ford out on his bullshit.
Great.
And the reason why CUPE went on strike was because their employees were making $39,000 max.
What?
Yeah, which is like nothing. And CUPE had wanted to give all those people who were making that amount of money to bring them up by, I think it was 11.5%.
Right.
And this fucking clown was, you know, oh, we need to fucking keep the children in school and blah blah blah, essentially using the fucking children as like a political tool. And he wanted to, he fucking proposed like at most like 2.5% increase.
Yeah, no, they're gonna need a whole lot more if they want to come to any reasonable compromise.
Yeah, when you get a chance, I highly recommend you watch my prior coverage to it, or of it. So I got really fucking mad.
Choice but to pass the Keeping Kids in Class Act. It's disappointing that we have to get here. All along, we have hoped to reach an agreement that's right for students, that's right for parents, right for workers, and for taxpayers in this province. But CUPE wouldn't budge.
Yeah, I wonder why they wouldn't fucking budge, you moron.
It's not like you were stealing their ability to live.
It's totally not like, you know, inflation has gone up, and, you know, understandably, the fucking teachers, EAs, janitors, fucking secretaries, you know, they have families too, and it's totally not like, you know, they want to fucking keep living in poverty. And
it's like, hey, these people who aren't homeless because they're working hard, they're soon going to become homeless because they're not getting paid enough.
Well, teachers, literally anyone who has to work in the fucking education sector has to pick up 2 jobs in order to fucking stay afloat and like feed their kids, which is pathetic. Which is why I was getting really, really mad about this. Trying to think if there was anything else of importance that's relevant. I think that's it. But we'll go on. Well, I'll let this play, and then while I go pee.
Refused to take a strike off the table. And I just want to take a moment to speak directly to students and parents in this province. You've heard it directly from union leaders that CUPE will strike tomorrow.
Nice.
If they do so, once this legislation is passed, this strike will be illegal. And we will use every tool we have to end their disruption. I know CUPE's strike action will be hard on you, and I'm sorry CUPE is causing you with this anxiety. We believe you deserve better, and our government is doing everything humanly possible to reduce disruption. To start, I've directed school boards to do everything possible to keep as many schools open for as many students as possible. I've also directed the teachers and staff need to be at work tomorrow, providing live learning. As noted, if CUPE moves forward with their strike,
if they're going
we
on
will
strike,
do
they're not going to
everything we
teach.
can to reduce this unacceptable disruption on children. Children who have been through so much over the past few years. I didn't want to be here. No one wants to be here. But we will never waver from our promise to do whatever it takes to keep kids in class. With that, I'll take your questions.
Have you underplayed your hand? I mean, really, you say you're going to keep kids in class, but many schools will be closed tomorrow. So you're not being effective. Have you miscalculated with this union?
CUPE has decided to proceed in the strike since Sunday. We brought forth legislation on Monday on the basis that we have to avert a strike.
But if not working, Minister, there's going to be a strike tomorrow.
There's going to be an illegal strike tomorrow if they proceed.
Oh, what a fucking liar, dude.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah. He's trying to avoid the question.
The only reason why they're going on strike, or they went on strike, was because, you know, you weren't fucking going to the negotiating table with them.
Exactly.
Like, piss off. Like, and like, how the fuck are, you know, you're supposed to do online classes when the teachers are on strike? Like, there were, like, 55,000 members that went on strike. Like,
that's a lot of people.
I fucking hate this guy.
If they proceed with it, it will be illegal. And as I made clear, we will use every tool at our disposal to ensure there is not disruptions on children.
Yeah, except the funny thing is that a vast majority of the parents actually sided with the teachers on this, and not your fucking dumbass.
Well, yeah, it's because the parents know that the teachers just are people, and they want to get paid enough to live, so that they don't have to pick up 3 jobs, overwork themselves, and die of stress.
Well, the thing is, on top of that, is like, teachers in just like all across the fucking country have been are being overworked. And the thing is that oftentimes, like, the minimum class size that they have will be like 30 to 32.
Yep.
There are fucking reports of teachers having to teach classes with 40 plus students, which is ridiculous.
That is a lot.
Like, when I was going to school, I thought that, you know, the fucking 30 students in a class already was, like, more than enough.
I had a classroom with 23 students, and I was like, this is way too many kids.
Like I said before, I think at most it should be like 15. And, like, that's not even taking into account, like, the whole people with, like, learning disabilities on top of that.
Exactly. Kids need specialized learning. Not like nobody learns the same.
I was actually, you want to know something funny? I was actually put in specialized learning in grade 8.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Because
interesting.
Because I find English to be, like, a really fucking stupid and hard language. I was put into it because, like, I was fucking a lower reading level than, like, the rest of the class. I'm like, who fucking cares?
It's like, oh, I can't read on the same level. Really? You're gonna think of me as lesser because of it?
They thought I had, like, some form of fucking disability or some shit, despite the fact that, like, English was the only class that I actually struggled with. Every other class in that grade, or when I was in that grade, was at least 90s.
Right.
Like,
he's cranking 90s.
No, like, I'm dead serious.
I know.
And the funny thing is that my English mark wasn't even too low. It was like 70s or something like that. So, like, on average, my marks were actually fairly good.
Nice.
But I mean, you can clearly tell that I still have problems with fucking words and shit.
Well, yeah. Like, your problems don't just go away overnight. They're there for life.
Well, I'm not ashamed of my fucking problems that I have either.
Well, yeah, like, I will tell everyone openly that I'm a slow learner.
English
Nothing against slow learners. Like, I'm one.
English is a very fucking hard and dumb language, though.
It is.
So, but yeah, no, I just find that kind of funny. I'm like, why the fuck am I put in here?
Yeah, it's like, what, you think I'm an idiot?
I
I learn dumb.
I don't need to use fucking fancy words in order to convey my point, do I?
Nope.
No.
You don't need to use the word coagulate for anything. Not in your average everyday conversation.
Coagulate these nuts. Got him.
Damn, he used you so low.
But like, yeah, because like the funny thing is that like I took French, right?
Yes.
And my French mark was like really fucking good. It was,
Your French was higher than your English.
yeah, it's unironically because French makes a lot more sense to me.
I have no idea how French works.
I mean,
I might learn French.
you have your prefixes, right? Like, je, and le, and la, stuff like that, right?
Right.
It, and then there's like the masculine and feminine pronouns and masculine and feminine prefixes and shit. Like,
And that's where you lose me.
it's, bro, you've been learning Japanese. How is French harder than Japanese?
Don't question me. I am the floof and I'm a very weird individual.
Can I have you took Spanish by chance?
No, the only Spanish I know is from close family.
Oh, okay, because I was gonna say if you speak Spanish or know like a little bit of Spanish, French and Spanish are fairly similar.
That's what I keep hearing, but no one ever tells me the differences.
Except that,
Or how they're similar.
well, they have masculine, feminine words and prefixes and shit, as well as like the only thing I can think of that you don't necessarily do in French, in compared to Spanish, is roll your R's. But they're fairly similar, all things considered. Yeah, just a interesting little thing about me is that my English, or they put me in a fucking
Special education
they
class
put,
because you couldn't learn English gooder.
despite the fact that like my French mark was like one of the highest highest fucking marks in that class.
It's not the linguistical skills of learning, it's the whole language itself.
Well, I'm sorry if
You ever think that's the problem?
well, yeah, exactly. Like,
It's like it's not the person, it's the language. Fix your
literally
shit, English.
literally everyone that I've talked to and like had to talk to about language, they agree that English is one of the stupidest language out there.
Stupidest this is. Yeah, no, English sucks.
Like,
I'm gonna go speak a different language.
it was like, bro, like fucking when I was learning Japanese, that shit made more sense than English did, because Japanese, unlike English, actually sets up fucking like it has rules and it doesn't fucking break those rules.
Exactly.
Change the Y to an I, except for these fucking shit.
Except for like these three instances. I before E except after C. Except when it's not.
Yeah, that's another good one, which is so fucking stupid.
It's like, oh, okay, so it breaks its own rules.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, ugh.
It's
English sucks.
But yeah, now you know something interesting about me. How my
How you were mistreated in school. Justice for NERP.
well, it's because I fucking struggle with English, and I don't struggle with any other language because they actually make sense.
I mean, I'm not struggling too bad with Japanese. In fact, I think I'm getting through it fairly smoothly. Like, it's easy. Does it take a long time? Yeah. Do I have mistakes? Like, do I make mistakes and slip up? Of course.
Just wait till you get to kanji.
Yeah, you told me that the other day.
Yeah, fucking hate kanji.
Yeah, but
Anyways.
he's my favorite Persona 4 character.
Anyways.
Used every tool. I mean, you've used the notwithstanding
voiced by
clause.
Troy
You've
Baker.
backed them into a corner. They're still defying
Yeah.
you.
If
What are you gonna do now?
we've been very clear on our expectations.
What he's gonna do now is, I don't know, he'll fucking I don't know, send the fucking police to beat the shit out of him.
I'm gonna summon the power of Ra, the sun god, to smite them down.
Kids should have been in the classroom tomorrow. They should be in class tomorrow. And we've now passed a law that sets out a requirement that these workers have to get back to work. And it is my hope.
Yeah, that's very fucking unconstitutional, though.
Yep, forcing the workers to work.
Well,
you cannot force anyone to do anything.
Here, let's just pull it up real quick. Bill of Rights Canada. Just gonna make this here. It is hereby recognized and declared that in Canada there have existed and shall continue to exist without discrimination by reason of race, national origin, color, religion, or sex the following human rights and fundamental freedoms, namely a the right to individuals' life, liberty, security of a person, and enjoyment of property, and the right not to be deprived, therefore, except by due process of law. The right of the individual to equally before the law and due process of the law, freedom of religion, freedom of speech, freedom of assembly and association, and freedom of the press. What's this one here? What is this one here? I wonder what this one is.
You're not actually on that. Like, it's not on the top. We can't actually see anything. It's still just the,
This one. What does this say?
We can't see.
Oh.
Oh, sorry, brain dumb. Hold on. Wait a minute.
This one.
Freedom of assembly and association.
I wonder what that means. Totally not. Like, we have the right to the freedom of assembly. And the funny thing is that they actually clarified it as well. Let me see if I can find it. Because they did clarify it. I'm trying to remember what the fucking site was.
The clarifications of life. When do exist.
Yeah, I could probably just do it this way. What?
No, I'm just very excited, very happy.
Yeah,
Life
here,
for
here.
me as of right now is good.
This is the one. Section 2D, freedom of association. Provision
Yay.
2. Everyone has the following fundamental freedoms. Freedom of association. Similar provisions. Right?
Right.
Where is it? The one. It's a little bit more down. 2. Here it is. Trade unions. Protection for trade union activists, including collective bargaining and striking.
Yay, striking!
Hmm.
The freedom to organize an employee association lies at the heart of the protection of freedom of association.
Freedom of association guarantees the rights of employees to meaningfully associate in the pursuit of collective workplace goals, which includes a right to collective bargaining. To collective bargaining, the right is one that guarantees the process, but does not guarantee an outcome or access of a particular model of labor relations. The right to a process of collective bargaining means that employees have the right to unite to present demands to the employer collectively and to engage in the discussion in an attempt to achieve workplace-related goals. Imposes duties on government employees and perhaps on the state with respect to the employers generally. The discussion positive obligations at Fraser above to agree and meet to meet and discuss the employees who have presented demands collectively to the employer. It also places constraints on the exclusive legislative powers in respect to the rights to collectively bargaining.
And like it's protected there, you know?
Yeah, and the fact that, you know, these fucking clowns are completely going against, you know, the Bill of Rights, the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, it should be infuriating. But you have the fucking hogs who cry about, like, fucking freedoms all the goddamn time supporting this shit.
Bro, my freedoms.
Like, no. They 100% have the fucking right, as was just shown, to fucking collectively bargain and strike.
Yep.
It is protected.
An expectation they will show up tomorrow for our kids. And as I noted, and I was clear, we will use every tool available in the legislation to ensure kids are in school and disruption is mitigated for millions of children in Ontario.
What happened at the table?
Yeah, how'd that work for you, my guy? Probably not very well.
Today, and what were your good faith efforts?
The mediator decided to call off the discussions just in the last...
They did not. That is a lie.
A few minutes on the basis that we remained far apart. He's asked for confidence of that table. What I can tell you, though, is what the union did not take off the table for discussions was the...
Yeah, because he decided not to go to the fucking table with them. That's why they striked.
Yep.
The fact that they intended to strike tomorrow, in fact, potentially strike beyond that. So
is that what you're saying?
No, the mediators called them off, and the government is intent to move forward with the bill because there's no other alternatives. The mediator has suggested that we remain too far apart. The government has been clear we're prepared to negotiate right up to the last minute to avert legislation.
Lie.
But unfortunately, they are not taking strikes off the table. They literally will not commit to removing the threat of a strike. And that is really unfair to so many children.
Yeah, except that CUPE literally said that, you know, if you come to the table with us and fucking negotiate, we would call off the strike. But you guys didn't fucking do that.
Hey, yo, if you want to, let's have a conversation. Talk it out. Shit'll be good.
Yeah.
No? Okay, strike time.
I fucking hate the mouth-breathing hogs that, you know,
Damned mouth breathers.
go on about, you know, fucking rights and freedoms when fucking rights and freedoms are actually being fucking, like, threatened and being like, nah, that's okay.
No, it's okay. You can go ahead and just steal my rights. Please do. That's
I find it
number one
unacceptable
on my Bill of Rights
that millions
to be
of
stolen.
people and their parents have to be home, that they're scrambling for childcare because of a difference on fundamentally on higher pay. And I think that's unfair for our kids. And
Yeah, dog, when you're making $39,000 max a year, like, of course anyone would want to get paid more than that, you fucking clown.
They need to live, you know, for more than 3 days.
That's why we are made clear on Monday why we're here. Because if we didn't get a deal today, we wouldn't have had legislation that has force with it and powers that try to get the schools back open for the kids we represent.
Minister, are you sure that the federal government won't reserve or disallow Bill 28?
Look, we've been very clear in our intention, using it in a very
Yeah, except the thing is, or the sad thing is that it fucking passed.
Yep.
But, you know, I fully support the fucking CUPE workers.
Yeah.
Like,
They deserve to be paid.
They deserve better than this.
They do.
Granular surgical approach with CUPE specifically on the basis that they have committed to a strike. On Sunday, they committed to a strike before there was any use of legislation or inclusion of that provision. They intended to do this 17 days ago when they put themselves on a footing required for...
Okay, so then what was the fucking holdup to, you know, going to the negotiating table then? If you knew
There was one.
if you knew 17 days in advance, then why the fuck didn't you do it?
Because they didn't want to. They figured to screw those guys.
Sleazebag.
Board. They announced in the summer, before the government even brought forth our first proposal, that they were going to strike. They sought a strike mandate in August.
The federal government, the Prime Minister last night talked to the Premier. He does not like what your government is doing. They have mechanisms that they could use to stop this. Are you sure they are not going to do that?
The Premier made clear to the Prime Minister that we will do what is necessary to ensure kids are in school, that they've been through so much.
Yeah, using the notwithstanding clause, but that didn't really fucking work now, did it?
Nope.
Your fucking threats are meaningless. Doesn't matter.
They hold no water.
And the Premier
Even my
believes
broken hand
that
could
our publicly
squeeze you
funded
like
schools should be open for children. They should not be disrupted
nutcracker.
because of a needless, unacceptable strike.
The mechanics of that, is that actually possible? Is that feasible?
It's not unnecessary. It was 100% necessary because their fucking rights are being threatened. As well as, you know, fucking clowns are just crying about it. Because heaven forbid that you actually, you know, negotiate the fucking price that they were offering down.
Oh my goodness, you have to talk to them? No, I can't do that.
Yeah, workers are notoriously scary. They're very fucking scary, oh no.
I mean, just look at me. Grr. See? Scary.
And fine them $4,000? I mean, is that actually feasible on behalf of the government?
We are going to use every tool available to keep our schools open. Yes, and that is the position of the government. We're going to use every tool in the legislation to keep schools open and to get staff to show up to help our kids.
Didn't
They
really
need to
work,
be in
though.
school, and we will use every tool available to send a clear, unambiguous message. Schools should be open, and there's accountability for breaking the law.
If you take a step back, have you taken stock of the magnitude of what you're...
No, because he's a fucking moron. That's why.
Have you taken a look at the bigger picture here, dumbass? No? Well, here's why you should.
We're about to do here, to use the notwithstanding clause to end an impending school strike or to impose a contract. I mean, this is going to have ramifications for years down the road, and you're essentially signaling to all of us, to all the people watching, that you don't care about Canadians' rights as they are guaranteed in the Canadian Charter of Rights and
It's because he doesn't. He literally doesn't. And like,
He literally doesn't.
And for that fact, neither does like any fucking other hog.
Of course I don't.
Like, if the hogs actually gave a shit about, you know, the Charter of Rights and Freedoms and the Bill of Rights, they should be flipping their shit about this.
They would be livid.
But they don't. Because
And they're not.
Because all that it is hogs are just fucking larpers for freedom. That's all it is.
freedoms, which sets us apart from, I don't know, any other country. So have you taken stock of the magnitude of what you're doing here?
I think,
nope.
You know, I'm very cognizant of the extra.
So yeah, you can see why I got fucking mad at this guy.
Yes.
Because he keeps playing the same fucking note. He doesn't fucking care. Or like the party that claims to care about, you know, fucking rights and freedoms doesn't fucking care about rights and freedoms and shits all over it.
Yep.
So yeah, as you can tell, I got a little bit fucking heated.
Yeah, you got riled.
Extraordinary difficulty the strikes and the pandemics of the past 3 years have had on children in Ontario. This is not a normal time in society.
No one's denying that the fucking pandemic was hard for kids. Of course it was. Like, yeah, there was an increase in fucking depression because kids couldn't go and fucking hang out with their friends and go and play.
Yo, do you know how great it is just to ride the bikes around the town with the homies? Shit's great, but no, kids couldn't do that. Like, it affected everyone, not just kids, but like, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, of course, you know, kids were fucking suffering for the pandemic, but still, like, this is no way to be treating the fucking education workers.
Don't treat the workers that are just trying to educate the children like shit. They need to be paid. It's like, hey, they're educating your kids. They should be paid a living wage.
They're indoctrinating our children, brother. They're teaching our kids CRT.
Cathode ray tubes?
No. CRT is it's like, you know, teaching kids about like fucking how, like, you know, America was like essentially a slave state when it came to be, and you know how North America did like genocide against fucking indigenous peoples and put like the remainder of the indigenous people into fucking schools to strip them of their fucking heritage. CRT is like apparently that, because learning that and having hard conversations with kids allegedly is hard, which is not. Because if you really want to have a fucking conversation about like how fucking you know, having those hard conversations with children, literally look at like a fucking black kid in America or an indigenous kid here.
Yep.
Like, they recognize from like day one that, you know, things are going to be incredibly difficult for them.
Kids are in a different place. This is not the 90s under the Ray government when there were local strikes.
Yeah, they're too soft. Kids are too soft nowadays. Back when I was 7, I went in the machine and I worked for a living. I was driving to school too.
Or the Harris government or the McGuinty government where there were strikes there too. This is a different time.
Yeah, I wonder why there were strikes. Maybe because it was the exact same shit.
It's just different, you know, person in charge.
It was just a different time.
Yep.
And I would argue most parents would accept the premise. This is an unprecedented challenge on children. And
Suck
they're
my dick.
seeing the regression in their children's social, emotional, physical, and mental health. And on that,
Bro, you don't give a shit about fucking kids. If you actually gave a shit about fucking children being in school, you would have went to the fucking negotiation table. But you did not. Suck my dick.
that basis, we feel strongly that we must do everything available to government to give a voice to children. You speak about those rights. I speak about the right of a child.
Yeah, except, you know, when children are a lot more empathetic than you initially thought and not giant pieces of shit racists, you know, you tend to take those fucking voices away from them.
Yep.
Suck my dick.
People
to
suck.
have an ability to have an education, to be supported. I think about the rights of a child when it comes to access to breakfast programs. There are kids.
No, you don't. You unironically do not. Because if you actually gave a shit about, like, you know, children having food to eat, then why the fuck are you forcing, why the fuck did you want to try and force 55,000 families into fucking poverty then? Explain that one to me. Idiot.
Kids that are not going to eat part of our nutrition programs because they rely on schools as a safe.
What?
I just don't understand people like that.
I'm starting to get heated from this now.
Yeah, rightfully so.
Yeah, I might have a gamer moment.
Oh man, calm down.
Well, when you have fucking morons like this in positions of power and, like, literally stripping away rights from people, it's kind of hard for me not to have a heated gamer moment. Just saying.
Yeah.
Place. The most vulnerable kids among us in all of our communities are the ones who will pay the price most disproportionately, and it is for them that the government is acting.
Are you going to use the notwithstanding clause again in the negotiations that you have ongoing with ETFO, OSSTF?
100%, because he recognizes that since he's able to get away with it here, he's going to be doing it to those as well.
Yep.
And guess what? Since the fucking what was it, Bill 29 passed?
Yep.
Since that fucking passed, oh, it's gonna be illegal for them to go on strike now.
Even though it's against the Charter of Rights.
Suck my dick. Fucking piece of shit.
And the other education unions.
We've been very clear. Our preference is to get a voluntary deal, and we're going to continue to work in good faith with our education.
No, you're not.
As I did 3 years ago when we got a deal with every single teacher union in the province.
Yeah, except you tried to pull the exact same shit then.
Yep.
Of Ontario. I seek to do that again. A deal that is good for workers, but a deal that keeps kids in the classroom.
This really pisses me off.
He doesn't want to make a deal that's good for the workers at all.
Well, no, it's because the fucking... It's because the conservative government, regardless of where you go and what level of government you're talking about, they don't give a shit about the actual fucking... They don't actually give a shit about fucking workers. They just pay lip service to it because they know that they can get a bunch of dumbass idiots to vote for them. And when it actually comes to, like, improving on fucking workers' rights, you know, or parties that actually want to improve on workers' rights, those same fucking idiots be like, oh, you're a communist. Piss off.
Talks have now broken down between the Ontario government and the union representing the province's education workers. The education minister says his government is going ahead with legislation to impose a contract and ban a strike. The union says its members intend to walk off the job tomorrow. Colin DeMello joins me from Queen's Park.
Like, I would actually be very surprised if they actually had enough staff to run the fucking schools.
Yeah, that would be a surprise.
Is there any room?
Because, like, understandably, a lot of CUPE workers are not too happy about that.
Well, yeah.
As well as CUPE itself not being too impressed by that either.
I mean, would you be impressed by it?
No. Like I would, if the same shit happened here, I would lose my fucking mind.
You're already losing your mind.
Like even more than I already am. Because like the thing is I don't have family in Ontario.
Right.
But it's still really infuriating.
Well, yeah, because there's like other people that live there, and then they have to deal with this shit.
Well, like people just want to be able to fucking, support themselves and live. Like, is that so much?
Work one job, but
Is
not overwork themselves,
and
make
not have
money to live.
and not and not have to work like for like fucking Uber or some shit to try and put food on the table.
To maneuver now, or is this strike inevitable?
The strike is inevitable. The negotiations have concluded. The mediators dismissed the two sides, Donna, feeling that they were too far apart and there would not be a deal. And so the Ford government resorted to an extraordinary measure. They imposed the notwithstanding clause, imposing a contract on 55,000 education support workers. They are retaliating. They announced that they will be going on strike regardless beginning tomorrow.
You want to know the funny shit is that this coward didn't show his fucking face when it came to voting on the fucking bill to prevent strikes. Like, what a pussy. Come on, Doug. At least your fucking brother actually had some balls.
Exactly. And Doug just runs away.
Like, sure.
I'm surprised he's even able to. I'm surprised his legs are strong enough to run.
Like, sure. Like, he had a fucking Rob had a fucking meth problem, but at least he was, fucking fun as well as, he actually had fucking balls.
Yeah, he showed up.
And they haven't really given us a deadline for when they would return to the job. They say the strike as of now is indefinite, which means the parents of 2 million children are now just holding their collective.
And the funny thing is that it's not just in Ontario that strikes were happening. They were happening like almost all across the country.
Yep.
Which is a good thing.
Yes. More strikes, please.
Of breath, waiting for news on when this will all end and how.
Like the usage of the notwithstanding clause as well as the passing of Bill 29, I think it was, just goes to show how fucking terrified those who it just goes to show that the employers are fucking terrified of workers uniting because workers uniting means that fucking production won't get done, or in this instance kids won't be in school and learning shit. So yeah, no, of course they're gonna be fucking terrified of workers uniting.
Yep.
Because when workers actually fucking unite behind a cause that they actually believe in,
and agree with,
it understandably, it
it's gonna cause some sort of movement, something like this.
Well, I mean, it's not just the education workers that have going on strike and have planned to go on strike. Healthcare workers are planning to do so as well.
Yeah, rightfully so.
Especially after COVID and the massive amounts of burnout that they've faced, as well as not being paid enough.
They don't get paid nearly enough for the work that they do.
And like the thing with education workers is that teachers, like even teachers here, are looked at like glorified babysitters.
Yep.
Compare that to say somewhere like I don't know, Norway. They look at their teachers like they're fucking lawyers or doctors or some other shit like that. Like we should be doing the exact same thing. We should be looking at like teachers the exact same way here.
Yeah, because education is important.
It's totally not like, you know, they're fucking teaching the next generation who's inevitably going to replace the older generation, you know, some important shit or anything.
What did the education minister say today about the repercussions against the workers who do strike?
$4,000 per day, and I think it was $50,000. That's for the workers that go on strike, and I think it was $50,000 for CUPE per person on strike.
Well, baked into this legislation that imposes this contract are stiff fines for any CUPE member that decides to walk off the job. $4,000 per individual per day, and the union could face a fine of a daily $500,000 for every day.
Oh, I should have added an extra zero into that.
Off the job. The education minister says this is an illegal strike, and he intends to enforce it.
Yeah, totally illegal, despite the fact that, you know, striking is fucking protected.
Yep.
Using those tools,
especially for unionized.
Yep. Unionized is like the best thing you can do.
Behind the scenes, Donna, the
Unionize your
Premier's
workplace
staff
today.
tell me that he doesn't want to necessarily use those fines on the frontline workers because it would run contrary to Premier Doug Ford's brand, which is sticking.
Yeah, Doug Ford doesn't give a shit about the frontline workers either, though.
Nope.
If he actually gave a shit, he wouldn't have put that fucking clown in charge anyways.
Up for the little guy, just as the Ford government here uses the notwithstanding clause to impose a contract never before seen in this province on the little guy.
All right, lots to watch for on this story. Colin DeMello in Toronto for now. Thanks.
Mr. Lecce. Mr. Lecce.
We just call Lecce Leech. Hey, Mr. Leech. Because that's what he.
Leech, what's going on?
That's what he is. He's a fucking leech.
He's just suckling off of other people's success or whatever they're doing.
I mean, he knows that if he fucking supports Doug Ford, it doesn't matter.
Oh, great.
Protesters in the gallery at the Ontario legislature were powerless to stop what was happening on the floor.
The ayes being 74, the nays being 30. I declare the motion.
Yeah, pretty much everyone that was opposition voted nay, even liberals, because liberals know for a fact that if they pull shit like this, people would lose their fucking minds like they are now. Like, liberals are dumb, but they're not that dumb.
They're dumb, but they're not moronic, apparently.
And like, the fucking, it's good to see that this guy right here, this guy's a fucking legend. Built, oh, it was built.
Bill 28.
Yeah, no,
Oh, no.
this guy right.
I have to wait for the legend moment.
Well, you missed it last time. But yeah, he's a fucking legend. He ripped into Doug Ford, and
Or him a new one.
and the speaker kicked him out. Well, no, like, and then the funny thing is that like after he was kicked out, you know, other MPPs in his party, which was the NDP, literally was continuing on what he was saying, and they were kicked out too. It doesn't look good for you. I'm sorry, Doug. When you kick out your opposition, yeah, that's
a little sus.
That doesn't look too good.
The government's controversial Bill 28, now law, it imposes a contract on the province's 55,000 education workers. It makes a strike illegal and imposes hefty fines on the union and workers if they walk off the job.
I didn't want to be here.
Yeah, you did.
No one wants to be here.
You did.
We will never waver from our promise to do whatever it takes to keep kids in class.
As talks broke down, both sides pointed fingers.
CUPE wouldn't budge. They refused.
Understandably,
to
they
take a
wouldn't.
strike off the table.
There will be a strike tomorrow. For how long? For as long as it takes.
But the union is facing something new. Its right to fight the constitutionality of the law derailed because the government has invoked the rarely used notwithstanding clause.
Many labor and constitutional experts worry that using the notwithstanding clause in this dispute could become a slippery slope that
It 100% will.
Yep.
Because, like I pointed out last time, who's not to say that, like, a protest that is in opposition to the current fucking forms of power, whether that be locally, provincially, or federally, who's not to say that they won't fucking invoke the notwithstanding clause?
Yeah, good point.
Because, yeah, sure, it may start off now with like 55,000 workers that go on strike and everything, but who's not to say that that's not going to happen when, you know, there's political turmoil within the country that opposes the current or those currently in power. Who's not to say that, you know, they won't invoke that and then essentially get away with doing whatever the fuck they want to. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when.
Yep.
other rights could become vulnerable as well.
Freedom of expression, thought, and belief. Freedom of religion and conscience. Protest rights.
Yeah, if you're not fucking Christian, well, too bad.
No, sucks to be me.
Not one of these is safe if the notwithstanding clause is used.
Outside the Toronto hotel where talks had been taking place, parents voiced their support for workers.
Yeah, see? Like, despite the fact that the fucking clowns said that, you know, parents supported them, they were wrong. Parents overwhelmingly supported the fucking CUPE workers.
Well, yeah, rightfully so.
The school open to supporting kids with special needs. They keep everything running.
Many Ontario schools won't be running Friday. Kids will stay home or learn online as preparations are underway for at least another day of protests. Lisa Shing, CBC News, Toronto.
If you're a parent in Ontario, you already know schools in many parts of the province are closed. 55,000 education workers have begun an illegal strike, and hundreds of thousands of children are at home.
Illegal strike my ass.
It's protected.
Not with Bill 28.
Apparently.
Which is fucking psychotic.
Yeah, sure, just overrule one of the Charter of Rights.
Hey, freedom fighters, where are you?
Yeah,
Where
for this freedom.
Where are you? I thought you were, I thought you supported freedoms. Or the freedoms that we had laid out. Where are you?
Yeah, support this freedom. The freedom strike.
Freedom fighters my ass.
These are some of the latest images from Windsor. Education workers are picketing and could stay off the job indefinitely. Bill 28 invokes the notwithstanding clause. It bans today's strike action and imposes a contract on workers. It's been heavily criticized. The opposition, unions, and civil rights advocates say it's heavy-handed. It's a heavy-handed attack. CUPE, the union representing the workers, says it won't back down. It's prepared to strike until further notice. And the CBC's Megan Fitzpatrick is at the Ontario Legislature in Queen's Park. She has more on the events leading to this strike and how Bill 28 makes this action illegal.
There are hundreds of workers out here this morning carrying signs with slogans like "Hands off workers' rights." They believe that the Doug Ford government is trampling on their constitutional right.
Because he is.
Yep.
It's not that they think, it's because he is.
They definitely are.
And the fact that he
literally dread it.
And the fact that he sent his fucking goon to do the dirty work is just disgusting to me.
Yeah. Didn't even have the balls to go there
and to
himself.
collective bargaining. Bill 28
about very quickly, introduced by the Ford government on Monday. After this union, CUPE, gave notice on Sunday of a 5-day notice of a possible strike action for today if a settlement wasn't reached at the bargaining table. And it wasn't. And so both sides proceeding with their plans. The Ford government quickly passing Bill 28 last night, which does impose a contract on these workers instead of negotiating one at the bargaining table. It also prohibits strikes from happening for the duration of this contract, and it does invoke the notwithstanding clause to shield Bill 28 from legal challenges. And so the
Which is
union,
stupid.
they say they're out here anyway, despite
They're
Bill
literally
28
changing the
making
law
this
just to
strike
make it work
illegal.
for
I
them.
spoke to the head of CUPE.
They were changing the law so it could benefit fucking the Ford government. That's all that they were doing.
Yep.
Ontario just a few minutes ago.
Like,
Here's some of what
with the amount of with the CUPE shit that was going on, as well as Doug Ford threatening to sue if he had to go to the Emergencies Act inquiry, he's looking almost as bad as Danielle Smith. Which is fucking wild to me. Because Danielle Smith already fucking sucks. Like, from day one, she sucked. And, like, this on top of everything just does not make Doug Ford look good.
No, it does not.
he's saying about what's happening here today.
I'm feeling enormously buoyed up. Having walked a little bit through this crowd, having talked to our members who are the real heroes here, who have decided that they are going to stand up for themselves, for the important work they do in our schools every day, and also for their constitutional rights, which were stripped from them by a government that used the nuclear option, that set aside not just the Constitution, but the Human Rights Code, the Labor Relations Act. These, as you can see, look around you, mainly women workers whose average wage is $39,000 a year. They have decided to stand up and to fight back, and I couldn't be more proud to be in the same union with all of them.
And wages is one of the key issues that they are fighting over, the two sides. And basically both sides saying the other isn't budging on that issue. These workers saying their wages have been frozen or restricted for over a decade, that they deserve the raise.
You know, seeing this makes me happy.
Yep. Seeing people, you know, literally fighting for
Seeing people stand up for not only themselves but their fellow worker is really good. Like
that's awesome.
Like, it doesn't make me lose hope.
No, in fact, that brings me hope. Because it shows that people are willing to stand up and fight for, you know, things that that matter. Like being paid properly, not being overworked. You know, all the other shit that they're fighting for.
Yeah. It's just a little bit sad that it happens not enough.
Hear that, chat? Make it happen more.
And as they have been telling
As well as, like, for other important things.
and they deserve these higher wages.
No higher pay, safety.
Today's strike and the
all that stuff,
legislation that passed
unionized.
last night means hefty fines could be imposed on these workers that you see walking behind me.
Yeah, but they don't care. Even if they are fined, I doubt they'll pay them.
Up to $4,000
Yeah,
per
if they're
worker
fined, it's like,
per day.
we're not
The
going to
union
pay
is
it.
saying that if
Can't
the
do
Ford
anything to
government
us.
proceeds with
For sure.
imposing these fines, they'll deal with it. They're seeking legal advice on how to fight those fines. The union itself could also face a hefty fine of up to $500,000 a day. Education Minister Stephen Lecce saying they had no choice is
Yeah,
the
they
phrase
did.
he's using, but to
They
proceed
always
with
did.
this legislation
always
to
the
impose
choice.
a contract on these workers and to prohibit these strikes. He's saying
Like, they had a choice and they made their choice. Like,
Their choice was not to go to the bargaining table and negotiate.
and instead, you know,
They chose the wrong path.
and you know, ultimately make this happen.
Kids have been through enough throughout the pandemic, missing class, losing learning, and that they will not
What?
tolerate a strike for even one day is the government's position.
Like, if there are, like, some fringe cases of, you know, kids missing class and like learning or not learning that much. That doesn't like only a couple. Most of the most of that wasn't even fucking true.
Exactly.
Leech.
But we are seeing a strike, obviously. And so the next question for the government is, what do they do next? We do know the government's already filed an application with the Ontario Labour Relations Board. They did that last night. There will be a hearing today. That's essentially to have the Labour Board declare this an illegal strike. And it is through that board that's sort of a mechanism for them to proceed with imposing any fines. We also have a statement from the minister this morning.
Yeah, like this is actually kind of this is actually kind of funny.
Little child. Love it. That child's got more personality.
Bro, the image of this
That's awesome.
child has more fucking personality than Stephen Lecce.
That's what I was gonna say, but I forgot his name.
He says nothing matters more right now than getting all the students back in the classroom, and we'll use every tool available to us to do so. So that's the latest from the government's position. We'll see what else happens today. These workers saying they are willing to stay on strike as long as it takes. They're not intending this to be a one-day strike, and they have warned parents to prepare for an extended strike.
The CBC's Megan Fitzpatrick in Toronto.
So I'll have to keep up with this for sure.
Yes.
Out of the classrooms and headed to the picket lines, early childhood educators, educational assistants, custodians took to their MPP's offices across the province, including Windsor.
We keep a clean, safe learning environment.
Yeah, like if you didn't have people like this, like you know the custodians, for example, they like they are responsible for keeping things safe in the school, keeping things clean. Like when your fucking kid fucking doesn't feel good and decides to throw up, you know, like it's people like this that have to clean up your fucking child's puke.
Yeah.
Or making sure that things operate properly, so you know your fucking kids don't get hurt.
Making sure, you know, there's no sharp edges and stuff on desks, corners, you know, shit like that. There's a lot of stuff that
Like
custodians do, and like other members of the school.
secretaries also work work really fucking hard too.
Well, of course they do.
The children,
Everyone
the
on
students,
strike there works hard.
and all the stakeholders
For sure.
in there. So, you know, we take pride in our work.
Toronto. And Ottawa to demand better pay and working conditions.
I left a third world country to come to a first world country for a better life. I went to school. I think I did the things that I needed to do to be able to get better.
On many picket lines, they were
Yeah.
joined by the parents of some of the
You know,
kids
she
this
wanted to leave a
illegal
life
strike
of
is
poverty,
keeping.
but now she's going back into one? What
Well,
is this?
well, yeah, I mean, the only
insane.
like the only thing preventing us from like being a fucking third world country, relatively speaking, is like free education up to grade 12 and having universal health care. Like, that's pretty much it.
Really? Just those two things?
Well, there are more, but those are the main ones.
I see.
Being out of class.
Two things can be true at the same time. It can be frustrating to have the schools closed, and it can be also unfair to not pay people enough to survive.
He's right.
With schools missing so many
Yep.
of their key personnel, many school boards decided to close today. In regions where not all support staff belong to the striking union, some school doors were open.
We're fortunate to have our kids in school. I mean, it's always a positive. However,
If I was even if I wasn't part of the union, I would either A, try to get to be a part of the union, or B, I would still go on strike anyways.
Yeah. They'll find a way to be part of it.
Because even if they're not like part of the union, like that doesn't matter. They still deserve better severance pay.
Exactly. Nobody should
believe that
be
it's very
out without
important?
food or shelter or place to call home.
Yeah. Like, no, it doesn't matter if they're a part of the union or not. They still deserve to be paid decently.
Of course.
For us
Pay
to
your
support
people.
these workers as they're essential in our schools.
Support now is one thing, but how much patience will there be if an extended job action keeps parents scrambling?
We can't depend on people maintaining that sympathy forever. But we have to remember one thing, that
What?
the two-sided
Why not? Why not though? Like people should 100% have that fucking sympathy.
Yeah.
Saying that people shouldn't maintain that sympathy is ridiculous.
situation. You can't just say that one side is causing this to happen when the government could also make concessions that could have avoided this whole thing.
Any concessions seem far away. On Friday, the province asked the Labor Board to officially declare the strike illegal and issue a cease and desist order. CUPE says its lawyers are fighting the application.
Rightfully so.
What they did to us was attack our charter rights and our human rights, and we will not stand for that for 1 minute.
Deanna, the union is facing some big fines for this walkout.
Meanwhile, hogs are like, get back to school. I don't care, brother. You're not working hard enough.
If, hypothetically, each of 55,000 members of CUPE walked out today and each of those people were fined $4,000 a day, CUPE could be facing $220 million fine for today only, something the union said it will fight and, if need be, pay.
Now, what are you hearing about the plan for students Monday if workers are still striking?
Well, many major school boards already started sending those emails saying we're planning a pivot to virtual. Come get the laptops for your kid. And I think from the pandemic times, it's something Ontario families know all too well. And I think many families dread it.
Deanna Seniak Johnson in Toronto, thank you.
Oh, yeah, with all that digital learning, kids won't even know what having a snow day would feel like.
Let's turn now to another developing story, though. Ontario's Education Minister, Stephen Lecce, insists that he won't negotiate with education workers unless they withdraw their notice to strike. The union representing those workers, CUPE, says despite legislation forcing its members to stay on the job, they do plan to strike Friday.
Remove the strike threat. Why is there a strike on Friday if we're trying to have, through a private meter, good faith negotiations to lead to a voluntary settlement that avoids all of this? But that option isn't on the table today. It is regrettable we are here because I don't think we should be here.
You're not going to consider what's actually in the counteroffer unless they withdraw the threat of a strike.
The union needs to take the strike off the table.
But the thing is that striking works.
Striking does work, and they're scared of it.
Well, yeah. The thing is if striking didn't work, they wouldn't try so hard to suppress it.
Exactly.
Because whenever someone suppresses something, say striking, voting, or voting, stuff like that, they know that it works. So of course they will try to do everything to fucking prevent that stuff from happening. Because if it didn't, why else would they try and suppress it?
The government is planning to pass legislation banning the strike and will use the notwithstanding clause to circumvent a charter challenge, effectively to circumvent the right to strike. The opposition isn't happy. The NDP's interim leader, Peter Tabuns, going so far as to say Premier Doug...
I hope they show the clip, but this Peter Tabuns is a fucking legend.
Ford was, or to ask Premier Doug Ford to, quote, stop lying. That led to Tabuns and other members of his caucus getting kicked out of the legislature because they would not
12 to 14
comments after the speaker asked them to. You can look there on your screen and see the footage from our CBC reporter of two MPPs being escorted out as that happened. The debate over the use of the notwithstanding clause also spilled over, however, to the federal scene, prompting this pointed exchange on Parliament.
Yeah, it took fucking Milhouse 30 seconds to reply to if the notwithstanding clause should was justified.
I call on the Leader of the Opposition to stand up for workers' rights, to defend people's rights and freedoms, and condemn the preemptive use of the notwithstanding clause to suspend workers' rights.
Took him 30 seconds to respond.
Workers' rights than the Prime Minister, who eats up their paychecks with 40-year highs.
Like, here's the thing. Yes, it is really fucking bad that the Conservatives are doing this, but the thing is that Liberals also do this.
Yep.
So, Conservatives are just more, how should I say this, open about it.
So let's try and understand why this might go from the halls of the legislature to the halls of Parliament Hill. And to help us do that, let's bring in Michelle Cadario. She's a former campaign director and deputy chief of staff to Paul Martineau, CEO of Vanguard Strategy, and Corey Tenaik, Rubicon Strategy CEO and 2022 Ontario PC campaign manager. Hi, Corey. Hi, Michelle. Good to see you both.
Uh-oh.
Michelle, I'll start with you because this really, over the past 48 hours, has simmered here on Parliament Hill. The Prime Minister didn't hesitate at all to jump in and condemn the government's use, the provincial government's use, and then ask his opponent, the leader of the Conservative Party, federal Conservative Party, to do the same. Why do you think that is? Why is this an issue the federal Liberals are jumping on?
Because it makes a lot of political sense. The opposition is currently looking incredibly bad, and they're trying to go for the throat. It wouldn't make sense politically not to.
That's true.
Well, I think that it's, the very fact of taking away rights so precipitously and not actually trying to really go through the negotiations with the labor union is something that's really of concern. And I think that all Canadians should be concerned that putting the notwithstanding clause into a bill so soon without letting the whole process carry out, it's a big issue. And it's happening more and more across the country. And so that does become a federal issue. And, the new leader of the opposition says he wants to be prime minister, but he is dancing like no tomorrow around this issue. He does not want to talk about it. He does not.
Because he fully supports what they're fucking doing. That's why. He doesn't want to say, the reason why he's dancing around it is because he doesn't want to say that he supports it, because then he won't get fucking votes.
Exactly. He wants to pull strings from the shadows.
Well, it's the same shit with like literally everything else he
He does not want.
You should be able to see through it at this point.
At all, whether it's because
I mean, he has like no fucking plan for like anything though. Let's be real.
We are.
He doesn't want to make Doug Ford mad, or it's because he's just not sure where to come down on the issue. But I think that the federal government is right and to go after Mr. Poilievre to figure out what it's going to do. Now, the other issue is I'm not sure what the federal government can do, and that's where it does get tricky. And so it's really kind of just calling upon some moral leadership, I think. Mr. Poilievre seems to be lacking at that so far.
Let me ask you, Corey, a little bit about the politics, or what you think the politics are from your perspective. What do you think the Liberals, the federal Liberals, have to gain by going on this?
Well, I think it's an opportunity for them to try to distract the public and change the topic off the economy because they're getting absolutely clobbered right now.
They're literally not, though. They're not getting clobbered when it comes to the economy.
They're not.
Like, if Pierre Poilievre was like in charge, the economy would be way worse off.
He would have everyone would be homeless.
Well,
essentially,
if Pierre Poilievre was in charge, unironically, we would be looking the exact same way that fucking Britain is.
Yep.
When Liz Truss was in power, I should say.
Yeah, that weirdo.
Dumbass libertarian.
Yeah.
With inflation and interest rates, and the prospect of a recession. And I think they're desperate to change the topic to almost anything. Although I got to say, I'm perplexed why they would want to change it to this, because
Why wouldn't
the
they?
rights that
Why wouldn't they? Like it makes total sense that they would want to change topic to this. Because like they've been fucking talking about the economy for like a month at this point.
Yep.
So yeah, why the fuck wouldn't they want to change to this and like fucking clap the opposition's idiotic leader? It just makes sense for them to. That's how politics work.
that
That
are
is
being
how
defended by
politics
the
work.
province are the rights of the most vulnerable, and that's the children. There's 2 million kids in
What?
school in Ontario. Many of them have suffered greatly
Oh,
from
piss
school
off.
closures and online learning, being limited to online learning during the pandemic. And there was a lot of suffering as a result of that. But the rights
He
of
sounds exactly like fucking Stephen Liche.
The leech.
Like, piss off. Yeah.
How does he live with himself?
Conservative. What else do you expect?
those
You know what,
kids and
you
their
got a
parents
point.
and those families have to be considered as well. And so, that is a very popular sentiment, Vashi. It's about 70% of the public that in Ontario support having the schools remain open to prevent this strike action from occurring. And getting on the wrong side of 70% of the public and virtually every parent in the province of Ontario with kids in school is a perplexing political move on the part of the Liberal government. So I understand they want to change the topic and have a distraction, but man, oh man, this is not a smart one to jump in on.
Michelle,
Why?
what do you think?
Why is it not smart? Explain to me why it is not fucking smart to jump in on. It makes when it's like the best thing that they could jump in on. Because Pierre Poilievre says that he fucking cares about workers' rights and shit and freedoms and whatever, and yet when the libs used this, like they when they use this as like you claim to support workers' rights and everything, then why are then why don't you support these people going on strike then? Like, it makes perfect sense for them to, right?
That framing, and how would you, I guess, counsel the Liberals to respond to it? The framing of that in invoking the notwithstanding clause, in attempting to pass, or probably passing this legislation, or introducing it, I should say, that the provincial PC government is saying we're acting, we're trying to protect the rights of kids to stay in school. And obviously their opposition is saying, well, you're subjugating the rights of others to do so. Like, how do you think that framing will be perceived, and the political strategy behind it?
Well, where I agree with Tori is that, yes, parents are going to want to keep their kids in school. Absolutely. But I think that there's a big difference between what mechanism is used. And countless governments have been able to do it over the decades to actually negotiate with labor unions and get a deal. And so, I appreciate that they're trying to tuck in the use of the notwithstanding clause behind that, and ignore that. And I think that that's where, certainly the Prime Minister is trying to make what this issue is about. It's not about kids not going to school. It's not interfering in the actual labor negotiations. It's about the very fact that how can a government so easily take away the rights of people?
He's right.
And there has to be some kind of a system here in this country where that is not taken lightly.
Well,
Sorry, Corey, let her
Michelle.
finish, and I'll get you in if you don't mind.
Sure.
Thank you. Go ahead, Michelle.
Well, I'm just saying that, you know, Doug Ford has used the notwithstanding clause more than any other premier in Ontario's history.
Yep.
And he's only been premier for 4 years. So, you know, sometimes you got to roll up your sleeves and really work hard to try and get results. And yeah, they should be working to keep schools open and keeping kids in classrooms, because that is fundamentally very important. But the core moral issue, as I was talking about before, which I think is where the Prime Minister is going, is what kind of country do you want? Do you want something where you can just take away people's rights with using your swift majority, and just being so cavalier about it? And I think that's something that they are right to press on.
I want to ask you each a question that sort of requires removing partisanship.
I mean, it just goes to show that we're fucking America light. The amount of shit that we fucking do, like, we're just America light. Like, let's be honest. We just want to be America, but we get fucking snow all across the country.
And at least attempt to do so, because I think both the provincial Conservatives and the federal Liberals have a bit of a vulnerability on this point. And the first question would be to you, Corey, and that is kind of jumping off what Michelle said. Is there a vulnerability at all of looking like you're taking I think some headline, taking a hammer to a fist fight kind of thing, like that you're willing to use this option? And I get the framing around keeping kids in school. I totally understand it. I would get what polling shows you. I'm just asking if there is a bit of a vulnerability, if you do end up using this many more times, that you get that impression.
I don't think so.
Why not?
I don't think
Wait,
so.
what? Why?
Because we have used it before, and it's a complete.
Yeah, but just because you used it before, that doesn't mean that it's okay.
Of course.
Well, like, what is this idiotic argument?
I don't know.
Like, no, you're fucking encroaching on fucking people's rights.
It's like you are taking away people's rights.
But
That's not okay.
But then again, you know, whenever you have like a substantial amount of power, and when you have a fucking hammer to do at your disposal, when you have that fucking hammer, everything looks like a nail.
Yep.
Which is ridiculous.
Valid use of the law and the Constitution.
No, it is not.
There would not be a Constitution or a Charter of Rights without the inclusion of the notwithstanding clause. There wouldn't be one. It is.
Yes, actually, there would be, you moron. There are countless other countries that have things or have rights and freedoms like in some form of constitutional way that doesn't have something like this.
It is as legitimate a part of the Constitution as any other part. And,
yeah, sure.
And using it as a government is completely legitimate from a legal and constitutional perspective and from a moral perspective. The fact is that
no, it is not. It is the moral.
It is not moral at all.
Both the constitutional perspective as well as the moral perspective when it comes to this is being on the side of the 50,000 or 55,000 people being opposed to that. Like, I'm sorry, but you're just a piece of shit if you're opposed to it.
Yeah, no, because overworking your employees and killing them due to, not enough rest is a good idea.
Well, I'm not even.
You absolute moron.
I'm not even referring to that. I'm referring to the legitimacy of being able to go out on strike, as well as like the legitimacy of like their constitutionally protected rights. Like, no, you can't just do that.
Yeah, well, no, you can't. You do not take away their charter rights. You do not make them illegal. But still, like if those were to be
I can almost guarantee you this, that like if they used the same shit for say, let's use the convoy for example. If they used the notwithstanding clause during the convoy, this guy would have probably lost his fucking mind.
You would have.
But when it comes to 55,000 education workers that are desperately that are required to keep like the schools and everything running, he's completely fine with it.
No, because apparently teachers aren't as important.
Like, piss off. That argument is completely idiotic.
The Prime Minister chooses not to say a word when the province of Quebec uses this clause repeatedly.
Yeah, because you want to know why? It's because he gets a fuck ton of votes in Quebec. That's why. And Quebec being the sensitive little fucking princess of a province that it is, will literally cry about anything. So understandably, he doesn't want to upset Quebec and risks losing votes in Quebec. That's why he doesn't say anything when Quebec does it.
Yes.
In fact, as a standard practice, it is included in legislation passed in Quebec. Whenever there is a petition.
Okay, so when Quebec uses it, is it okay then?
No, absolutely not.
Like, this is an idiotic argument.
Constitutional issue with a piece of provincial legislation, the province of Quebec. They put it in there, and they've done it dozens and dozens and dozens of times. And what you hear from the Liberal Party and the Prime Minister, who is from the province of Quebec, is nothing. It's nothing. They say not a word. So
Yeah, it's totally not like he would jeopardize fucking winning seats in Quebec or anything. It's totally like that's not a thing.
Totally not.
Yeah, when Quebec does it too, it's also fucking bad.
It's bad when anyone does it.
I think it is hypocritical in the extreme for Michelle and for the Liberal Party to cry foul about another province using it when the Prime Minister's own province uses it routinely and there's not a mention.
Okay, but fucking Justin Trudeau is not in fucking power in Quebec though. Like, he's not the premier.
Nope.
Like, what the fuck does that have to do with anything?
Of that use. It's legitimate. There won't be a price to be paid politically for it because it's being used.
I can almost guarantee you that there will be a price being paid for it, especially with how fucking like this made international news. Of course there will be fucking some form of price to pay for it.
Of course.
Used for a morally noble reason of protecting children, because that's what it's being used for.
Yeah, I understand it's legitimate.
So, yeah, there isn't going to be a price.
Yeah, my question was whether there's any political vulnerability to a repeated use of it. But on the flip side,
of course there is. There 100% is. It's just gonna slippery slope to it. Like, first it will be fucking union workers trying to get better pay, and then next thing it's gonna be like fucking advocates for when there's fucking political turmoil. And the fact that, you know, they're using this and everything, and if they don't get fucking punished with it, that just means that premiers like Scott Moe, Danielle Smith, Heather Stephenson, etc. will follow suit, because if they see Doug Ford getting away with it, who's not to say that they're going to be doing it too?
Yeah.
Like, this argument is so stupid.
They got the whole monkey see, monkey do mentality.
I mean, it's because all conservatives think alike.
Used it 3 times, and
so far.
Twice before the last election, and we won a massive majority government on re-election. So if people, there is a
Yeah, except that there was massive supports for fucking the NDP as well as Del Duca. The fact is that, you know, Ontarians were understandably fucking furious with, you know, everything that's been going on, and they they felt like their fucking voice didn't matter. So like, what was the difference? That's why they didn't fucking vote.
A way for people to respond to that, but it's at the ballot box.
Okay, I want to get Michelle in on this because my original thought, which actually Corey highlighted as well, was around if there's a vulnerability for the Liberals on the fact that they didn't not say anything. For example, when Premier Legault invoked it around the language law preemptively, they did comment on it. They did say they were disappointed about it and that they were looking at options around things.
Oh, so what do you know? They actually did say something about it. Who would have thought?
Going forward, but it
Like, what's the difference on who fucking uses it?
wasn't to the level that this is today.
There is no
Is that a
difference.
potential vulnerability for the federal Liberals, that that the use of the notwithstanding clause is obviously so offensive to them in this context, but not in the Quebec context?
Yeah, I think it actually is. It may surprise Corey, but I agree with some of what he said. I
What?
don't think that the Conservatives in Ontario are going to pay much of a price for the use of it at all. That doesn't mean it's right, and that doesn't mean that it might not have really long-term consequences that could be really drastic to how the country governs itself. There was a lot of silence at the federal level, not just from the federal Liberals, but from the federal Conservatives and pretty much everybody else when it was used in Quebec.
Every party, actually. That's pretty accurate, yeah.
Right? And so, but that doesn't make it right. This tool that was supposedly put in to be the utmost exception in the most exceptional of circumstances is perhaps now becoming commonplace.
My man is like, no, you're wrong. It's not the exception. Or it's not supposed to be the final option. Like, come on, bro.
And I just think that it's it wasn't designed in my knowledge to be just another public policy tool, and making it a common way to go about for any government, I think is problematic.
Okay, I see Corey shaking his head. I'm out of time. I know you're going to say it's legitimate, like you just said, but I got to go. Thank you very much, both of you. I do appreciate you making time for this.
Even the fucking host knew what the fuck he was what he was thinking.
Yep.
Like, come on, bro.
Discussion tonight, Michelle Cadario and Corey tonight.
I mean, you are and you are.
What?
But yeah.
What?
No, that fellow who was shaking his head. He can't be that dumb, but I know that he is.
Yeah, you know, I mean.
On strike today by 55,000 support workers in the education system, and they vow their walkout will continue indefinitely. Thousands came right here to Queen's Park today to send the Ford government a strong message.
Are they gonna get fucking fined for disturbing the peace too?
They might.
Like, at least they have a fucking reason to be mad and fucking be out here, unlike the fucking morons that were in Ottawa in February.
Yep.
Today is an amazing day for workers' rights, for people's rights, and for us to show what democracy actually looks like.
It is an unprecedented battle.
The ayes being 74, the nays being 30, I declare the motion carried.
Last night, the Ford government passed legislation that imposes a contract on education support workers. They are the caretakers, education assistants, and librarians in schools, the lowest paid in the system. To ensure they can't fight the contract in court, the bill invokes the notwithstanding clause and overrides parts of the Charter of Rights.
Bro, they're even getting mad. Like, even the security is throwing them out.
Really?
Like, they have a right to be here.
Of course they do.
It doesn't fucking matter if they get, like, heated and everything. If they're not fucking, like, threatening violence and shit. Like, I don't see the problem with them being there then.
They're trying to intimidate workers. They're trying to strip people of their constitutionally protected rights. I couldn't be more proud that it is our members, who are mainly women, 60% of them laid off every summer. It is these workers who finally
Wait,
said,
60% of them are laid off every summer?
What?
Jesus Christ.
Only 40% stay.
That's fucking wild.
That is depressing.
no!
Earlier this week, the Prime Minister criticized the Ford government's use of the notwithstanding clause, calling it wrong. Today, he went further.
The federal government is looking at all options, but it's also a moment for ordinary Canadians to stand up and say no to suspension of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, to suspension of their most fundamental rights.
But the Ford government is pushing forward. It filed this unlawful strike application with the Labour Relations Board, seeking a cease and desist order against CUPE and its leaders, Fred Hahn and Laura Walton. The hearing began this afternoon and could go on for hours.
No justice! No peace!
The question is, how long can the union sustain this? It's facing fines of up to $500,000 a day and $4,000 a day per worker. Unifor, one of the biggest unions in the country that represents auto workers, today announced it was donating $100,000 to help CUPE.
It's good to see that even like other fellow unions are like willing to help out CUPE.
This one, yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, you gotta support, your people.
United we bargain, divided we beg.
Truth.
Hey, and no offense, but 100,000 isn't going to go very far.
It's a start, and by the way, there's all kinds of other actions that are going to be required here today, tomorrow, next week.
What actions?
All of us are in this together. Workers' actions all over the province, all over the country. That's where this is headed. It's that kind of a moment for the labor movement right now.
Are we going back to the Mike Harris days?
Or worse.
The union says workers will stay off the job indefinitely unless the government repeals the controversial legislation. The government says it won't return to the bargaining table until the union withdraws its strike mandate.
They're not going to repeal Bill 28. You're not going to repeal this or stop this. So this is a good old standoff then. I mean, there's no budging here.
Doug Ford has the ability to repeal a bill.
He does.
He does.
But I doubt he will.
City News asked Education Minister Stephen Lecce for an interview today. He was not made available, but he did put a statement out saying what we've been hearing him say all week, that the government will use every tool available to keep kids in class. Now, I was
how'd that work out for him?
Just a short time ago, CUPE leaders who were out here, they're trying to get an even bigger turnout on Monday.
And they probably will.
Yep.
Okay, we asked to speak to Ontario Education Minister Stephen Lecce, but his office said he was unavailable. Mark Hancock.
I wonder why.
Because he didn't want to face the backlash.
He's national president, and he joins me from outside Queen's Park. So, Mr. Hancock, Education Minister Stephen Lecce says he's filed a submission with the Ontario Labour Relations Board because this strike is illegal. What's your response to the minister's actions?
Well, I also heard him say he's going to use every tool available. I guess that's every tool except returning to the bargaining table and achieving a collective agreement that works for both my members and the government as well.
But he's called it illegal, and if your members stay out, they could each individually face $4,000 per day in fines. 55,000 people, that's $220 million a day. Can you really stand up in the face of such financial penalties?
We don't have a choice, David. This is our fundamental right to continue to exist as a union. The use of the notwithstanding clause has taken away our right to go to the courts to deal with these issues that we say the Ontario government has overstepped and is attacking our rights as a labor union. But I got to tell you, it's so scary, not just for us as a labor union, but for Canadians all across this country. They should be up in arms, and I couldn't agree with the Prime Minister more than your introduction of this piece. He's bang on there.
But Mr. Hancock, whether you agree with what the Ford government has done or not, these are very severe penalties. You know, a total of $220 million for all of your members. Should it be applied to $500,000 a day for the union itself? I know CUPE is a big union. You've got a war chest, but you don't have one that big.
No, you know, I've heard the numbers, 200 million, 220 million. I've heard $1 billion over a week. And once you start talking those types of ridiculous numbers, I'm not going to pay attention to them anymore. This is about our fundamental right to exist and our fundamental right to continue to exist. And you can't get blood out of a stone. So we'll see what happens. My position right now is that this law is in fact illegal, and I'm hoping that the Prime Minister will step in. But if he doesn't, the Premier, the Ontario government, they can take us to court and they can try and get that money. But at the end of the day, I'm going to continue to stand up for workers and stand up for education here in Ontario.
Let's go.
You say you want to see the Prime Minister step in. He condemned this action, saying the Charter of Rights should not just be seen as a suggestion. What practically would you like to see Justin Trudeau do to intervene in the situation?
Well, I know it's extremely rare, but there are some powers that the federal government does have. And, I don't really want that either. What I would like is for this Premier, for this Education Minister, for this government to get serious and to reach out to us and say, hey, let's go to the bargaining table. I've seen news reports. I've seen people that aren't normally allies of the labor movement condemning Mr. Ford and the government for what they did yesterday. And I think he's having a wake-up call right now. And again, I don't want him to lose. I don't want.
Is he really having a fucking wake-up call right now, though?
No, he is not.
It honestly doesn't seem like he is.
To rub it in his face. But this is an opportunity for this Premier, for this government to show some leadership and to come and meet us in a bargaining room and sit down at the table, talk about their issues, we'll talk about our issues, and we'll get a deal that works for everybody, including our education workers, who are some of the lowest paid workers in this province.
You can correct me if I'm wrong in this, but my understanding is the last time that there was any exchange of proposals would have been last Sunday, when essentially Minister Lecce said, here's our offer, take it, or we're going to legislate it back. Has there been any movement in the positions? You're pretty far apart on things like salary and some other fundamental issues. Any change at all throughout this week?
Well, our bargaining committee, and I'm not sitting at the bargaining table, we have 2,100 locals, 4,000 agreements across the country, and we have a lot of difficult rounds of bargaining. But we know how to find deals, and we're very good at that, and so are employers. And sometimes we'll have strike votes, and occasionally we'll have strikes or lockouts. And those are things that we're used to dealing with. But in this case, in the last 2 rounds of bargaining with education workers in this province, we got the deal 2 minutes before midnight. So I was in Vancouver flying out here Sunday to support our bargaining team. We were planning on bargaining Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. The Premier calls our leadership, our bargaining leadership, into a meeting and says, here, I'm going to slap this legislation on you unless you want to bargain in the next 3 or 4 hours, and these are the terms around that. That's not bargaining. That's threatening. That's holding a hammer over our heads. And as a result...
Yep, and you're a nail. He wants to fucking hit you with the hammer.
He wants to hit you on the head.
We were available. There was some conversation with a mediator involved. We did make a move, but the government hasn't made any moves.
So with Bill 28 enacted, with Minister Lecce going to the Labor Board to have this declared an illegal strike, I mean, do you see an immediate path back to the bargaining table? Because it sure doesn't look like, based on the public commentary and actions today.
Well, I don't know. My crystal ball is not working so well these days, but I got to tell you, I'm more of a glass half full type of guy as
It doesn't
well.
have the Monado.
So I'm hopeful that the government will reach out to us. We're all staying down at the Sheraton Hotel just down the road from here. We have meeting rooms available. The bargaining committee is still primarily around in town. So if we had a call from the Premier tonight or tomorrow, we'd be more than happy to get back and do some real bargaining.
So what happens on Monday? I mean, there was the walkout today, which the government has deemed illegal, and I anticipate they may try to impose some of the fines that they've threatened in their legislation. Will your workers be back in schools on Monday, or does this continue after the weekend?
This is continuing until we get a collective agreement that works for our members. Our leadership team have been talking with our members across this province, and of course not everybody is 100% on side, But I was able to participate in some of those calls, and I have to tell you, the resolve of the leaders and the resolve of our members to get a collective agreement that works, that pays them a living wage so they don't have to utilize food banks, that they are able to put food on the kitchen table for their kids, that's the priority for us. And, you know, we'll be out until we get something that works for us.
Well, caught in the middle of this, Mr. Hancock, of course, are students and parents, and you've heard Minister Lecce make the argument the number one priority is to keep the kids in school, which is probably an effective political argument to make after what everyone went through with COVID. So, given that dynamic and the disruption that all of this is causing, whoever is to blame, how long do you expect parents to sort of tolerate it and maybe stick with the fact that your members are out of school?
Well, look, you know, none of us want to take this type of action, and that's especially true of education workers in this province. Our 55,000 members would much rather be in classrooms, in schools, working with kids and other education partners, rather than here protesting across this.
Well, yeah, because striking is usually the last option.
Yep.
Like, people don't want to go on strike unless they absolutely have to. And this is one of the instances where, you know, they had no other options, so they absolutely had to go on strike.
Their hand was forced.
Like, why unionization is such a good thing.
Province. And you also have to remember that while we have 55,000 members in education in here, we have over 250,000 members in this province. And many of those members are parents with kids in the school system. So we don't just supply these services and then fly off to another planet. We're the recipients of those same services. So we understand exactly what parents are going through. And we really want an end to this so that we can go back to doing the jobs that we love doing for kids here in Ontario.
Okay, Mark Hancock, thank you so much for joining me.
I like him.
Protesting on the... Good morning, Momin Qureshi here on the south lawn of Queen's Park, where there was thousands of education support workers and their supporters protesting on this strike day, but the lawn is only empty now because they have transferred...
What?
You're not going to get a copyright strike, are you?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Over to
music in the background.
Well, I mean, the guy is talking over it, so I doubt it.
People are now marching around, making their noise, blowing their bullhorns, waving their signs as part of this day of protest. The thousands of them are...
Plus, like, Twitch is also a lot more lenient about it. So there's that.
Marching around now. It's education support workers, yes, members of OPSU, but there's also lots of people here who are supporting them, members of other unions, but also just general supporters. I had a chance to talk to one woman who had a sign that said Parents for OPSU. She was part of a group of mothers who are here saying that her daughter is in school. She sees firsthand the impact that these education support workers have on schools, and that she wanted to come down and let...
I mean, like, yeah, like, you're going to have people that support them.
Yep.
Like, whenever it comes to, like, strikes in general or any form of labor movement, I will always be on the side of that.
Yeah. Always. Like, support the workers. Support the families.
On their voice, saying they deserve the right to collectively bargain and to get a fair living wage with those with benefits.
My man is, like, fucking filming this video on, like, his phone. Like, look at it. You can see you can see the reflections.
Yeah,
you can see the reflection
in the glasses.
Oh, it's fucking awesome.
So I'm here at Queen's Park on the lawn. I'll be here all day.
My man's just vlogging. Day 1 of CUPE strike.
You gotta stay up to date, you know.
What? Why is he holding it with 2 hands though? That's what I want to know. Like, wouldn't it make more sense to get like a selfie stick for it?
Yeah, so they can get a wider shot, but maybe he just likes his beard.
Southern will also have coverage from inside the building, and we'll have more team coverage all day on 680, so be sure to tune in.
Yeah.
Well, we continue to follow the latest developments as CUPE education workers, some 55,000 strong across this province, have walked off the job today. Joining us live to talk more about the government position on this is Ontario Education Minister Stephen Lecce. Minister,
Okay, let's see what this piece of shit has to say. If he repeats the exact same shit, I'm gonna lose my mind.
We're gonna use every tool available
To keep the children in school.
Yeah.
Lecce, you've seen what's happening at Queen's Park. You've seen what's happening outside your constituency office. Despite the notwithstanding clause, despite the threats of fines, workers have walked off the job. How do you assess the situation we're in right now? What needs to change?
Yeah, I believe that our schools need to be open and that our kids should be in class. What CUPE is doing, closing schools, causing further interruptions on families because they were, as of last Sunday, determined to increase wages and compensation by nearly 50%, I think is just frankly
It
unacceptable.
wasn't by 50%, it was by 11.5%.
Yep.
So you're wrong. Quit lying.
We stand with parents who insist that the schools are open. We know the impacts on mental, physical, social, emotional health, and we know that the strike is now illegal. And so we're urging the union to put our kids first, to come back to our classes, to help get these kids caught up. We've passed the law because we knew all along, Nick, from day one, from the summer when they proceeded on a strike mandate before the government even proposed our first offer. So we shouldn't be here. Families shouldn't be here, but we now have legislation that gives us tools, and I want parents to hear us loud and clear. We will use every tool available to government to open these schools, bring some end to this needless, illegal strike that is hurting just so many kids today. And I think it is very sad.
How soon, Minister, could you start using the fines that are in Bill 28, these not only individual fines, but potentially fines against the union? Would we be seeing that today? Is that a tone you're going to try to set?
Nick, we immediately upon passing the Keeping Students in Class Act, we filed a submission to the Ontario Labour Relations Board. That's in response to CUPE's illegal strike action. The proceedings started last night.
Yeah. The only reason why it's illegal now is because you've fucking made it illegal.
It's only illegal because these asshats were just like, it's illegal now. No one's told us not to, so it is.
We're going to continue today, and we're going to make a vigorous case that there must be an end to this disruption. The children in Ontario have paid the price of the pandemic. You have a concern, come at 4 o'clock and protest at Queen's Park. Come and protest at any government office. To walk out on kids is not fair, and they should not be the casualty. And I'm urging the union, appreciating we have principled differences of opinion, and this happens, as you know, Nick, every few years in Ontario, there are strikes, local or provincial, every premier, every party. When we are providing the highest pay in the country, when we are providing pensions and benefits and 131 paid sick days, when we are providing job security that no one had through the pandemic, I'm asking for some focus and decency. I'm asking for everyone to pause for a moment and reflect on who they're hurting. And that's why we've appealed to the Ontario Labour Relations Board to really send a clear signal that we want kids in class. The illegal strike is not fair, and frankly, we're not going to tolerate it. And I want to see kids back in school. It's as simple as that, and the Premier and our government will use every available tool at our disposal to provide some assurance to the families that we're on their side, and we're going to fight hard to get them back.
One of the big tools that you're using, of course, is invoking the notwithstanding clause on this, effectively imposing the contract on the unions. Minister Lecce, the Prime Minister's come out and said this is not the way it's supposed to be used. The Canadian Civil Liberties Union have said this is not the way it's supposed to be used, calling it a heavy-handed tactic. You're seeing other unions now who are sort of next in line for negotiations saying they're concerned about how negotiations are going to go. That seems to be one of the main sticking points here. I realize you have issues with what the union is doing here, but the government, a lot of people saying the government is just being too heavy-handed on this. Is there an ability to reverse course on that to perhaps then reopen talks?
Nick, the only reason why the government imposed legislation or introduced it on Monday was because the union on Sunday invoked a 5-day notice when on that day they believed...
Wrong. They gave you 2 weeks to get your act together.
They did.
It was the right thing to do to strike on Friday because they weren't getting a 33% increase in wages, nearly 50% increase in compensation. They made that decision. They decided to strike. And so the government really having no option, I mean, we could have not had legislation. That means there could
You had options. Don't fucking lie about it.
You always have options.
have been endless strikes with no accountability, no enforcement of government, no power of government to stop it. But we introduced the legislation reacting to the union's decision to strike on Friday. On that point, on Sunday, this past Sunday, they insisted on higher pay to the point of nearly 50% in compensation all in. And we said, look, let's carry on the discussions. They, of course, said no, even after we increased their offer. So, just the chronology of events here is important. It was in the summer, Nick, where they decided to seek a strike mandate before the government even introduced or proposed our first offer. This was their intention all along.
I understand all of that, Minister. We've heard you say that time and time again over the last several days, but that is kind of how the system works, right? They have to give those 5 days of strike notice. This is kind of all part of bargaining. The issue, it seems, to some people on one side of the argument is the use of the notwithstanding clause effectively eliminates bargaining.
The government was negotiating with the union literally hours before the bill passed yesterday, as I confirmed to you all. We were literally in a room negotiating, trying to avert the use of legislation. We simply asked, take the strike off the table. But they didn't, Nick. In any way, would they commit to that? Because I think they wanted to proceed with this strike. They had done their preparations and nothing was going to stop them. And that's why the government had no choice. But we brought forth legislation, and we have an obligation to parents who sent us to Queen's Park to stand up for them. And when we are, essentially told we are going to strike in 5 days because we're not getting our demands for compensation of nearly 50%, I think any responsible government would introduce legislation to force our work.
Piss off. Quit lying.
Yeah, I just ran out of words for how dumb this guy is.
Yeah, I am. Now you know how I feel.
Kids. That's exactly what we did. And you have to appreciate what preceded the other. The strike mandate on the strike 5-day notice on Sunday, the government's legislation on Monday. We moved swiftly and passed the bill so that we now have some authority, and we're going to use every tool at the disposal of government to get the kids back. Because at the end of the day, the heavy-handed approach here is a strike imposed on millions of kids and a million parents and our entire society and economy that is having to face this type of anxiety today. And I don't think it is fair on them. I think there was a better way, a negotiated option. But because they're striking, we brought forth a bill that, fundamentally says you got to get back to class. We've got to put our kids first after 2 years of pandemic disruptions. And I think a lot of parents want us to move forward and ensure that the kids are in school.
So, Minister, what happens now? We understand there may be some sort of a labor board meeting or hearing this afternoon. What could that entail?
Well, we brought forth a submission to the Ontario Labour Relations Board yesterday, frankly, after the passage of the law, given that the union confirmed that they're proceeding now with this illegal strike. We hope to hear back today or tomorrow, potentially, on the findings. In the meantime, we're going to be using all the pressures and, frankly, all the levers of the legislation to get kids back to school. We've set out a clear expectation to our school boards to use every power, every authority to open as many schools for as many kids as humanly possible. They are required to do online live learning if they absolutely cannot. Try to find some support for vulnerable kids, including kids with special education who depend on routine, who need to be in school. I think about children from vulnerable segments of our population who won't be able to access speech pathology and mental health therapy and social workers and, frankly, nutrition programs for breakfast. I mean, this comes with...
Bro, you don't care about that. Like,
if he did care, then he would start proposing solutions for those problems.
Not trying to fucking make things worse.
Significant consequence on society and on kids, and I'm just hoping some decency, some focus on kids will really triumph in the emotions of the last few hours, and that the union will hear us loud and clear for truly for the sake of kids that we all serve, I think that we all care about. Please end this strike and put kids first, and this illegal...
Maybe go to the negotiating table with them then.
...strike and get back to class let's make a difference for our kids.
Minister, though, some people are pointing to what appears to be kind of a reversal on your government. You know, a couple of years ago, you were talking so much about the potential benefits of online learning, of the ability for students to learn out of class rather than in class. And then, of course, the Ontario government, you know, locked down and kept kids out of school for longer than almost any other jurisdiction in the world. So some people are suggesting that that's really an about-face, that you're now highlighting and emphasizing so much the importance of students to be in class. How do you respond to that?
The plan to catch up we announced after this pandemic that affected every child in every region of the world is premised on a belief that kids need to be in normal, stable, enjoyable schools. We've increased the funding of $650 million in publicly funded schools. We've hired 7,000 more education workers. We've hired almost 1,000 more teachers.
No, you don't. Yeah, it's because you lay off like 60% of your fucking workforce
each summer.
Yeah, so that's why it fucking plays, or that's why it pans out like that.
Yep.
Increased tutoring supports in publicly funded schools to $175 million. There's no province in this country that is investing more, including a 420% increase in mental health. We are passionately committed to improving.
Bro, you don't care about mental health. Let's be honest.
No,
publicly
he
funded
has no
schools.
shits to give.
We believe kids should be in class. We appreciate they've been through so much. And that's why I think it is absolutely imprudent and critical that the government stands up for parents who simply want their kids in class. And we will make the case every day using every tool that these kids could simply get back to the normal, positive routine they established just 2 short months ago.
Okay, that is Education Minister Stephen Lecce making the government's case this afternoon here live on CP24 Live at noon. Appreciate the time, Minister. Thank
you. Yeah, sure.
We made a promise to do whatever it takes to keep kids in class, and we will keep that promise. Let's remember why we are here. After demanding a nearly 50% increase in compensation, CUPE threatened to strike. Since then, we've been at the table, literally right up to the last minute. Today, we've made good faith efforts to reach a fair deal. But all along, CUPE refused to take strikes and disruption off the table. For the sake of Ontario's 2 million students, to keep classrooms open, CUPE has left us with no choice but to pass the Keeping Kids in Class Act. It's disappointing that we have to get here. All along, we have hoped to reach an agreement that's right for students, that's right for parents, right for workers, and for taxpayers in this province. But CUPE wouldn't budge. They refused to take a strike off the table. And I just want to take a moment to speak directly to students and parents in this province. You've heard it directly from union leaders that CUPE will strike tomorrow. If they do so, once this legislation is passed, this strike will be illegal. And we will use every tool we have to end their disruption. I know CUPE's strike action will be hard on you, and I'm sorry CUPE is causing you with this anxiety. We believe you deserve better, and our government is doing everything humanly possible to reduce disruption. To start, I've directed school boards to do everything possible to keep as many schools open for as many students as possible. I've also directed the teachers and staff need to be at work tomorrow, providing live learning. As noted, if CUPE moves forward with their strike, we will do everything we can to reduce this unacceptable disruption on children.
Yeah, okay, sure.
Well, thousands of CUPE members hit the picket lines demanding the province pay them a fair wage. Adam Atkinson spoke with a few of them who say it's a struggle just to put food on the table.
With catchy chants, education workers hit the picket lines today, closing schools across the province.
Fighting for what's right. I mean, we simply don't get paid enough for what we do every single day. I work with every vulnerable student in a school, and I just don't make the money that I'm supposed to. And it's actually heartbreaking at this point.
Griselda Stancati has been an educational assistant in Niagara for a decade and says she's struggling financially.
I make $39,000 a year. And that is nothing. I can't.
Yeah, like $39,000 is nothing.
It is tiny. It's a tiny amount.
Wait, what's this? Uh... The Premier of Ontario has preemptively suspended the right to strike for public sector workers for up to 5 years. Solidarity with CUPE Ontario in their struggle for better pay and conditions in the face of such a draconian legislation. Bro, that is fucking disgusting.
Yep, for 5 years.
Yeah.
With your help, we can fight back.
They fuck hope. Done.
Support CUPE.
Can't even afford to like put food out anymore for my own family. Like it's considering with like inflation and everything that's going on, like I can't anymore.
What's disgusting? Union busting. What's disgusting? Union busting.
Have not had a raise in 10 years. We are at the poverty line. We are an almost all women organization, and we are standing up for our rights today and the rights of our students.
Becky Kluskens has been an early childhood educator for 10 years. She says her work environment has become unsafe.
Schools are becoming unsafe. I was off sick last week. Nobody's coming in to cover our jobs. Our jobs are going unfilled because nobody is willing to work for how little we get paid.
And that's the part that's so heartbreaking because I love going into work every day and I love working with these kids, but we're not making anything for it. And I get beaten and hit and slapped every day. And for what?
Educational workers and CUPE members picketed throughout Ontario, including today in Burlington and Hamilton as well. And the workers say they'll continue to walk the picket line as long as they have to.
No, I'm going to be out here and I'm going to fight for what's right. And you know what? Enough is enough for us. It's not right anymore.
Until the government gives us what we ask or it negotiates a fair deal. He's trampling our rights right now. We need a fair deal to get ourselves back and our kids back in school.
Talking with workers today, they told me they're asking for an 11% raise over 3 years, which works out to be about $3.25 an hour, and they don't want their benefits or disabilities touched either. And again, they tell me they're ready to be out there until the province comes close to matching their demands.
As they should.
Yeah.
We begin with a massive turnout in support of education workers across the province.
Thousands shouted, danced, and marched outside Queen's Park after the Ford government implemented the Notwithstanding Act. That's a move that eliminates further talks and imposes wages that many we spoke with today say they just can't live with. From the early morning to mid-afternoon, thousands of education workers and their supporters let their anger, disgust, and disappointment towards the Ford government be known loud and clear.
Someone like Lecce, whose story is he telling? Is neither a parent. He has never experienced anything these workers have to experience working minimum wages. Doug Ford,
She's right.
there last night.
She is.
So I'm giving you an opportunity. You can call us. You can meet with us. You can come to a table with a fair deal. And you can repeal that draconian piece of legislation right now.
That piece of legislation, the Notwithstanding Clause, imposed a new unnegotiated 4-year contract on 55,000 workers, many of whom take care of the province's most vulnerable children, for an average of less than $40,000 a year.
The students from the bus, some of them with more disability than others, so we have to toilet, we have to feed some of them, we have to change them if the need is there.
I've been hit, I've been bit, I've been spit on, I've had death threats, I've been, sexually grabbed.
Bro, that's not okay.
It's not. These people, they get, all these horrible things done to them from these. And then they get treated so poorly from the government themselves.
Yeah.
They get paid for nothing. Like they get paid nothing. A dying wage. They're dying, just trying to educate the children.
It's not a dying wage, it's a poverty wage.
Well, they might as well be dying. Let's be real.
Province is heading to the Ontario Labour Relations Board to seek a declaration that the strike by the workers is illegal. The province has threatened to fine strikers $4,000 each or $500,000 a day for the union. Monetary values these workers, who are mainly women and visible minorities, can only dream of.
The government should have just gave us what we needed. You know, they think that we're living and we have money. Little do they know, we live paycheck to paycheck. So, and a lot of us are single parents.
A 10-year-old shouldn't have to worry that his mommy won't have money for, you know, for things that basic things that he needs.
It's a fair wage. A fair wage. We're not asking for the most, and we're not asking for $1 million. All we're asking for is something that can help us get it by. Cost of living is going up. Like she said, we have kids to take care of. Some of us have mortgages. And it's not
Yeah, kids
that
shouldn't
we're in
have
this
to
job
worry
for
if
money.
their parents are able to afford food for the day.
We're all here to help.
And like the thing is that kids recognize the fact that they are like when like their parents, like, you know, when they say, oh, that they're like not hungry or something like that because they're not feeling well or something, kids recognize that.
Yeah.
Like, I recognized that when I was younger.
I know, I definitely did.
And then
I can tell you this for sure that my niece and nephews, they noticed that too.
like, kids are a lot better at picking up on social cues than we give them credit for. In fact, sometimes they're even better at picking up on social cues than adults are.
They are. They're very perceptive little ones.
And I receive help from other educational workers at that point, so it's my time to pay back, and I'm doing so with all my love.
Many are also parents and say the workday doesn't end when the final bell rings.
I have to do interpreting at
Republican
night time.
Americans
Sometimes I
saying
finish
it.
at 2 a.m.
Nasty
at the
weirdo
police
shit
station.
Irish people saying it. Hell yeah, brother.
Okay.
Because I have to pay my bills.
Cost of living is high. I have to work 2 jobs to make sure I can provide for my children every day. I have a mortgage to pay, so I need the government to work with me to give me what I think I deserve.
I get home, I am so tired.
Yeah, but as we've clearly seen, the fucking Ford government doesn't give a shit.
Yeah. It's saying that what you're worth is nothing. That's what the government thinks you're worth, and that sucks.
Because I am standing from the minute I get in until the time I get out around the court. I have 2 kids, yes.
I do my own photography business as well, and then I help coordinate some hockey leagues. I have to do that in order to, you know, maintain my income.
While the leaders of the
Yeah, and it's fucking pathetic. If they are working within the education sector, they should not have to worry about fucking picking up an extra job as like a delivery driver at fucking Domino's.
It's crazy. They don't get paid nearly enough, so they have to pick up 2 to 3 other jobs and then take care of their 2 or 3 kids.
Yeah.
And they barely have enough money to get by.
for an indefinite amount of time. Some of their members fear
You know,
that
their
they
kids are
just
going
can't
hungry. They're
afford to
wondering where
do it.
mom or dad is. It's like, well, sorry, they're working again. You know, the 3rd job. They won't be home.
So the government should be ashamed of themselves.
Well, towards the end of the demonstration outside Queen's Park, union leaders indicated that they plan to block a very busy intersection of Yonge and Dundas in the heart of downtown Toronto tomorrow, starting around 9 a.m. So make those arrangements. Now,
Today?
prepare for
Yeah.
more
Apparently.
labor disruptions. Now, at that same rally, the Amalgamated Transit Union announced that they too will go on strike on Monday if
Let's
Metro
go.
East doesn't give them increased
Nice.
job security. The union represents
This is just snowballing. It's fucking great.
We're seeing it.
2,200 bus operators, station attendants, plant and fleet maintenance workers, transit safety officers, and office
Don't miss the
professionals
action.
with Go Transit.
All right.
All those in favor of the motion will
Mr. Lecce.
Mr. Lecce.
Mr. McCartney.
Mr. McCartney.
Mr. Marie. Mr. Flanders.
Yeah, so this was, you know, when the fucking bill was being passed. Oh, I see how it is. You fucking replying to other people. Fucking piece of shit. I see how it is. I got you, didn't I?
Miss Scott, Mr. Bailey, Miss Barr, Mr. Kerr, Miss Triantafilopoulos, Mr. Cole, Miss Martin, Mr. Crawford, Mr. Yakubuski, Mr. Holland, Miss Kusendova, Mr. Kanagasa, Miss Dixon, Miss McLeod, Mr. Hardiman, Mrs. Tango, Mr. Zarazan, Mr. Sabala, Mr. Liard, Mr. Flack, Miss Smith Thornhill, Mr. Quinn, Mr. Penn, Mr. Byers, Mr. Oswald, Mr. Jordan, Miss Pierre, Mrs. White, Mr. Anand, Mr. Sanderson, Mr. Sandy, Mr. Smith, Peter Beaufort, Mr. Bauman, Mr. Kanapati, Mrs. Gamar, Mr. Babikio, Mr. Mr. Riddell, Mr. McGregor, Mr. Dallas.
They are really pissed about that.
They are.
All those opposed to the motion will please one at a time.
Mr. Van Hall, Ms. Sattler, MPP Tanner, Ms. Bacon, Mr. Mama, MPP Bell, Ms. White, Ms. Armstrong, Deputy Minister, Ms. French, MPP Stiles, MPP Turner, MPP West, MPP Stevens, Mr. Gates, Ms. Gretzky, MPP Andrews, Ms. Kapocha, Mr. Birch, MPP Glover, MPP Wong-Tam, Mr. Rakosa, MPP Harding, MPP Bourgeois, Mr. Fraser, Ms. Hunter, Mr. Shiner, Ms. Brady, Ms. Bowman, Mr. Hughes, Mr. Sanchez, Ms. McMahon.
Got so loud that they had to like deafen the audio.
I was gonna say, like, what is this? Like, if I didn't know, I'd be mistaken for thinking this was a cult. All the chanting, all the name calling.
Yeah. Alright, let's move on to the articles now. Ontario's fight against education workers over walkout to continue at labor hearing. So, yeah.
Labor hearing.
Ontario's Labor Relations Board risks undermining the province's labor laws if it fails to declare a walkout by education workers illegal, a government lawyer argued Saturday. Speaking at an Ontario Labor Relations Board hearing that will determine the legality of the walkout by 55,000 members of the Canadian Union of Public Employees, Irina Murgy urged the board's chair to act, ensuring that an unlawful strike is not allowed to continue is a very important labor relations purpose. And if you don't exercise your discretion to do so, it will significantly undermine the very clear prohibition on strike activities as a key feature of the Labor Relations Act, Murgy said. She said that the government conducted at the bargaining table is irrelevant in an unlawful strike application and is instead the review of an unfair labor practice complaint. Quote, instead of what the supposed to be an exodus and narrow factual inquiry to the work stoppage, there'd be a board inquiry into the history of the labor relationship between the applicant and the respondent, Murgy said. Thousands
of education workers, including education assistants, custodians, and librarians, walked off the job on Friday to protest the government passing legislation that banned strikes and imposed a 4-year contract. Reggie said such a walkout is illegal because the Labor Relations Act prohibits work stoppages while contracts are in operation. Reggie also agreed that CUPE leadership knowingly advised education workers to engage in an illegal strike. She played a video of CUPE Ontario President Fred Hahn saying the union would provide the same benefits to workers that it does in any strike. Reggie also shared video of Laura Walton, president of CUPE Ontario School Board, Council of Unions, comparing the walkout to one planned in 2019. CUPE contends the labor action is a political protest rather than a strike. It argued in its board filings that the goal of its members' actions is to express opposition through political protest to the province's decision to trample upon employees, a constitutionally protected right to collectively bargain and right to strike.
Thousands of education workers, including education assistants, custodians, and librarians, walked off the job on Friday to protest the government passing legislation that banned strikes and imposed a 4-year contract. Irrespective of what the label puts on anyone puts on the activity, Mr. Chair, it is a work stoppage, and a work stoppage with any other name still amounts to a work stoppage and therefore a strike, full stop, Murgy told the hearing. The job action closed numerous schools, and the union has said the protest could continue indefinitely. I do accept that Bill 28 is in writing, but it is not a voluntary negotiated agreement, said CUPE lawyer Stephen Barrett, who called the legislation Orwellian. It is deemed to be a collective agreement under Section 5, but to call this a mid-contract withdrawal of services as if this was a collective agreement freely negotiated is a fundamental absurdity, end quote. Barrett told O'Brien that should he deem the strike legal, the job action could continue until the government repeals the new legislation or until the union and government negotiate its end. Quote, but this isn't your concern, Barrett told the chair. The job of the labor board is to oversee the collective bargaining system, and in doing so give effect to the charter values and charter rights. There are many ways in which the government could have avoided students not being at school. They certainly didn't try to provoke the reason that we're here now with respect to enacting this unprecedented, horrendous legislation. CUPE had originally requested that both Education Minister Stephen Lecce and Andrew Davis, the Assistant Deputy Minister, could be called to testify before the board. Board Chairman Brian O'Brien, really? His name is
Wow.
Brian O'Brien?
Brian O'Brien. Great.
Brian O'Brien ruled that Lecce is exempt from testifying due to parliamentary privilege, but Davis said Davis could be called to testify. Bro, what is up with fucking Ontario and using like just completely fucking abusing parliamentary privilege?
I don't know what it is with them, but I know they like power and abusing it, so that's one thing that they have in common.
It's really infuriating.
Yep. But after hours of delays, a lawyer for CUPE said that he would not call upon Davis to provide evidence because documents the union also wanted to have submitted into evidence could not be made available. The government's new law has set fines for violating the ban on strikes for up to $4,000 per employee per day, which could amount to $220 million for all 5,500,000 workers and up to $500,000 per day for the union. CUPE has said that it will fight the fines, but will also pay them if it has to. The British Columbia Teachers Federation Representative Assembly voted to send CUPE Ontario $1 million to help pay the fines. The union said in a post on its Twitter account, the donation comes a day after Unifor pledged to $100,000 as a show of support for CUPE. The Progressive Conservative government includes the notwithstanding clause in its education worker legislation, saying it intends to use it to guard against constitutional challenges.
Yeah, what else is new? One more here. As CUPE members and supporters continue to protest, Ontario government says it won't return to the negotiating table. Of course.
Of course they won't, for some
I mean,
stupid reason.
I was not expecting them to do so anyways. So, the day after some 55,000 Ontario education support workers walked off the job, the Ontario government said on Saturday it had no plans to resume talks with the Canadian Union of Public Employees. CUPE had their chance, said Caitlin Clark, Director of Communications for Minister of Education, Stephen Lecce. Quote, the deal is done and we will not be going back to the table. Meanwhile, a second day of hearings is currently underway at the Ontario Labour Relations Board, where the Ford government is pushing the unprecedented tribunal to deem yesterday's walkout illegal. CUPE said the action wasn't a strike but a political protest against the province's, quote, decision to trample upon employees' constitutionally protected right to collectively bargain and right to strike. If the government's application is successful, it could levy daily fines against striking CUPE workers up to $4,000 and fine the union up to $500,000 for every day the action continues, a penalty that could top $22 million a day.
That's $220 million a day.
Sorry, $220 million a day.
There is a difference.
The union told the Star it didn't expect expect the board to release a decision today, and it may not come until Monday. However, the government said it is expected to hear sooner. Parents across the province, meanwhile, remain on tenterhooks over whether or not schools will remain closed on Monday.
Labor negotiations between the provincial governments and CUPE broke down Thursday. That same day, the government controversially pushed through legislation that overrode charter rights by prohibiting the union from striking and imposed a contract on the workers, who included custodians, early childhood educators, educational assistants, and library technicians. The Keeping Students in Class Act, also known as Bill 28, was opposed by the New Democrats, Liberals, and Greens. It's created controversy across Canada, including condemnation from Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. Although the union originally pushed for an 11% yearly raise for school workers, CUPE's schools boards bargaining unit put forward a revised offer on Tuesday, which reduced the wage demand to about 6%, sources told the Star. The government has raised its offer to 2% to up to 2.5 annually over 4 years for the lowest paid union members, and from 1.25 to 1.5 for those earning more than 43,000. Like the government, CUPE shows no signs of relenting. After more than 100 protests that took place across Ontario on Friday, according to the union, throngs of CUPE members, parent and supporters shut down the intersection of Yonge and Dundas in Toronto on Saturday, a sea of pink CUPE flags waving all around.
Uh, the
The
demonstration.
Alright, you can take over.
The demonstration was one of the several solidarity protests from the Ontario Federation of Labour organized around the province on Saturday. More demonstrations are planned for next week. Quote, workers will take to the streets, to take to the courts, take to the bargaining tables to push back against this. Janice Folks Dawson, a longtime CUPE activist and the OFL's executive vice president, told the crowd. The government's decision to use the notwithstanding clause and impose a contract on support workers was a step too far, according to the three teachers from the Simcoe Muskoka Catholic School District Board, who came downtown to show their support to their colleagues. Quote, if we don't stand up now, Paige Kennedy told the Star, we're all at risk. True. After more than 2 years of learning disruptions, this latest turmoil has left school boards scrambling to transition their students back to remote learning with expectations that support staff won't return on Monday. Celia Ambutia, a Toronto mother of 3, brought 2 of her kids along with her to the demonstration. Quote, I really don't want to go back to online school, she said. And I think that doing so is kind of crossing a virtual picket line, end quote. She said it would be very difficult to accommodate her children learning remotely once again, and she places the blame squarely on the Ford government. At one point, her partner, Sean Crenshaw turned to Ambulance young daughter. There is all so you can go. This is all so you can go back to school. Okay. The Libs released a their economic statement, so let's watch.
For the past several months, I have been traveling across Canada to more than 24 cities and towns to meet with Canadian workers and Canadian businesses. I visited an auto parts manufacturer in Etobicoke, a potash mine outside Saskatoon, and the women and men in Sherbrooke who make the boots our armed forces wear around the world.
I visited the port of St. John in New Brunswick and a family farm in Olds, Alberta, and in Dartmouth and in Brampton and in Calgary. I spent time with some of the truckers who keep our economy humming. The Canadians I spoke to were all so proud of our country. They were proud of the hard work they do every day to feed Canada and the world, to build our cars, to send our goods to global markets, to raise their children. But they were also anxious. Anxious about whether our future will be as prosperous as our past, and anxious about paying the bills today. And that's where I want to start, with the high cost of living so many of us, so many Canadians are concerned about. I know that it has felt like just one thing after another since COVID first reached our shores. We turned the economy off, and then we turned it back on again. Vladimir Putin illegally invaded Ukraine, and now we're dealing with inflation. These are related, of course. Global inflation isn't created by the decisions of any one government alone, but by the combined...
Yeah, if Justin Trudeau was in charge of global inflation, he's a fucking mad lad.
Yeah, that'd be insane. One person have all that power.
Like, that's the one thing that fucking idiotic hogs that say the inflation is Justin Trudeau's fault. I'm like, bro, we're facing like some of the lower ends of inflation comparatively to like the US or the UK or Europe or the EU.
Exactly. It's like, listen, we're somehow
aftershocks
on the
of
better
2.5
side of
years
this.
of historic
Yeah.
turmoil.
Inflation was 6.9% in September, after following for the third month in a row. That is lower than in the US, the UK, and the Eurozone.
Told you.
But for Canadians
Eurozone.
feeling the pinch,
The Eurozone.
the checkout counter.
That's what we should just call fucking Europe now. We should just call them the Eurozone. The Eurozone.
Or when they fill their tanks with gas, it is still too high. This is a challenging time for so many of us, for our friends, for our families, for our neighbors.
It's important, as both the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance, that I'm honest with Canadians about the challenges that still lie ahead. Interest rates are rising as the Bank of Canada steps in to tackle inflation. And that means our economy is slowing down. It means there are people whose mortgage payments are rising. It means business is no longer booming in the same way it has been since we left our homes after the COVID lockdowns and went back out into the world. That's the case in Canada, that's the case in the United States, and that is the case in economies big and small around the world. Canada cannot avoid the global slowdown any more than we could have avoided COVID once it had begun infecting the world. But we will be ready. Indeed, we are ready. That's because for the past 7 years, our government has been reinforcing Canada's social safety net. We have improved many important programs and added some new ones, too.
These investments in Canadians are like a well-built house
The change
with
when she goes
a
from
solid
using
roof,
the translator
needed in
voice
all
from
seasons
English
Yeah.
to English.
and in
It's a
all
little
weather,
jarring,
but
I'm gonna be
most
honest.
essential
Yeah.
when the temperature
Like
drops.
I get it, I understand.
And that is why,
But it's a
as
little
fall
jarring of a
turns
shift.
to winter, we will continue to stand up to those who would cut the EI and the pensions Canadians have been contributing to for their entire working lives and need today more than ever. It's why we created the Canada Child Benefit and why we are making childcare more affordable. It's why we enhanced the benefits that those who served with our flag on their shoulder depend on. It's why we doubled the Canada Student Grant to make it a little easier for all young people to go to college or university or to pursue an apprenticeship. It's why we enhanced the Canada Workers' Benefit and why we increased both old age security and the guaranteed income supplement.
That is
He
why
looks.
it is
Justin looks so bored.
He's just done with everything right now.
Yeah.
so important that the Canada Pension Plan
He's
and
probably
our
thinking,
most
man, I could be
important
playing
benefits
something on my
are
phone right
all
now.
indexed
Probably.
to inflation. And in today's fall economic statement, that is why we're delivering on a plan that millions of Canadians voted for just over a year ago, and why we're delivering new measures to enhance the social safety net that is there to support all Canadians. We're working to deliver lower credit card fees so that small businesses don't need to choose. So that small businesses don't need to choose between cutting into their already narrow margins and passing fees onto their customers. We're taxing share buybacks to make sure that large corporations pay
That's good.
their fair share
Yes.
Taxing share buybacks is good.
and to encourage
it
them
is.
to reinvest their profits in Canadian workers and in Canada. We're delivering a multi-generational home renovation tax credit, which will help families across Canada afford to have a grandparent or a family member with a disability move back in if they want to. We're tackling housing speculation and making sure that homes are for Canadians to live in, not a frequently flipped investment asset. We're delivering on our commitment to make home ownership more
We'll see about
affordable
that.
for young people and new
Yeah.
Canadians with a new tax-free first home savings account that will make it so much easier to save for a down payment. And we're delivering with a doubling of the first-time home buyer's tax credit to help cover the closing costs that come with buying that first home of your own. We are permanently eliminating interest on the federal portion of Canada student loans and Canada Apprentice.
Let's go. Yo, Dark Brandon is started the ball rolling. Let's go.
That's actually kind of hard.
We're working to make sure that families don't need to choose between taking their child to the dentist and putting food on the table. We're creating a
Only
new
'cause the NDP.
quarterly Canada Workers Benefit to deliver advance payments and put more money sooner into the pockets of our lowest paid and often most essential workers. This means the Canada Workers Benefit will now support 4.2 million Canadians. We're providing hundreds of dollars in new targeted support to low-income renters. For the Canadians who need it the most, we are doubling the GST credit for the next 6 months. And I have some
Why for just this fucking 6 months?
very good news about that. For the 11 million Canadian households who need help the most, those GST checks will start arriving in your bank account or in your mailbox tomorrow. Nous doublons le crédit pour la TPS.
And for the Canadians who need it the most, we are doubling the GST credit for the next 6 months. And I have some very good news. For the 11 million Canadians who need help the most, those GST checks will start arriving in your bank accounts and in your mailbox starting tomorrow.
Nous offrons
We are providing targeted inflation relief because that is the right thing to do. And as the Bank of Canada fights inflation, we will not make its job harder. We are compassionate and we are also responsible.
Canada has the lowest deficit and Canada has the lowest deficit and the lowest debt to GDP ratio in the G7. In our April budget, with inflation in Canada and around the world elevated and still rising, we knew we had to chart a fiscally responsible course. And we did. In April, we committed to bringing the deficit down to just 2% of GDP this year. Today, we forecast it will be just 1.3% of our $2.8 trillion economy. We can bring the deficit down today because our pandemic spending worked. Thanks to the historic support we provided, and thanks to the incredible resilience of Canadians, Canada is entering this time of a slowing global economy from a position of fundamental economic strength. There are 400,000 more Canadians working today than before the pandemic. Our economy is now 103% the size it was before COVID hit. So far this year, Canada's economic growth has been the strongest in the G7.
True.
Stronger than the United States, stronger than the United Kingdom, stronger than Germany, stronger than France, stronger than Italy or Japan. Thanks to that enviable economic performance, we're able to provide targeted support to the most vulnerable while still shrinking our deficit. In the months to come, we will be able to invest in the Canadian economy and to be there for the Canadians who need it the most, because we were responsible in April and because we are keeping our powder dry today. Canadians are tough, and the Canadian economy is resilient. And that's why we can all be confident we will get through this, just as we have gotten through so much over the past 2.5 years. In fact, there is no country in the world better placed than Canada to get through. There is no country better placed than Canada to get through the coming global slowdown.
And when we do, with our fundamental economic strengths preserved and the pandemic
What?
The slowdown.
Slow down.
recession behind
Global
us,
slowdown.
there is no country in the world better placed than Canada to thrive in a post-COVID global economy. We grow food to feed the world, and we mine the potash that farmers here and elsewhere need to grow their own. We have the critical minerals and metals that are essential for everything, from cell phones to batteries to appliances to electric cars. We have the natural resources to power the global net zero transition and to support our allies with their energy security as that transition continues to pick up speed. And critically, Canada is the democracy that has all of these resources in abundance.
The global economy is at a turning point. We're entering an era of friendshoring, a time when our democratic partners and their most important companies are seeking to shift their dependence from dictatorships to democracies. That's why the Prime Minister and Chancellor Scholz signed an agreement in Newfoundland for Germany to buy Canadian hydrogen. That's why the United States has moved from a Buy America to a Buy North America policy on critical minerals and electric vehicles. C'est pourquoi
That is why our Minister of Industry has been signing agreements with global car manufacturers and battery makers. A new one almost every day, it seems to me.
What?
That is why our Minister of Natural Resources is pitching Canada's critical minerals to the world and working hard with provinces and territories to get them out of the ground and to global markets. Because the world knows Canada can build the electric vehicles of today and tomorrow. Canadians can mine and process the critical minerals that those vehicles, our phones, and our computers are all made of. And Canadian energy workers, the very best in the world, can make Canada the leading provider of energy as the global economy moves to net zero. Our allies are counting on us, and our government believes that this ongoing shift is the most significant opportunity for Canadian workers and Canadian businesses in a generation. Les investissements
Seizing this opportunity is what our April budget invested in. And it is what this fall economic statement invests in too.
Ugh.
With major investment tax credits for clean technology and clean
No.
hydrogen, we will make it more attractive for businesses to invest in Canada to produce the energy.
Don't worry, after this, we're going to be moving on to a couple fun stuff. A couple fun videos.
Couple fun things.
I mean, this is important, though.
It is important.
Will power a net zero global economy.
We are launching a new Canada Growth Fund that will help attract the billions of dollars in new private capital required to fight climate change and to create good jobs in Canada at the same time.
Yay! Sure.
From critical minerals to ports to energy, we will continue to make it easier for businesses to invest in major projects in Canada. Projects with meaningful Indigenous participation, projects that meet the highest environmental standards, projects that will create good jobs, and projects that will allow Canadian workers to drive our economy forward. We will continue to invest in tackling the productivity challenge that is Canada's economic Achilles heel. We will continue to invest in making sure that Canadians have the skills they need to get good-paying jobs, and we will continue to bring to Canada more of the skilled workers that our growing economy requires. But we know that these investments represent only a down payment on the work that lies ahead. And so, in the months to come, we will continue to work hard to ensure that Canada is the best place in the world for businesses to invest and create good-paying jobs from coast to coast to coast. Now, these investments, the ones we're making today and the ones we will continue to make, will be crucial to the future of the Canadian economy. They will help make Canada a leader in the industries of tomorrow. They will help to build an economy that is more sustainable and more prosperous for generations to come. But what matters most is what these investments mean for Canadians. If you're an energy worker in Alberta, investments in clean energy mean there will continue to be good-paying jobs for you and your children. If you're a young couple in Vancouver, more workers in the building trades means more affordable homes for your new family. And if you're an auto worker in Windsor, Canadian leadership on electric vehicles means you will build.
We'll actually see how much fucking shit that how much of the shit they actually keep.
Yeah, don't take everything they say as, 100%.
I'm expecting like over half of this to not even come into effect, and the rest to just
The next
completely
generation of the cars
be like
that have
botched.
powered our economy
Yeah.
for more than a century.
Say, hey, we tried, but only we tried 1% of the time.
Like, if anything actually is better than what I'm expecting to do, it's fully because of the NDP. No, 100%.
Oh no, I'm in full agreement there. Yeah, I just think it's funny that how they had to
Canadian
get a
workers
third
know
party.
how important our social safety net is. And that is why our government will never deplete the contributions that keep Canada's employment insurance and pensions strong.
Yeah, totally.
Sure.
And Canadian workers know how important training is to equip them for valuable, good-paying jobs. So we are investing in that as well. But Canadian workers also know that the single most important thing, the difference between managing to pay your mortgage and fearing you could lose your home, the difference between paying the bills at the end of the month and falling behind, is a well-paid, stable job. Doing work that you are proud of with people who respect you and your skills. That's why our overriding economic objective during COVID was to preserve Canadians' jobs. And that's why today, what Canadian workers need is a government with a real, robust industrial policy. A government committed to investing in the net zero transition.
Net zero isn't zero.
To bringing in new private investment and to help create good paying jobs from coast to coast to coast. And that is exactly what we've been doing. And that is what we are continuing to do today.
Now, Mr. Speaker, in 1903, Prime Minister Wilfrid Laurier stood in this House and he said, "This is not a time for deliberation. This is a time
The libs are
for
so
action.
boring, man.
We cannot wait because time does not wait. We cannot wait because in these days of wonderful development, time lost is doubly
What?
lost."
What?
Time lost is doubly lost, yes.
We cannot wait because at this moment there is a transformation going on in the conditions of our national life, which it would be folly to ignore and a crime to overlook. He was speaking then about the Transcontinental Railway, one that connected Canada and the Canadian economy from east to west, and which helped usher in a new era of prosperity.
Let's get
for
more
the
fucking
people
rails
of
then.
our growing country. That project, like Laurier himself, was imperfect. The prosperity and opportunity it brought were not shared equally with Indigenous peoples, with women, with new Canadians. But his message then is one that we should heed today, that we must heed today. At the turn of the last century, Laurier and a generation of Canadian statesmen understood that Canada was at a turning point and that we could seize it or risk being swept aside by the manifest destiny of more ambitious leaders. Today, we are likewise at a pivotal moment. The global green transition calls for an industrial transformation comparable in scale only to the Industrial Revolution itself. And Canada is blessed with the talented people, the natural resources, and the manufacturing base needed to drive that transformation. At the same time, Putin's illegal invasion of Ukraine has upended geopolitics, reinforcing for our allies the value of turning to each other, to us, for the critical elements of their supply chains and for their energy security. Together, these two great shifts represent a generational opportunity to build a thriving and sustainable Canadian economy. We can lead the world in a way that far exceeds our footprint as a country of just 39 million people. Nous pouvons mener la lutte contre les changements.
We can lead the fight against climate change, and we can do it in a way that creates good jobs and new businesses for Canadians from coast to coast to coast.
They
We
really
can
like saying the
build
word coast.
affordable homes and deliver affordable childcare.
Okay,
Oh, affordable homes, hey.
that's not what I'm laughing at. I'm laughing at this. Put it up here. Yeah, I'm laughing at this.
oh, oh, I see now.
It isn't Elon, but it's really funny.
Unless you're making fun of me, which is illegal.
Oh, I love how everyone's just fucking
Helping
shitting
our
on
economy
Elon.
grow and making life more
Mom
affordable
said it's not nice to
for
make fun of
middle-class
me.
families.
That's funny.
And we can
That's
ensure
amazing.
that everyone in this country can enjoy the prosperity we are investing in together. That is the future that we can create for ourselves and for our children. But we cannot wait, because time truly does not wait. We cannot wait because in these days of wonderful development, time lost is doubly lost. I know that times feel tough right now, and they are. But we have a well-built house with a solid roof, and we have survived far colder winters before. And just as fall turns to winter, so too does winter turn to spring.
Days ahead, and we will reach them together by building a country where everyone can earn a good living for a hard day's work, by building an economy that works for everyone, by investing in the Canada we are all so proud of today, so that we can be even prouder of our amazing country tomorrow. Because of all the countries in the world, the 21st century will surely belong to Canada.
All
So
right.
by the end of the 21st century, the world will be owned by somebody else?
All right. Shall we move on to some fun stuff?
I think we shall.
Okay. So I've made playlist and everything.
I just want to say you're a trooper if you stuck with us till the end here.
What happens when a daddy longleg bites you?
I have never actually attempted an intentional bite before. I'm a little nervous. 1, 2, 3.
Rumor has it that this arachnid, known as the daddy longlegs or the harvestman, is the deadliest spider in the world, but that its fangs are too small to puncture human skin. The only problem is, this isn't actually a spider. If that part of the legend isn't true, could the whole thing be false?
So I'm gonna put that rumor to the test. What I've got right here is a daddy longlegs, otherwise known as a harvestman. I'm gonna do a bite test. I'm gonna find out if this animal can bite, and if it can, whether or not this is the most venomous arachnid in the world. When I get him, ooh. Huh, he's already out. Okay, you come here. No, come here. Okay. I got a few of his legs. And I'm not hurting him. I've got a gentle pressure on him. Okay, here we go. 1, 2, 3.
Is he gonna get bit?
I didn't feel anything. I didn't feel any scratching or poking.
This is giving me so much anxiety. I don't know about you, but it's giving me a lot of anxiety.
I'm still waiting to see him overreact when nothing happens.
For sure.
Make sure he's still alive. Yeah, he's still alive. Okay, so he didn't bite me. Come here, let's get you back in your container. I didn't feel anything, which is weird because I thought that I would at least feel like the scratching sensation of like his mouth parts doing some kind of defensive display, but I didn't feel anything, and he did not bite me, or at least from what I could tell, I didn't see a bite. Well, part of the myth is that their fangs are too small to puncture human flesh, and maybe that's what's happening. So what I'm actually gonna do, I'm gonna pull out my microscope, and even this macro lens here on my phone is not good enough, and the lighting is not great for me to see
Yeah.
what's
Your
going
phone
on.
lens will never be good
So
enough.
I think a microscope shot. I'm gonna attempt that bite again. So you might be wondering why I'm doing this, and to be honest, I ask myself that question sometimes too.
Yeah.
I've always been a huge fan of creepy little invertebrates, and what's more creepy than the daddy longlegs? It's got these huge, long, spindly legs, a creepy little wart-like body, and you find them in all kinds of weird.
Yeah. Like, you've probably heard of the fucking rumors about daddy longlegs too, right?
Never heard of one. I just heard that they're completely freaking harmless and they don't do shit, so just stop being a bitch.
Wait, really?
Yeah. That's what I've heard.
Bro, I was told that, I was told the exact same shit this guy is saying right now. That they're like
Man, then you've had some serious gaslighters in your life.
Well, the thing is that like their fangs are too short, so they can't bite humans. Their fucking legs are too long, so even if they wanted to, they couldn't actually fucking bite, even if they want to. As well as they're like the most like fucking poisonous spider on the planet. That's what I was told.
Man. You need to seriously educate yourself on
around this
arthropods.
little arachnid that I figured I have to investigate it. You know, the idea that the daddy longlegs is a deadly spider has been circulated for years and years. Like I grew up hearing it, but it's largely dismissed in the scientific community as a myth. But I haven't actually seen it proven whether or not this animal is actually venomous at all. Despite its appearance, the harvestman is not a spider. Yes, it's creepy looking and has 8 legs, but that wart-like body is only one segment. Spiders usually
Oh, that
have
scared
2.
me.
Believe it or not, the harvestman is actually more closely related to scorpions, which makes this experiment
Wait, really?
interesting. Both spiders and scorpions, animals the harvestman's related to, use venom to subdue their prey.
Venom.
So it's possible that the harvestman is venomous too. So,
Ugh, I fucking hate spiders, man.
Why?
I fucking hate them.
Why, I asked you.
I'm arachnophobic.
Okay, but what particular reason is it about the spiders that you dislike? Is it the sounds? Is it the fact that all their legs act like boners? They're just filled with blood and they have no actual bones in them?
No, they're just fucking creepy to me.
Oh, okay. If they
What?
creep you out, you could have just said so.
Octopus.
Yeah, sure enough.
my hope with this experiment is to actually get into the nitty-gritty details, find out if the harvestman can or cannot bite, and see if it's even capable of delivering venom. Kind of nervous.
Venom.
I think it's gonna be cool. All right, so what I'm gonna do now is I'm going to test under the microscope if this thing can actually bite. I couldn't really see on the macro lens, and right now I've got my phone and a camera hooked up to the microscope. You can see when I move my finger around, you can see it moving in the microscope. It looks really weird from this angle. You can see like the dryness of my skin. I definitely need to moisturize. Basically, I'm gonna hope that the sliver of finger that's in the frame right now is good enough for me to see if the daddy longlegs can in fact bite. Hey, he's right by the top. Hello, buddy. I gotta bother you one more time here. Gotta bother you one more time. He's got some spittle forming there. That might be venom. Alright, so there he is under the microscope. Hello, buddy. Look at you. You're creepy looking. Alright, so he has
Hey, buddy.
a bubble of something forming. Let's do the test.
Doesn't look like it.
Oh, look at that. Look at that. Not fangs, pinchers. And I'm not sure.
It's pedipalps.
It's a thing.
Well, the
Look at it go.
The pedipalps are the front things on spiders. I don't even know how I know that.
For what it is he's...
For an animal you hate, you certainly know a lot about it.
I mean, they
I
also...
always call it the front feeler things.
The pedipalps?
Yes.
Well, I think what it is I had... I think a friend of mine had a spider, like a pet tarantula.
Right.
And I'm like, we talked about spiders and shit.
See it right there. Whatever it is, it has no smell. That's strange. I want to try and see if I can't see the underside here. There's his mouth. Oh man, that is weird looking. So
weird looking.
touch his mouth.
Yo, you'll be weird.
So there is me touching his mouth. I see no attempt to bite. No attempt to bite whatsoever. So this is not an animal. I think that's official. This is not an
It's
animal.
not an animal.
It's not an animal. It's official.
Guys, we found it. It's just not an animal. The daddy longlegs is not an animal.
The Harvestman is not an animal confirmed.
You heard it here
Venomous
first.
animals before. Spiders mostly, which have big old fangs, and vipers, venomous snakes usually have fangs.
Yeah, like I'm not afraid of like I don't have too many phobias, but like spiders is one of them. Which is, I'm cool with snakes.
I don't have any phobias with them. I just don't want them attacking me.
What?
Well, spiders, snakes, whichever.
And like,
it's like, listen, I'm cool with them being around me, being near me, being next to me, but if they try to attack me, listen, I'm gonna kill you.
My rule of thumb, like even though I don't like spiders, my rule of thumb is if you don't
kill on sight.
If you don't bother me, I won't bother you unless it's in the fucking bathroom.
No, that's the only time I keep them alive.
In the bathroom?
Yes.
Why?
Listen, you have no idea how annoying it was hearing a moth going around my bathroom, and I had left a spider alive. And then within the next week, that moth was gone.
Needle-like appendages that are designed
So
to
listen,
inject
spiders are your
venom.
best
But
friends.
there's actually one more way that animals can inject
I even found
venom.
a toonie in his web. It's like he was paying for rent or something.
Here's my rent.
He goes, listen, man, I got rid of the moth for you.
At my old at the old place where I lived before I moved, our fucking yard had so many fucking wolf spiders on the yard. It was wild. Like
Did you end up selling them?
Oh.
Darn.
Fucking killed them because I hated spiders.
Oh, poor baby.
Bro, it looked like there was fucking mold growing on our yard. That's how many we had. That's how many fucking wolf spiders we had on our yard.
Okay, then maybe I'll sing a different tune. Maybe.
Isn't talked about too often. Some mildly venomous snakes have venom in their saliva, and they use their sharp teeth to cut you open, and then the venom in their saliva actually gets into your system. So my question is, maybe the harvestman is secreting that as venom, and the harvestman's delivery method of venom is more like that of a garter snake or a Gila monster, and not like its other arachnid cousins. What I'm seeing here is
This is interesting.
His pedipalps and chelicerae, the pincers that we're looking at, they seem to kind of be doing a wax on, wax off kind of motion here. They're trying to
Like, I didn't even know that these things were related to scorpions.
I didn't either. I just knew that they exist.
That they were exist.
That they were exist.
Secreting over as much of the surface of my finger as possible. They don't seem
Listen,
to
I am
trying
one of the
to
most carefree
slash
people,
or
as you know.
stab
Apparently.
to create an opening for it to seep in, which makes me think that while this is definitely defensive behavior, he didn't start doing this till I picked him up and had him completely pinned. It's definitely something he's doing to defend himself. It doesn't look like this substance is venom. My best guess is it's some kind of chemical defense. Maybe it tastes bad or it smells bad to the things that would normally be eating a harvestman, like other invertebrates or lizards and things. Maybe it's some kind of irritant, and it makes, so maybe the harvestman is literally spicy when it was eaten by things.
Yo, he be spicy.
In regards to the harvestman, the myth about the daddy longlegs being the deadliest spider on the planet is false. This isn't a spider, and it's not venomous at all. So it's definitely debunked. But this leads to another question. The myth is about a spider. The harvestman is not a spider. So my question is there another animal out there that shares the nickname of daddy longlegs, and it happens to actually be a spider? This experiment is going to be continued in part 2, but if that video is not
2 parts, bro?
For a spider? A scorpion?
Alright.
Existence creature?
I did find something else that
This
I have some fun with. I don't know how big into space you are.
is the famous pale blue
Space
dot
is so
image
cool.
taken by Voyager 1, showing our Earth as a tiny pixel 6 billion kilometers away.
Yo, do you
This
see
image
us?
was taken before
That's right there.
I'm right there.
But the elements and materials that made us
I just want to
are
tell
all
everyone on
contained
that
in
little dot
tiny
right there
blue
that I
dot
love
we
you. Good job for
call
existing
home.
on that tiny
But
dot.
this date is significant. Just 34 minutes after
Look
this
at
picture
that.
was taken, the
Everything
cameras
there, I
were
love
switched
you.
off
I love
forever,
space.
leaving Voyager
I
1
love space as
completely
well.
blind. Since then, the
Can
spacecraft
I
have
just get
become the
thrown
furthest
into space?
I mean, space is like a vast... It's mostly like nothing.
That's the whole point of why I want to go there. I want to be immersed by myself in nothing.
Go insane, man.
That would be
object in
amazing. I
space,
would just go
now
there, no
at a point
spacesuit or
24
anything. Just be
billion
like, yep.
kilometers from Earth. But why were the cameras turned off? And what would it take to turn them back on? In this video, we're going to look at how the cameras on Voyager 1 actually worked, and what they might see if they were turned back on. Also, at the end of this video, we'll be doing a giveaway of this awesome Space Shuttle Lego set. So stick around and see how you could win. The
That's
Voyager
awesome.
space probes have broken so many records during their time in space. Not only are they the furthest objects in space, but they've also been operating for the longest amount of time, over 45 years. It's incredible to think that after all that time spent in the harsh environment of space, the computers and systems that were designed here on Earth in the 70s are still functioning. Voyager 1
That is
was
kinda
filled
crazy.
with technology
Yeah.
that was way ahead of its time. And a perfect example of that is the camera system. Voyager 1 has 2 Vidicon cameras on board, which are essentially very early television cameras, using analog to digital technology. They had an effective resolution of 800 by 800 pixels and captured 8-bit images in grayscale. One had a wide-angle lens for capturing the planets in full detail as the probe passed close by. The other had a narrow-angle lens and could capture the smaller details of each planet it observed, and of course, look back at...
You know, for when Voyager 1 was like in use, that's actually very impressive for the time.
Yes.
our
I
solar system.
love seeing shit like this.
Oh,
As it
so
grew
do I.
smaller and
Like,
smaller
I'm
on the
always
horizon.
interested in
However,
finding
before
like the way this stuff works and how they're able to make it last for so long.
Yeah. I mean, there are also like I'm sure that there are also like old Soviet satellites that we don't know of that did shit like this, because the Soviets were like really big into like this into space.
Yep.
Before the light reached these cameras, it went through an optics system that allowed it to form colored images. This was a filter wheel that contained violet, blue, green, and orange filters. Voyager would take multiple images of its subject using each of its filters. As the light passed through the filter, it would only allow light from that color to pass through, and other colors would be absorbed. The images were still taken in grayscale, but each image would have areas with different amounts of brightness, where the light was more sensitive to a certain color.
That's interesting.
After these images were sent to Earth, they were saturated with their respective filter color and combined to form a full-color image.
That's actually a very clever way of doing it.
Yes.
Essentially how the human eye works.
I was gonna say that's how the eyes work.
Yeah.
Have 3 color sensing cones, red, green, and blue, which are combined to give us vision with a range of colors. But with Voyager 1, the real magic happens inside the Vidicon tube. After the light passes through the lens and filter wheel, it enters into the Vidicon tube. The first thing the photons hit is a see-through faceplate made from a layer of tin oxide, which has a photoconductive target plate just behind it. When the photons hit the target plate, free electrons are created. The higher the intensity of light on any given point, the more free electrons are created. These free electrons are then attracted to the faceplate, leaving behind gaps on the target plate. After this,
And I imagine that's the image.
Yep.
The cathode at the back of the tube fires electrons towards the target plate to scan the image. These electrons reach the target plate and fill in the gaps, creating an electric current. This signal contains the image data and can now be transmitted back to Earth. But transmitting the data from billions of kilometers away is very difficult, and many things could go wrong.
That satellite would have to be, the satellite on it would have to be fucking massive, right?
Man, imagine how long it takes just to send an email.
That's where NordVPN came in. NordVPN weren't around back.
Come on, bro.
What a plug. Amazing.
Back then. NordVPN one time. Primal space. We've seen how Voyager's cameras
fucking ad.
into a signal. But what happens
It's
after
really
that?
funny.
Each image that Voyager captured would take up around 5 million bits of information, or just over half a megabyte.
That's actually like for the time that's probably a decent amount, but like that's surprisingly little. I thought it was going to be more.
Well, right, like you said, for the time it was a lot.
Yeah.
So I wonder if so we made something similar today with like newer tech. If we would get something that's like 1 terabyte or something, half a terabyte.
I doubt that, because like even 4K images don't even take up a terabyte. I think they're roughly around like 5 to 10 gigs. I could
maybe.
I could be wrong on that though. All I know is it's surprisingly it's not as big as you think it is.
This doesn't sound like a lot by today's standards, but when your spacecraft is billions of kilometers away, sending that data back is extremely difficult. Back in the day, when Voyager 1 was much closer, it had a maximum data rate of around 115,000 bits per second. At this rate, it would take about 43 seconds to send an entire image back to Earth.
It's not too bad.
The data rate is only around 160 bits per second, meaning it would take over 8 hours just to transmit one image. On top of that, Voyager 1 is now 23 billion kilometers away, so that signal would actually take 21 hours to reach us. Since the camera can produce an image much faster than it can transmit the data, the signal from the Vidicon
You have to
camera
wait
is
nearly
stored
an
onto
hour
magnetic
just to
tape.
receive a photo.
This data builds up over
Yeah,
time
that kind of
and
sucks.
can be
Those
transmitted
are some
whenever
long
Voyager 1 has
nudes.
a good line of communication with Earth. But why hasn't Voyager's camera been turned on in over 30 years? To answer this, we need to look at where Voyager 1 was when it took its last picture. The famous pale blue dot image was taken from a point in space 6 billion kilometers from Earth. At this point, the spacecraft was so far
That must have
away
took
that everything
days.
appeared as a tiny dot. The spacecraft was also headed on a path that would eventually make it the first spacecraft to leave the solar system and reach interstellar space. So, in order to know when this happened, the team wanted to prioritize the instruments that would detect interstellar plasma, a sign that Voyager 1 had left our solar system. But Voyager 1 was already 13 years old at this point, and it still had decades to go before reaching interstellar space. So, in order to still be talking with the spacecraft at that point, the engineers needed to extend its lifetime drastically. Like many spacecraft, Voyager 1 is powered by an RTG, which takes the heat from a radioactive material and turns it into electricity. Every year, the power output decays by about 4 watts, and now Voyager 1 is only producing 57% of its initial power output. The camera system alone uses just over 40 watts of power. And so, to buy the spacecraft more time, the team began shutting down various instruments on board Voyager to reduce
it makes
its
sense
power
though.
consumption. To save memory, the team also removed the software on board Voyager, which was responsible for operating the camera. The cameras and software here on Earth that were used to analyze the images don't even exist anymore. And due to the cameras and their heaters being exposed to the harsh conditions of outer space for several decades, it's likely that they wouldn't be able to function anymore. But assuming the cameras were still in good condition, what would they see if they were turned back on? Many think that Voyager 1 is so far from the sun that it will be in complete darkness, but this is not true.
Yeah.
Despite now being 23 billion kilometers away, the light from the sun is still 16 times brighter than the moonlight here on Earth. However, there just isn't anything interesting or big enough around Voyager to capture on camera. If Voyager took an image today, it would be dark, but you would still see the sun and some planets as tiny, faint pixels. Perhaps the most incredible thing is that despite traveling 23 billion kilometers, the star constellations in our sky would look exactly the same. If Voyager wanted a different perspective of our galaxy, it would need to travel thousands of light years just to see a slight shift in the stars.
Which is
Voyager
crazy.
1 will eventually achieve this, millions
Dude, that
of
is
years after
so
we are
large.
gone, and long after we have lost contact with the space probe.
Yeah.
If you'd like to support the channel and make these videos possible, consider becoming a patron.
Alright.
That's insanity.
Alright, I guess we should
Call it there.
call it there.
Space is so cool, man.
Space is awesome, man. Yeah. Not too sure what I'm gonna be doing next, so yeah. I guess until then we'll see what's what and go on from there. Yeah.
Take her easy, chat.
Did a lot more coverage on the CUPE stuff than I thought I was gonna do.
CUPE was important.
Yeah, I mean it is. Anyways, yeah. We'll see what pops off on Monday with the CUPE stuff, and yeah. Until then,
take care.
See ya.